Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the woodbox full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Why, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. Here's the way Marge spends some of her leisure time. She's learning to play the piano. She's getting a lot of pleasure from her own accomplishment, and she's acquiring a skill that will help her socially. And some of the fellows spend their time in group activities that are building them up physically, as well as providing them with a lot of fun.
So that's what they're all doing. No wonder I couldn't find them. I'll bet you think I should figure out something to do with my time. The question is, how will I know it's the right kind of thing? How will I know I'm using my time well?
Your father mentioned a bookcase he was making, didn't he? Remember how he worked at it last night? Mr.
Good luck with the midterms, Zero. Good luck. Trying to see if everything's set up. I think it is. Yeah. Okay. Stream time. Stream time. Live stream. Stream. Yes, we're playing Katawa Shoujo today, but before we get to that, I think there are things I want to say. What are they exactly is the question. I'm not sure. Vampire Therapist is up for a BAFTA. Oh. They're nominated. That's cool. Congratulations. So it's Botany Manor. So it's Game Beyond Entertainment nominees. Kind Words 2, Botany Manor. Senwa Saga, Hellblade 2. Tales of Kenzera, Dao. Tetris Forever, and Vampire Therapist. Oh. Good luck to Vampire Therapist. Sorry, I just read that on my feed. and I just felt compelled to read it out loud. Because I guess I'm streaming now. Everything I do. When I stream, I have to, there's a little bit of a transition where things that I normally just, I'm thinking in my head, I have to go into a mode where I'm like, everything that's channeling through my brain needs to come out immediately. So I better hope I don't think of anything that cannot come out immediately. I have my water ready. Okay. So a couple of things I want to get to before we begin. think. How many things? I think a couple of things I want to get to before we begin the stream or begin playing Katawa Shoujo. I anticipate, which shouldn't be too bad because I anticipate the stream is going to be about, say, 5 hours.
IFZF, hi Striker, hi Chairman.
Hello, hello, hello. I anticipate the stream is going to be about 5 hours because I think it takes about 4 hours to complete the game, or to complete one route of the game. There's five girls in the game, and takes about 5 hours to clear each route, I think, to do it once, to get like an ending with them. But there's also like a good ending, a mediocre ending, and like a terrible ending, apparently. And not like as in like the quality of the ending, I mean as in like the outcome of the situation. So there's like, so there's something to so there's a lot of meat on the bone. If I want to, you know, stream this for like a whole week, I could, but I think I'm just gonna do one playthrough, and then maybe come revisit in the future. That's so I've done a little bit of research, and that's what I had in mind.
I bet he's gonna get the bad one.
I'm probably not gonna get the bad one. I have been trained by all of these dating sim games that now surely I have to be able to get it right? Surely. So it won't take as long, as in like I'll be able to finish. I'll be able to form somewhat of an idea or opinion of the game within today's stream, which is good because I've got a lot of things to get through in the next like 2 weeks or like week and a half, I guess. Yes, technically I can continue after the 14th, but I don't want to. I don't really want to. Yes, but that's the idea. The idea is like there's that stuff.
Every time we touch, I get this feeling. And every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. Heart attack.
That wasn't the song I had in mind. The song I had in mind was the same one I put for my stream schedule post, which was Valentine by Luffy, which is the one we did for the opening ceremony karaoke, which is like, I guess it's floating around on Twitter. So I didn't announce it. I didn't make any like outside of like
The
actually being
one.
in the streams, which is difficult to, I guess, garner attention for. I apologize. It's because I didn't have the time, and I'm still super busy with stuff to deal with. And at the same time, I also want to stream all these different things. I have to make do, right? It's unfortunate that, you know, like some people have missed it probably because they just didn't even know I was doing it because I didn't really schedule it until the day before. But what I will, and it's unarchived, but it is on Twitter. Someone, Brutals, has archived it. I think I haven't checked it out, but I guess he has put that together. And it's there on Twitter. It's on like a Google Drive link or something. I think he said, yeah, I don't know what he said. I think he said something about how he's gonna like probably delete it in a week because it takes up too much bucket space, which I will say, I get it. This shit takes up so much goddamn space. But if you want to like watch it, it's still technically there. Anyway, but like, you know, most people didn't even know that was a thing. Doesn't matter. Point being, there's a lot to go through. There's a lot of things to do, and there's a lot of things I want to do that it's unfeasible to rush through it all on the 14th. But I have it planned so that it makes sense.
You're streaming so much this week and stressed that you're streaming on days when I have class.
Well, you don't have to be here when I'm streaming. You can like go to the classes and then come back afterwards to watch the VOD. It's a good idea too. And frankly, I think there's a lot of people. I was a little unconfident. I don't have it pulled up. I was a little unconfident.
Just Tuesday and Thursday though. At like 6:30.
When I did the stream yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, the day before. I didn't stream yesterday. The day before when I streamed my second 11 Deep Space stream, and my CCV wasn't very high because I was like, oh, and I thought, well, fuck, I guess people don't care. Like, at least when I started stream, I think it was the least amount of chatter I've seen pre-stream on like the chat, which is saying something. I've been streaming for about 9 months. Like, it just so happened that that was the time. But then, you know, obviously gradually people came in again. And also, I think post the And what's sad is like
I
that
went back
stream.
to watch the lads VOD. And
I was
sat
so
there
like,
what? They do that?
They do all of that. And like the worst thing was like the second LEDS stream I did, 11 Space stream I did, was way better than the first one. I feel like I had way more of a focus. I knew what was going on with the things, so I could make the stream more entertaining to watch, because I wouldn't be stuck menuing all the time. I understood what the things were to be done were, where the content was. Whereas in the first stream, I was just bumbling around like, what the fuck are these buttons? How do they work? I don't know. I don't get it. And then like it lagging it out and everything. But anyways, regardless, okay, no, actually not regardless. I do want to talk about this a little bit. People really like it. Let me send Parrot back. Get out of here. Okay, he's out of here. No, but people really like the 11D Space streams. More than I thought, I think. A little more. I really thought the 5 Hearts stream would do better in terms of like the VOD engagement. But it seems as though people like the other one. People like love. Maybe the love. I think what it is the Love and Deep Space people are more into watching someone else play it than the 5 Hearts Under One Roof people are into watching someone else play it. Because I think if you were a fan of 5 Hearts Under One Roof, you'd probably play it yourself. I think. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not a fan of the game. Whereas I think there's a shared element of gacha suffering that goes into any gacha, and for Love and Deep Space, which I think is probably something that people feel very strongly about, which, you know, makes sense to me because I feel very strongly about this now, that people would be interested in. Sorry. Anyways, the main thing I wanted to say with the streams, the Deep Space streams, is if I'm talking to nobody, but like, because why would they be in the Katawa Shoujo stream subsequently? Anyone who is interested to watch Love and Deep Space, right? But I'm just airing my thoughts out. It's really worth going back to watch that bit. It's really worth going back to watch that bit at the end in Love and Deep Space, I think, where I really just kind of go through all the elements of the game and what I think about it, and how like it's, yes, in some ways a bit manipulative, and like, but it's kind of like every other gacha game. Like they all are like this, and to some extent all mobile games, and to some extent all modern games in general. There's like 80% of it, and I think that not enough people are talking about the period tracker beyond just, haha, what a funny thing, there's a period tracker in this like otome game, which it is funny, don't get me wrong, it's hilarious. That's why my interest, I think, was initially piqued. But also, it's what it is a symptom of is fucking terrifying to me. And it's like a little dystopian. Like, it's just a little bit dystopian because of how good it is. Because if it was bad, it wouldn't be dystopian. Like, it wouldn't be dystopic. Like, if it was bad, I would have been like, all right, haha, fucking otome game is trash, whatever, I'm gonna move on. But no, like, it was incredible. What an incredible fucking game, which is why I'm so scared. Anyways. But yeah, like the point I was trying to make was please listen to what I have to say about the game towards the end. Yes. There's some bits that are really funny. I think the idea that you got was to convert and tips to deal with crimes and stuff along with an OP tracker is kind of cool. Don't play it though. It is not just kind of cool. I think it's fucking brilliant. Like, maybe I'm just like, I don't know, like maybe I'm thinking about it too deeply, but I'm thinking like, this is crazy. This is amazing. I can't believe something like this exists in this capacity and in this way. And it's truly like an incredible experience to behold. Like, this is, it really is like I time traveled far into the future and saw like technology. That's what that's really what it felt like. There's like I'm just thinking like there's no girlfriend simulator equivalent. There's no way. They're like, I can't think of anything that would be a girlfriend simulator that would be remotely as good as how good Love in Deep Space is. Which, you know, I think on the one hand saddens me a little bit in the sense that, oh damn, I don't get to enjoy that as the target audience. But also, I'm a little relieved because if there was such a thing, if there was a girlfriend simulator as good as Love in Deep Space, I'd be freaking out. Like, I genuinely don't know if I have the willpower to like to resist it, the temptation to, you know, engage and indulge in it and just pretend like, you know, the world out there is whatever. I think you're thinking about it the right amount, honestly. Amount of regard for my periods is very low. It's just like, I don't know how to feel. Like, it's so crazy. I mean, anime boy be like, here's a list of recommendations of what to do for your period. It is, and it's like, I can't even think of what the equivalent is. I'm to become a Luddite? Absolutely not. No. But like, even, I don't know, maybe small, like what the fuck do I want? Like, now I'm thinking, like, you know, as a guy, what would I want? As a straight guy, what would I want in a girlfriend simulator? And I would think, I don't know, like, I guess maybe, like, it would have to be, I think the strength of it would be how receptive it is to engagement and how hands-off it can also be. So, like, I'm thinking from like a straight guy perspective, right? And I obviously I'm not speaking for all my fellow straight men, but I'm just speaking for me. Like I like what I imagine like other guys would enjoy. The perfect girlfriend simulator would have to, like, there would have to be a really strong chatbot feature, and like it would have to be C.AI plus, right? So you put C.AI in it. It's a character chatbot, like AI chatbot. You have like a harem of girls to choose from as well. Like, that's just standard, I think, for all these games. There's more than one choice, or maybe there's one choice but you customize the choice to your preference, or like, you know, it can be Ganyu from Genshin Impact if you want. I don't know, like how legitimate it is will depend on the copyright of the game and what's possible, but you know, the chatbot, the virtual girlfriend would have to laugh at all your jokes. Okay, that's rule number one. Or like, that's like setting number one. That's probably like, this is the way forward. They have to laugh at all your jokes. Everything you say as a guy is funny or insightful. You know, that every guy wants that. Every guy wants us to feel like funny and insightful. Probably women too, but I think it is, from what I've observed, definitely a through line between het men. Okay, they have to leave you alone when you're like, or rather, they cannot, like, the virtual girlfriend has no needs to attend to unless you want to attend to their needs. So there's like a little there's probably like a little checkbox, a little toggle that's like, do you want the virtual girlfriend to go through some things that you can help her with? If so, you can toggle the like frequency of that, you know, how much shit will she have and how little shit will she have, because if she has nothing, if she's super hands off, then you can be super hands off, right? So she's, you know, at your service. If you want the feeling like of the virtual girlfriend being, you know, someone like I can fix her for real, you can toggle the setting up. But at the end of the day, every problem the girl has, you give her words of advice and then she solves it by listening to your words of advice. That's the virtual girlfriend benchmark. Okay, what does she also need? She also needs to be, I mean, without a doubt, incredibly attractive. And I think for it to be a really effective dating sim, there needs to be optional like sexual content. I think generally that's for any dating sim in general. Like, it's not just the perfect virtual girlfriend, it's just the perfect virtual partner in general. There needs to be some level of like optional sexual content, like a level of intimacy that's like, you know, huge. That the way that looks might be a little different from something like Love in Deep Space, whereas in like in LADS there's, you know, okay, you can breathe with him, Okay, there are audios where you hang out. Oh, like you can imagine these scenarios. There's like fics to read. Maybe for men, it's like more, it's less like imaginative. I want to say the word. My observation of straight men is that they're like a little less imaginative than the straight women in my life. And are unable to indulge in things that require a little bit of brain input. They kind of just want to be passively receiving it, because one of the reasons I want to sympathetically speculate is because men generally have too much shit going on. At least they think they have too much shit going on, and like there's so much to suppress deep inside within them that makes it difficult, I guess. I'm thinking about if the virtual girlfriend should also like listen to your like worries. I think the answer is yes, but the girl should probably not probe you. Oh, hey, do you have anything you want to talk about? It should be like the girl is quiet, and then you as the guy, you say something, and then the girl is like, okay, I'm listening, you know, rather than like, hey, do you want to talk? Like, because men sometimes don't want to talk at all, and when they don't want to talk, they really don't want to fucking talk. They really don't. So I think that's the way to go. I think that's how you design that aspect. Last but not least, I think the picture taking stuff in Love and Deep Space is probably not going to be too popular among the straight men. I think what will happen instead, what is like the equivalent, maybe I don't know, what's the equivalent for like taking photos, like hanging out, and like maybe you like hook up the app to like a massage chair or something, or like, I don't know, like an external thing, an application, like you put the application in the phone application connects to like a massage chair, and the massage chair has a setting, and then you have like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm trying to think of it really hard beyond just, okay, just make it really good porn. Just really, really, really immersive pornography. Like, what if we do that? But also, like, we have to accommodate for the SFW portions of, like, the dating sim, right? I don't know. The equivalent is the AR shit, like in Pokemon Go. Oh, There's an AR mode in, like, Love and Deep Space as well. Would that work for guys? Let me think. The equivalent is definitely like, it has to be integrated into like a physical object, like a pillow or something. I don't know. Make Overwatch a dating sim. I mean, yeah, they could. There's a lot of like potential there. For some reason, I think that sounds like a smart Tamagotchi. That's not I mean, that's what these are. I mean, like, Love and Deep Space is essentially a very smart, very hot Tamagotchi, right? Like, is that not what it is? Laugh at guys' jokes when they're funny. I'm not gonna let him get a big ass head and tell him he's funny when he's not. Which is why you're not like, you know, and I hate to say it, right? You're not the perfect virtual girlfriend. I'm sorry. You are not the the perfect waifu like simulator is not going to be templated after this behavior, because every guy wants their ego stroked. Like, they all want their also a real woman is probably why. Exactly. Like, it doesn't help that you're a real person. We have to think beyond it. Like, we don't want a real girl. We want like an idealized version of what that could be. That's what we want in the dating sim. And the slightly maybe less difficult to swallow truth, because, you know, there might be one or two people who've come here from my Love and Deep Space streams, is Love and Deep Space is also not indicative of like how men actually are. They're very unrealistic depictions of men, and men, you know, it's unrealistic to expect them to be able to be like this. The fact that you're saying she instead of it is really dystopian. Yeah, I'm like feeding into it, for sure. Perfection is so quick to bore, though. Well, that's, I think I agree with you, but I don't think that's the popular opinion. I think that The popular opinion is give me the perfect virtual girlfriend now. I need it now. Maybe just words, maybe words of encouragement when you're at work. Maybe like what it is like, it like when you have like your phone in your pocket, you're going to work, and then it has a way to, it can like, it just sends you notifications. Isn't that like Mystic Messenger though? Now I'm thinking about it. I don't know. But like, you know, it will send you notifications throughout the day that's like, hey, hope you're doing great. You know, you got this, good luck. And then like, I don't know, in between that is like nudes, like AI generated nudes probably. So it's like, you know, because there's no time for artistic endeavor here. We're gonna make this as consumer friendly as possible. If I was a straight woman, I wouldn't be satisfied with ideas alone. Oh yeah, for sure. Like that's the like it can't keep you perfectly satisfied because it's like the limits of technology, right? But I'm saying like it's only a matter of time before it gets there. Speaking of men being visual, it's a fact. Men will probably want suggestive pictures of the women they're into over a voice memo. Yes, yeah. So I think the otome equivalent is like the guy sends you like voice memos throughout the day, and then the straight guy equivalent is you want like nudes throughout the day, probably, right? I'm trying to put my head in the headspace. Regardless, that is how I would design a virtual girlfriend like simulator that could even compete with Love in These Space. But frankly speaking, I don't even know if it can compete on that level. We'll see. Like I think, okay, I do think, unfortunately, one of the ways that will happen is if we make really strong strides with AI, with a AI generation. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, but like I don't like generative art. Like that shit is disgusting, and that is like, it's a disgrace to what we call art and the human experience. Yes, but that's why you're not the target audience. Okay, the target audience doesn't give a fuck. The target audience looks at like an AI generated like anime girl nude and goes like Finna Jorkin. I don't know, like, you know, that's what the target audience does. That's what they do. It's also fucking stealing. Yeah, exactly. Like among all the other problems. But you know, it's not, the industry has never had a problem with immorality. They've had a problem with their bottom line, and this is going to be great for their bottom line. So I think once we hit that, I think that's the key. You hit really huge strides in perfecting the art of generative AI and image generation. You make the dating sim, the waifu simulator game that's the equivalent to Love in Deep Space, and then like more emphasis on visual than audio. That's it. It makes me want to break my window in this shard's result from it. V2, I'm putting myself in the shoes that do not fit me. I'm really trying. Like someone's got to take these shoes back. I am not her, but like I'm nonetheless trying to fit into these shoes, okay? When I engage in this discussion. But the moment we figure that out, and I guess video as well, like photos during the day and then like video. Once you figure this out, implement that into a dating sim with all the girls, and then you can have like a different girl like every day, maybe. Actually, I imagine maybe part of the fantasy for some, if not all, but there might be an option where like you can have like different women like every week or something. I don't know, like, or every like day. I don't know. And then, you know, that would be the appeal, rather than like 5 men who you spend a lot of time with. It's like, you know, a bunch of different women. That like, and every month there's a new woman or something. I don't know. Isn't that just Genshin Impact now that I'm thinking about it? Fuck. It's just Genshin Impact, isn't it? Okay. Well. Okay. Regardless. Yeah, Love in These Space is really fascinating, and it's really made me think a lot about dating sims and just the future of society going forward. Super interesting, super interesting. And I can't say I didn't enjoy it, I did. But that's also why it scares me. Don't want 5 different men to choose from though. I want one I can customize and then have that be the one I project onto. No, but like that's the... Isn't that like Love in Deep Space is like you have the option to choose between the 5 men, but you don't have to. Like you can just stick to the one guy, and there's so much content for the one guy. Like there's so much, and there's so much customization. You can choose what clothes he wears. You can like I feel as though a guy oriented dating sim, like the girlfriend simulator for straight men, would not have nearly as much customization, because I don't think like the market would care as much. I think the market would be like, okay, just make her hot. Just make her proportions super unrealistic, make her super hot, and then that's it. And then make 10 of them. Make 10 of them with different colored hair. And they all have one personality trait. I don't know. And then if you don't like it, then there's like an option where you can, like there's a new one every month, but you can ignore it. Whereas like Love in Deep Space is like, there isn't a new one every month. This is it. These are the 5 men, that's it. But we're gonna put a lot more effort into these 5 men. I don't know. Again, I'm just brainstorming. Please put him in something other than the same shirt he's worn for 3 days this week. Oh, I mean that's why Love in Deep Space is so good, right? Because like for once your boyfriend is not gonna wear the same fucking t-shirt 5 days in a row, and he's gonna have some like idea of style, some like he's gonna be able to dress himself up in a way that's like, and then you can have matching outfits and it'll be so cute, and you can take pictures here, here, and here. And then men are like, fuck that, I don't care. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what men want. It's the same face with different colors. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm not saying one is better than the other though. Like I'm not. I think like that might come off as well in me saying like, you know, the guy oriented dating sim's a bit like the straight guy oriented dating sim is a bit more like primitive or whatever. No. I think they're both like awful in a way that's like long-term detriment to society awful, but short-term like I can see it soothing a few aches. They want to be able to cry when they're sad and get a hug for it and not be told it's unmanly to cry. True, but also a lot of men, because of the way patriarchal society has conditioned them, don't realize that that's what they want. Some people have buried it so deep within themselves that they don't even realize that's what they actually want. But yeah, they do, but they nonetheless do want it. And then when having to confront with their own feelings, they freak out. And the logical conclusion to handle everything emotionally is to be angry, because they've been taught that that's the only way, that's the only proper emotion to feel, is a justified anger that leads to action. That's what it is for the male experience, right? Okay, that's enough of that about that. I want to talk about one more thing though before we begin. I know it's taking a while. Before we begin Katawa Shoujo, I do want to talk recently about something I had seen, and it is the trash taste debacle with Hasanabi, I think. So this is normally I don't, engage in like, drama talk, because I think it's a waste of fucking time. And frankly, I shouldn't be the one covering it. But I do watch trash taste, and I do like trash taste. I have at points in my life, like, the image that's like the kid sitting down and he's looking at the board or like the wall or something, and then on the wall there's like a poster and there's like 3 other kids or something, and they're eating and talking, and then he's positioned himself like he's like part of the conversation, even though it's like a fucking wall. That's me sometimes when trash taste, like when I'm like in a trash taste podcast. when they're like in the podcast, they'll three of them will be like talking, and then I'll sit there with my arms crossed, like I'm part of like nodding my head. Yeah, for sure. Oh, but like, you know, like, and I'm thinking about like what I would say, and like I know that they're like, and I'm thinking in my head, okay, I know I'm not in this conversation, but if I was, here's what I would, this is what I would say, and here, this is what I would think, here's what it is. And I would tell Joey this, and then I would tell Connor that like, you're right, but you're presenting the argument really incorrectly. And I'll tell Garnt that you have your argumentation is logical, but your premises are flawed. You know, that like, that's what I would do. You talked about the Ludwig VTuber drama. Okay, fair. Yeah, never mind. Like every time, like I'm a hypocrite. I'm a super hypocrite. Anyways, what I want to talk about was, yeah, the recent drama they had, which, like, okay, like I hate using the recent drama. Like I hate using the word drama unironically, but I cannot think of any other quicker way to get to the message I want to get to, or like the point I want to make, right? They invited Hasanabe on a podcast again, and it's not even his first time. It was like his second time on. I haven't watched that episode yet because, you know, I'm a bit behind on the Trash Taste log. But they invited him on to, you know, chat as usual, and they talked about things like anime and whatever. And people got really mad in the comments and started brigading the comments. Okay, this is my outsider understanding because I haven't watched the episode and I haven't actually been in the comments because, you know, I haven't watched it. There's a video that went over where the hate came from. Okay, that's good and informative. I don't know where it is. I think it has something to do with his views on the Palestine situation. I think. I don't remember. But anyways, from an outsider view, here's what happened, right? The outsider view was like, he showed up to podcast, they talked. Again, it's not even the first time he showed up. They talked, and then the comments are being like, being brigaded. A lot of angry people coming in talking, and then they shut off the. No, they didn't shut off. Did they shut off the podcast? I don't the comments. But essentially, like, Trash Taste made the decision to not invite Hassan for future podcast episodes, and they made that publicly known. And I saw that through a clip of Connor, CDogVA, talk about it. And I think, and like, I watched that clip. It was Connor going like, listen, like, I don't want to get involved in drama. I think it's just, or like in politics. These are the words he used, right? He's like, I don't want to get involved in politics. I don't like when, you know, things are like involve politics. I just don't think it I just think it's tiring for everyone. And that's why, you know, in the future, we're not going to invite Hassan for the podcast. Like, even though we're still friends and everything, like, we just like can't be bothered to deal with all of this, like, hate, all these hate comments. And it's giving me the impression that he unknowingly is in a position to say, I don't want to talk about politics because it's difficult. And the implicit thing under that is it makes monetization more difficult, and like is something it involves issues that I don't want to think too hard about. So because I have the luxury of shutting that off and not thinking about it, I'm going to do that. That's the implication. I think it's right that it's not worth it to bother with politics, but it's for that reason that they should have just gone. So why the fuck do you care that we invite? My position is similar, I think. My position though is like, okay, here where my position might differ is like, I'm thinking like everything is he still yapping? I'm sorry, I'm gonna play the game like really soon. I just really need to talk about this because I have to talk about this. I can't not talk about this because it's in my head and I'm like thinking about it, right? And I'm like the kid sitting next to the poster thinking like, yeah, this is like, I'm definitely part of this conversation even though I'm not, right? Everything is political. There's no such thing as something that's not political. It's just like how much you, it's just, it really is just like how much you want to connect the dots to other things. Like things are inherently political because things, everything stems from a core belief in status quo and like a premise. Everything has, or at least transmits, some idea of an ideology. Like nothing is unpolitical. Nothing is unpolitical. When people think political, they're thinking the most recent controversial political events on the news. That's what they're thinking. And if you don't want to bother with that, I understand it. Of course I understand it. I don't either. I don't want to like, you know, launch my stream and instead of playing a video game, talk about like what happens on the news. Like I don't want to do that. That is a waste of my fucking time, frankly. But I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't exist if I am confronted with it. Like if I'm confronted with it, it's there, and I now have to deal with that. I can't just close my eyes and pretend it doesn't exist because this shit is happening. And I have to make peace with the fact that I can't do everything that's right in the world and solve every problem because I'm only one person and I can't, you know, extend myself out there and do all these things. So I pick and choose my battles and I choose which things I want to engage with and which things I don't want to engage with, and I make strides to improve the situations both for myself and the immediate people around me and also for the community at large around me, whether it be a physical community or a now newer thing, which is like, you know, internet communities, etc., etc. Everything's political, and you can't just say I don't want to get political because it's not what that means. You can say here's our like, we don't want to comment on this because it would not help the situation at all, so we're not going to comment on new thing here. Totally fine as well, but you have to acknowledge that it's happening. You have to acknowledge that like the thing is going on. Especially like when a lot of your content revolves around anime manga content, which involves like you can't watch Attack on Titan and then, or rather you cannot in good faith say you have a somewhat like nuanced understanding of something like Attack on Titan, like Shingeki no Kyojin, without dealing with the underlying themes of a desperate fascism. Like you have to, like a destructive fascism. Like you have to think about that. You have to engage with these ideas. That's what makes it so good, is it makes these ideas that seem very nebulous and out there very, very accessible and like grounded in a way, even though it's fantasy and fiction, in a way that that allows you to involve yourself in it and think about it and feel it. Right? You don't have to say, okay, I've watched Attack on Titan and now here's my official stance on my opinion on fascism and every other political ideology mentioned here and these factions. You don't have to do that. You can say, I don't know because this is difficult, but I'm learning about it and I'm educating myself on it. You could do that. You could do that totally. But like, you don't, but to say like, oh, I don't want to talk about it because it's annoying is very disingenuous. In the context of if you just want to talk about anime that are political. Now, in the context of inviting someone on your show to just talk with each other and not wanting to deal with the consequences of that, it's a fucking choice, man. It's a choice to say like, you know, I think what the statement was like, we're still cool with Hassan, we want to associate with him, but we don't want to invite him on the podcast anymore because we don't want the mess he brings with him to our podcast, is what it sounds like. And like, I have to then, what I actually think about, which I don't think a lot of people talk about, right, I guess, is question how genuine any sort of connection and friendship they might have with this other person. Again, these are two groups of internet strangers I have never interacted with in my life. Never, not once, not even like I've not even sent a single chat on any of their streams at all, or video commented on any of their videos. I am invisible to them as far as they're concerned. But it stands to reason that if you still want to associate with the person, like you would be willing to deal like and engage with what this person is engaging with to some extent. And if you don't want to engage with it, at least making an environment where it's known that they like this person is welcome, like despite certain things that might bring about hate. It's kind of like if they maybe decided not to invite. It to me it strikes me as if they had a friend, they had a mutual friend who was like queer, and they did not want to invite the queer person on the podcast because that queer person draws a lot of hate. And so they're like, you know, we'll be friends with you, but we're not going to talk with you and talk like on stream in our podcast episode on our channel because you bring about too many hate comments. It's no offense to you or whatever. But my thing with that is like, you're not like, I think that's cowardice. I think that is cowardice on one level, and two, an insincerity. I think it's inauthentic, it's disingenuous, it's insincere, and it is not the right move. Like, I don't think it is. It's like what if Mr. Beast's haters, like what if all the Mr. Beast fans started like raiding abroad in Japan, because you know they're probably not, because you know who cares, like we all hate Mr. Beast. Anyone who's in this part of like in that part of YouTube hates Mr. Beast, right? But it's like if after abroad in Japan, like Chris's comments on Mr. Beast, all of a sudden he gets like overwhelmed by a ton of very negative opinions and comments that are degrading his like community and all of his things, and like Trash Taste also going like, okay, we love you, Chris, you're great, and you've been on the show a few times, we're not going to invite you again because you have that baggage with you. I just don't. I think that's what it feels like to me. So that my overall thoughts is just like, I don't think they should have done that. Terrible fucking move, in my opinion. Should have just like maybe you didn't even have to address the comments. Could have just been like, these comments are fucking spam, we're gonna mute it, because they are spam. Josh Stace is worried about their brand image, among other things. Oh yeah, definitely. You can have opinions about it, but when so many people are bound to disagree, it's safer not to speak about it. I understand that it's safer not to speak about it, and like that's why I'm not like, I wouldn't be like, they must release a statement now exactly on how they think about every controversial issue on the news. But like, that's one thing to like say like, you don't have to speak about it, but it's another to be like, we're not going to invite a guest anymore because we fear the backlash. Like, I don't think the problem itself is inherently political. I think the problem itself is just a symptom of how disingenuous they are, or it comes off as, at least. Like fake fans because they actually talk about anime manga. I haven't followed like anime manga podcasts in a long time. The Trash Taste was one, and then I haven't really listened to many podcasts recently, now that I think about it. I kind of just put on VTuber VODs or like NL clips while I do my chores and everything. Connor's probably friends with Ludwig and knows Hassan through Ludwig, but not close friends. Which is like, you don't have to be close friends, but like I think it's like, okay, like that's the line they draw, right? Is okay, if we invite a guest, we don't want to invite guests that incur too much like public outcry and backlash. Well, what if it was like a closer friend they had, right? What does that mean? Like, what if they had a queer mutual friend that they were like, now, okay, we're not going to talk about them. We're not going to bring them on stream. We're going to be friends with them, but we're not going to bring them on stream because we fear the backlash is going to happen. Like, at that point, do you see where I'm going? Like, it's not this situation that is frustrating to me in itself, but more so because if they decide to if they never have another Hassan episode in the future, I'm not like heartbroken. I don't really care. Frankly, I don't think Hassan's takes are too interesting, like his anime takes. I like his take that Attack on Titan is a meat mecha. Like, I agree with it. But it's not, but I didn't hear it from him. I heard it from somewhere else. But I'm not like hurting to see another episode from him personally, because I don't follow him personally either. But to disassociate with someone, or like to stop inviting someone to a show or blacklist them from a show because of these reasons, feels like a terribly slippery slope to fall down. That's what I'm thinking. I really into watching NL VODs as a direct result of watching his streams. Thank you for the brain rot. You're welcome. Please enjoy 60 more hours of Trick Shot Simulator. Dude, I wanted, like, watching NL play Trick Shot Simulator has made me really want to play it as well. But I don't know. I don't know if I'll be in the headspace to do that yet. Everyone, hello, maybe. Hello. We're just, sorry, I'm just about to start the game. I just had to get into like 5 more ramblings to just get things off my mind before I get into the game. Watch Southern Line 2 if you enjoy NL True. What a banger. Dude, okay. I haven't talked about that. I realize you've reminded me. I haven't talked about that. That's crazy. The Southern Line stream is so good. Like, he's like, this could not have, like, this level and this level and quality of imitation is beyond just, oh haha, I've watched a few streams and I maybe read his wiki so I know what he's like. No. This level of imitation has to come by if you've been watching it for like years and you've internalized the way he talks, the types of like the bits he would try to make throughout a stream, the banter he does, the way he talks about certain things, the way he admonishes viewers, like, or like chatters for things that like are stupid in a way that's like unique to him. That is like, you know, telling you to essentially introspect and touch grass and think about it. And he nails the cadence, the rhythm, all of that so well. It's immaculate. Like, yeah, he still sounds like Ludwig at the end of the day, because like he's not changing his voice, for example, like do the impression, but like everything down to the mannerisms is perfect. Absolutely 10 out of 10 impression work in my opinion. The Southern Line stream is gold. Of course, the stream only because okay, we're starting the stream now. It's not an hour yet. It's like 50 something minutes. It's not an hour yet. It's not. We're playing Katawa Shoujo. Where are you? There you are. Okay. I wonder how I can stream this. It's gonna load and I'll figure it out. Oh goodness. Sorry. Okay. I still have my Love and Deep Space on. Just realized. Like my Love and Deep Space backdrop. Hold on. Sorry, I've lowered the volume now, so it should be fine. Oh fuck, it crashed. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. It crashed. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Maybe I won't launch it in full screen. Maybe I won't launch it in full screen. I need to adjust this volume. Okay, if I don't make it full screen, I guess we crash it. There's less chance for it to crash. Where does it go? It's not here anymore. What the fuck? That you missed Love in Deep Space Live. It's okay. There's still the buttons there. Where the hell is the game? I know it's been an hour. Give me like one moment really quickly. I don't know why it's not. Do I have to make it full screen mode for it to like capture? It's not capturing. I don't know why. It was just a moment ago. Is it because of full screen mode? Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's fine. Do you need to see the bottom of the screen, or can I just have it zoomed into the middle? Fuck. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how to deal with this. Okay, now it's a bit too quiet. Okay, now it's a little louder. Okay. Not an LADS stream. No, we're not playing Love in Deep Space. We've played enough of that. We've played enough. I feel like I've played enough Love in Deep Space. I'm sorry I'm gonna miss Raphael's birthday. Ah! It's fine. I'm sorry I'm gonna miss Raphael's birthday, but I'm also not sorry at all because I don't care about Raphael. I think I get him. I don't like him personally. Which is weird because some of my friends, when they saw that I was about to start Love in Deep Space, were like, you would love Raphael, or you might like Raphael is what they said. But I think, I don't know, maybe give him more time. All I know is I'm probably like, if I had to choose one, I'd probably be a Silas girly right now. Okay. Katawa Shoujo is a game. It's a dating sim. It's a dating sim where the premise of the dating sim is, it's a visual novel, sorry, yeah, it's a visual novel. The premise of the dating sim is you are in a fictional school for disabled students somewhere in modern Japan. These are all like physical disabilities, I think. And there's 5 girls that have have different disabilities. They have, and this is, I think, heralded among the community as one of the most positive and like nuanced and mature representations of physical disabilities, like visible disabilities, and maybe it's the better word, or like in media in like game media, or at least like anime manga media adjacent, because like the art style is very like anime and it's a visual novel. I was told that there's the game itself does have explicit sexual scenes, but the version on Steam doesn't have that. You need to download a patch manually to put it in, and so I haven't done that, so it should be fine. If that comes up, everyone close your eyes, including I was gonna say including you, Susan. But she's not the CEO anymore. And also she passed recently, didn't she? Right? I think she passed away recently. Yeah. Quite young too. She wasn't very old. It's unfortunate. But anyways. Before I begin, I want to make a statement. Log in when it's Silas's birthday. I'll do that. I'll do that. Sorry. Before we begin, I want to make one I want to make a statement. Okay. And the statement is that I think for a long period of my life. No, that's not true. I think I read. Okay. Like, kind of strange. Who? Susan Wojcicki. She was the former CEO of YouTube. I was making a joke on how, like, if there was an explicit, like, sex scene, that she should look away so I won't get, my VOD doesn't get nuked. But I don't know. What the fuck, you deprive us of that? I can't, like, I'm not, YouTube would not allow me to show this, I'm sure. View it online in your own leisure time, okay? It's not my business. You'll get the idea of it, okay? Whatever. I read, years ago, I read this novel. It's a children's novel, I think. And I think it was called Evil Genius. This novel, it's not visual novel, sorry, it's just like it's a fictional kids novel. I think it's like a kids novel. In it, stars the main character who's an evil genius. Like, he's really smart, I think, is like the whole draw of it or something. And he goes to like an evil like school. Like, it's a school, but the premise is like it's a school, and instead of, I haven't looked this up. I should probably have looked this up before to like prepare myself, right? You know what? Maybe I'll do that now. Okay, I'll give you my, like, what I remember, and then I'll look it up. But the premise of Evil Genius was like you're like a guy, like, or like the main protagonist is a guy who's super smart and he goes to genius school. But the twist is like the school is for like criminals. The school is for cultivating people who will do crime when they grow older, and like the most efficient, effective ways to do that. And it's like they're all like morally complex characters. Some of them you feel like you can rally behind, some of them you don't, but they're all like criminals, I think, to some degree. Or the idea is like they're training to be really good criminals, to be really effective criminals. And in it, the love interest of the main character is a girl who's also, I think, super smart. And one of the more interesting points of the story is she's like, I think she's wheelchair bound. So I think the lower half of her body doesn't work. So she's wheelchair bound. And the protagonist, who is like, in love with this character, has to deal with a lot of things related to her disability, but also has to, there are times where he struggles with this. There are times where, obviously, like, she struggles with this a lot as well. But there are times where, for example, like, because it's an evil school, like, situations where she's taken hostage, or like she's been abandoned, and like, her wheelchair breaks, or like someone like, messes with her, and he has to deal with that. And even though he's presented many opportunities, I think, for like his to secure his own self, to like, make him, to put himself in a safer position or whatever, or to be able to run off, or to be able to get away without any consequences, he nonetheless never ditches the love interest, like, and always like makes strides to like help her out in any way he can. And this kindness is of course paid in kind, where she in multiple scenarios also as well, in very key moments helps the protagonist out in his like journey to be like, I don't know, a criminal mastermind or something. I don't know. I'm gonna read the synopsis of the book now to see how much I remember. It's a book series. It's not like a TV show or something. Wait, am I wrong? What the fuck? Might have been wrong. What the hell? No. Where is it? Is it Evil Genius by Catherine Jinks? It might be. Hold on. Catherine. Where is it? Plot summary. A brilliant boy and budding sociopath, Cadell Piggott, confronts the dark forces controlling him in Catherine Jinks' 2005 young adult thriller, Evil Genius. Cadell lost his parents long ago and was adopted by Stuart and Lana Piggott, who, though they provide a comfortable material life for him in Sydney, Australia, are too self-absorbed to offer affection. Alienated from other kids by his towering intellect, Cadell amuses himself pursuing his particular fascination, breaching and sabotaging complex systems. Lacking solid social and moral guideposts, he seems destined to apply his mighty IQ to anarchic ends. Then he befriends another social outsider and starts to suspect that malevolent powers are secretly directing his life. 7-year-old Cadell hacks into computer systems with ease. Although innocent curiosity drives his actions more than criminal intent, the police intervene and require him to attend counseling. The Piggotts forbid their son to use a computer again and take him to psychoanalyst Thaddeus Roth. Thus begins Cadell's schooling in the art of cybervillainy. Yeah, there we go, cybervillainy. When the Piggotts leave Roth's office, he offers Cadell computer access with the admonition, next time don't get caught. During the following months and years, Roth cultivates Cadell's exceptional affinity for systems, coaching him in criminal activity. Cadell quickly becomes skilled at identifying the weakest point in a system, deftly causing the collapse of a Sydney rail and traffic network. Roth, it turns out, is an agent for criminal mastermind Phineas Darkin. Darkin, Roth claims, is Cadell's father. A genius himself, Darkin built a financial empire capitalizing on his research in genetics before he was imprisoned for threatening to unleash a retrovirus that would wipe out humans carrying junk DNA. Although he is behind bars, he is still actively pursuing his ambition to rid the human race of inferior genes, creating a ruling class of intellectual powerhouses. Darkin uses a DNA transmitter cleverly hidden in his cell toilet to communicate with Roth. The diabolical duo has been grooming Cadell for much of his life to become the evil genius who will actualize Darkon's dream of a new world order. First, they hired the Piggotts to adopt Cadell, and now Roth advises him to enroll at Access Institute. There we go. Yeah. Oh, this is like a whole summary. Oh shit, I thought this was like a premise. Where's the bit with like the love interest? Yeah. Okay, so he like talks to someone online and communicates with the school network, and they, you know, use fake identities, and then he meets this girl in real life who turns out to be her real name is like Sonja Pirovic, and she's like a young girl with cerebral palsy. And then there's like a whole, there's multiple books in this series, and there's like a whole, spoiled the entire story. No, I just spoiled probably like the first like 3 chapters. Okay, this is just one book, and there's like there's like 5 or 6 books in this series. Okay, there's many things, but the point I wanted to get at after all of this, right? The point was I wanted to talk about how that, I think, was probably my first, if not most memorable interaction with, hang on, I should probably like, small. I should like lower this. I should like shrink this screen. Smaller size. It should be okay. Yeah, we'll have the black bars there. It's fine. Unless you want like love and space in the background. Actually, that kind of works. You don't really see love and space. But yeah, that was I think my introduction to like the concept of having like a romantic partner that is wheelchair bound or like has a physical disability that like has, you know, that you have to work around, that you have to overcome in order for your love to flourish. And that is, so I'm not entirely unfamiliar with the concept in fictional setting. I want to say this before I play Katawa Shoujo. That if there are some things, for example, that I feel maybe normalized to, that some people who played this game and had their like life changed feel as though is not the case, then maybe it's because I've thought about this already to some extent from other media, which is not to take away from what we're going to play today. I spent 15 minutes talking about that? Okay, sorry. Have you played this before? No, I have not played Katawa Shoujo before. This is my first time playing it. I have been made aware of it recently, or fairly recently, when I was looking for games for February. It, I think, is the platonic ideal of the dating sim, of the straight man dating sim, I think. So, according to most people, like I think according to most people, if they had to rank like what's the most classic, the greatest of all time, the GOAT dating sim, I think it's Katawa Shoujo. I think. So today we're gonna play that right now. Also, I think there's no voice acting, so I'm gonna read it. I have to read everything. It sucks, but it is what it is. Can I make this larger? No, I'm not gonna. I forgot I had to read it, sorry. A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. The deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy, far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. Also, you're like a high schooler in this game, with a heart condition. That's the premise. But now in late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. I breathe into my cupped hands and rub them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in this cold. Just how long am I expected to wait out here anyway? I'm sure the note said 4 p.m. Ah yes, the note slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. As far as cliches go, I'm more of a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit of initiative. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snowfall gradually thickens. The snowflakes silently falling from the white painted sky are the only sign of time passing in this stagnant world. The slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time is slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind. Hi, Hisao, you came? A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice that I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper into a conversation. I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. Iwanako, I got a note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it, I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line and that was the result. Pathetic. Yes, I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it. A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle even if I tried. My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst out from my chest and claim this girl for itself. So, here we are, out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous noise is music to my ear. Iwanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself, as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes lock with mine and she lazily twirls her long dark hair around her finger. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder. Mouse. Sorry, can I keyboard? My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried. You see, I wanted to know. You'd go out with me. I stand there motionless, save from my pounding heart. I want to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point. Hisao. I reached up to try to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms. Hisao. My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror. Hisao. The beating in my chest suddenly stops and I go weak at the knees. The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Iwanako running towards me, all these fade to black. The last things I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Iwanako screaming for help and the incessant chatter of the branches above. Clatter, sorry. Four Leaf Studios present. Yeah, this was a game made. Oh yeah, this was a game made by like a bunch of people who met initially on 4chan. That's the reason why they're called that. Inspiration Raita. Spreading an anonymous 22 Aura CPL Cloud. Okay, yeah, so they're going by their name. They're not going by their name, sorry. And I think the game was written in English initially. It just kind of takes place in Japan. It's been 4 months since my heart attack. In that whole time, I can probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. Arrhythmia. A strange word, a foreign alien one that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition, it causes the heart to act erratically, occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently, I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening. Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better and more appreciative of my life. It really didn't do anything to cheer me up. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had 2 hemorrhages apiece. I'd already had a full day by then to digest everything. For them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course there isn't a cure. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, it felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards. But the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I'd gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had been turned into a class project. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had any visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came by on a regular basis. Iwanako was the last to stop visiting. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway. We didn't touch the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. A hospital. It's not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. I guess it's because they're in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatment and surgeries work. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of an omen. I still asked the head cardiologist about leaving, but my expectations are low enough that now that I'm not disappointed anymore, I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answer shows that there's at least some hope. At some point I stopped watching TV. I don't know why, I just did. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism from my situation. I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I liked reading, and I think I even became a bit addicted. I started feeling naked without a book in my hands. But I loved the stories. That was what my life was like. The days became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside, instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. But other times, all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness, through the barrier of nonchalance I'd set up for myself. The pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. But that happened only rarely, and I couldn't even cry. Today the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I've last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party. There's this ritual the head cardiologist has. He takes his time sorting his papers and setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks me in the eyes for a moment. Hello, Hisao. How are you today? I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him. I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions you should be fine. We have all your medication sorted out. I'll give your father the prescription. The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I take it from his hand and take a look myself, feeling numb. How am I supposed to react to this? The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in a sea of letters. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contraindications, and dosages are listed line after line with cold precision. I tried to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel weak, sicker. All this for the rest of my life, every day. I'm afraid that this is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years. Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Also, I've spoken with your parents, and we believe that it would be best if you don't return to your old school. What? Please calm down, Hisao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down. The way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever of my concern shows, it's ignored. We all understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least not until we're sure that your medication is suitable. So I've spoken to your parents about a transfer. It's a school called Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I? It has a 24-hour nursing staff, and it's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping help nearby. Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff, and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go, but your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple of weeks back. I think you'd like it. It looks like I really don't have a choice. Compared to other heart problems, people with your condition usually tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. This isn't an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamned opportunity. Well, you should be excited at the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school. Well, it's not the same. A special school, that's an insult. That's what I want to say. It's a step down. It's not what you think. All the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another. Your father's right, and many of the graduates of the school have gone on to do amazing things. A person doesn't need to be held back by the disability. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by the disability. That's what a disability is. I really hate that something so important was decided for me. What can I do about it? A normal life is out of the question now. It's funny, I'd always thought my life was actually kind of boring, but now I miss it. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue, or I could easily yell out something now. Something about how I can go back to school anyway, but no. I don't say anything. The fact is I know it's futile. I know now it's futile. I look around the room, feeling very tired of all this. Hospital, doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this, but the thought of going to a disabled school. What are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. But let me try. A clean slate isn't a bad thing. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something, even if it's a special school. Something. It's a fresh start, my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to thinking that. At the very least, I'll try to see what my new life will look like. Act 1, Life Expectancy. The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and grey plaster, assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. I wondered if it looked like what a gate for a school should look like, but couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. So I walked towards the main building of Yamaku Academy with this brisk pace. I'm alone as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms, and there's supposed to be someone waiting for me. Parents are taking your stuff to their dorm? Nice. The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. It doesn't feel like the kind of grounds the school would have, more like a park with a clean walkway past trees and the smell of fresh cut grass and all other park-like things. Words like clean and hygienic pop into my mind. It makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open-minded now, it's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself. A few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies. Too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kinda eerie. It makes me wish there was somebody here so I could anchor myself to something tangible instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. The trees hum with the wind, and green hues flashing all around me catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again, how they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is a common color. So why am I feeling so anxious despite all this greenery? Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. Still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous and with this new realization set in my head, I opened the front door. A tall man with bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. You must be Niki? Nakai. So you are, excellent. I'm your homeroom and science teacher. My name is Muto. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked you for a brief check-in visit, but there's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Yes, afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me? I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable in a situation like this. Somehow not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost miss what the teacher is saying. You want to introduce yourself to the class? That's the choice? And go, yeah, of course. Or like, why? Why would I introduce myself to the class? I don't think that's a question worth asking. I mean, yeah, of course. Yes, of course. I'm Karis Euphranor. I'm the first and last philosopher vtuber, the last librarian of Alexandria. And I now have a heart condition. That's what's going on. Of course, but not everyone likes to be at the center of attention. Well, yeah, but you kind of have to for the first day, right? I'm probably one of those people, but I guess I should be the one to give the first impression of myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go then. My heart is pounding in my chest, and it keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. The third door down the third floor corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. Muto opens the door and enters. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Get a grip. This is a big step, I know that, but there isn't any point to worrying so much about it. At least not this soon. I follow the teacher into the classroom and look around. Partially so I won't have to meet the curious gazes of my new classmate. It's pretty spacious. The ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around and in between the desks. An entire wall taken up by blackboards and the high old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desks with a shelf underneath for books and wooden chairs with metal frames. Simple and efficient. I stopped walking in front of the classroom and faced the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school. But then why would they be here? They're probably like me and have something wrong with them. It's just not immediately obvious. Then I noticed that one of the girls seems to be missing the thumb of her right hand. It's a little jarring. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking about you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me, a girl with really long straight hair that is pretty eye-catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hand as if it will make her invisible. That kid in the back of the class. He looks like he's in a different art style completely. There's one boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions, sign language. She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. She's kind of cute. So is the cheery looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. Please welcome our newest classmate. He claps his hand and so does everyone else, except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in thanks for this applause I did not deserve. The collective silence tells me that I should open my mouth now. So, I'm Hisao Nakai. And after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along well with everyone even though I'm a new student. And after that, I'm being so boring. This is exactly like every self-introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. I end up saying nothing, and the teacher picks up from there. Everyone seems to be satisfied with what little I said though. Real girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. Could have gone worse. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do. The first row girl claps around this round, with her one hand against her other wrist that ends in a bandaged stump. It makes me feel a little bad. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. That's good. You can work with Hakamichi. She's the class representative. She can explain anything you might want to know, and who else would be able to know that better? To do that better, right? How could I know? The teacher passed out the day's assignments and announcements that we will be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow. The teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Oh right, Hakamichi is right there. Shizune Hakamichi. As he calls out her name, the cute, bubbly-looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hands at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? It's nice to meet you. Ha ha ha. What? I'm caught off guard by her laughter. It's nice to meet you too, but I'm not Hakamichi, I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi. Chi-chan. Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she has been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short yet carefully, neatly brushed hair, a pair of oval-shaped glasses balanced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytical and slightly bored. It's nice to meet you. 10 out of 10 voice acting. I'm sorry, I can't do the voice. I can't do voices for women. Like, I have not voice trained myself to be able to do that well. All I'm saying is I wouldn't pass now. Maybe when I was younger I would be able to, but I'm 60 now. I'm definitely not passing. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like, you'll be able to talk to people, and who better to explain things to you. I can see you're a little confused, right? Right? But I understand why you would think I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. You're the new student, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan, of course he is. He wouldn't have been standing up there for no reason, right? If he wasn't, he would have. Oh, if he wasn't, he would have been standing up there for no reason, right? He seems like a very interesting person, doesn't he? We knew there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you would be here today. So soon. Hichan, right? Hichan? Yep, it fits, doesn't it? Did I say it out loud? It's just a surprise. I've never liked that nickname. I don't really see how. It fits. You look just like I imagined. Yeah, you look yeah, you look just like Hichan. I wonder why everyone seems to think so. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm like, me, Kara Sufanor. I am the farthest thing ever from like the Genki girl like archetype. Like that is the furthest you can get from me, I think, is the Genki girl archetype. I am everything that is not. I'm everything that is in a negative space does not, and in a negative space does not define the Genki girl. And this is the Genki girl, okay? Akamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. Misha seems a little overwhelmed. Ahaha! Sorry about that. Chi-chan wants you to know that she's the class rep, so if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. You like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had the time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it. Misha stumbles with a hard word a bit, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Thanks, that would be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kind of came straight to class today. Ha ha ha. Sorry. That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there, not just for school either. Always, even if it's a trip to the convenience store. Really, Shi-chan? Ha ha ha. Learn about where you're going? I guess I didn't bother to do that, or just didn't care enough to do so. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to go along with it half-assedly. But anyway, I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? It seems like it was about me. I feel like slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling, but that shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply. You look down. Are you okay? Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things, by asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help. Stop looking like you just failed the test. Wahahaha! Alright. Okay. And another thing, you don't have to call Shi-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shi-chan. Haha, okay, maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate. Yep, Shizune is fine. Okay. That'd be a lot easier for me. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly, so I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier. Especially about Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she still seemed like that. Just less so, I guess. Huh? Oh right, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or Shi-chan will get mad. Assignment is also kind of long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. Ah, that too! Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message. After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay? The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. Still, we finished it a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class, despite our late start. Shizune and Misha are really capable. Chairman cannot do a One Piece. What's a One Piece laugh? That's me, yeah. Actually, that's me. That's me. Okay, thank you for the informative. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Excuse me. Sorry. That's the One Piece laugh. I can't do it. No. That's what that girl sounds like to me now. They're quite different though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish, not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. The clock tower bells ring, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. We descend even below the lobby where I met Muto, down to the bottom floor. Just like everything in this school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern in contrast to the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard, towards the main gate. It's the cafeteria! Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceed to the line. There's a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realize that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice, it almost feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of the patients. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to a table, sitting opposite of her. As I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat, Misha pokes me in the side to get my attention and points to Shizune. I don't understand signs, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at a person who talks to you is proper and polite? Do you want to know something? What? About anything. We're your guide, so you should ask if there's anything. If there's something, you should ask if there is something. I wonder. I got everything I need to know. I can ask about Shizune's deafness, or I can ask about the library. Like how the chatter around me is in English. And it's the most American chatter I've ever heard. It's a bit too soft. I don't know if I want to ask about the library or ask her about deafness, because I think asking about the library is what I would do as a character, I think, who's interested. Like, I just want to know where the books are and everything. I could ask about that. But I could also ask about her deafness. Because, like, and, like, show interest in what's, you know, what's going on with you. But I don't know if, like, people are really sensitive to that. I don't know if she'd be really sensitive to that, and that'd be a terrible icebreaker. Because I have a bad habit of just assuming people are willing to talk about anything. And oftentimes it's not true. Oftentimes people are not willing to talk about things because it makes them uncomfortable. Because for me, I'll talk about fucking anything, but I am strange. I need to know that I am like an anomaly. So I would ask about the deafness later, but maybe not as an opening conversation. I'll ask about the library. Oh yeah, is there a library in the school? Lately I've gotten into reading a lot, so I'd like to check it out. Misha gives the kind of frown that makes it clear she doesn't consider reading a healthy hobby, but then picks up her smile again. What? What do you mean it's not a healthy hobby? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course it's a healthy hobby. Whatever. There is. It's in the second floor. We can show it to you sometime. Thanks. I return to my food while the girls talk between themselves. Called you a nerd in her mind? How do you sign language like know you? That's what I would do. I would sign language like know you. Learning, like dedicating myself to learning sign just so I can BM the deaf girl properly. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they're talking about a secret girl stuff or something. I quickly notice the conversation in sign is not enough to fill a silence. We arrive in the classroom early, but we're not the first. The dark-haired girl I noticed before slumped over her desk in the last row. She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I can feel her tension all the way from here, as if she were slowly turning into stone just from our presence. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind it as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. I'm left wondering about her even when the classroom slowly fills with other students and finally the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of school feels strange. It's as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time spent in the hospital that made me feel like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Besides me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hichan. Got to hurry already, since there's a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it. Oh wait, the teacher said I'd have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go? If that's so, we can at least show you that much. Come on, the nurses have their own building, so we have to go outside. We join the flow of students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out to other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building right next to the school. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually part of the main building. This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the other nurses' offices. They even have a swimming pool. How's that official? Don't be silly, Hichan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in there too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going on then. See you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks, bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education. I guess it's necessary for a place like this. I walk in hoping that this really will be only a quick visit like the teacher said. On the white door, to the left is a green cross with the text head nurse and a nameplate. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large and it smells strange. A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils, and there are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Hello there, what can I do for you today? He's young-looking and sort of rugged, but the dimples in his cheek wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse? He smiles like a person who has heard this very same question hundreds of times. Why, yes I am. It says so on the door, no? You can call me by my name or just the nurse like everyone else, says smiling man, so what's his name? Of course, I shake off my confusion, realizing I probably should grab his extended hand. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm a new student, and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hisao Nakai. His eyes light up with a revelation and he snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that Nakai. I was just reading a file in the morning. Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right? He gestures me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes. Good, well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kinds of facilities available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone from my staff around, even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there's a problem. The famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery. His joke feels so out of place that I'm left thinking why he even said it. Yeah, just that it's really weird to have so many medical people at a school. You'll get used to it. I'm not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know it. No, just let me find your file again. While he searches for something from his computer and he shuffles stacks of paper around, I let my gaze wander around the room. It's the epitome of generic, I'd like to say. Beige walls and ceiling, dark gray laminate flooring, and all the equipment you'd expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all four walls, reminding me to eat properly. 3 times a day and from all the fruit groups. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. So, you already have medication for the arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and every evening or it won't be much help. Apart from that, do you do any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing? He grins to his own joke, but I don't. Yeah, well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. Alright, I'm afraid I'm going to have to recommend you refrain from doing that, at least for the time being. Oh. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow, but really I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. I guess I never did it out of burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do. Any kind of concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? There's no mention of the cause in your papers. Or, not exactly. I sidestepped the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers with a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise would do you good. We have physical therapy and such available, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks or even light jogging, jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe there's a pool here. So I was told. You were very good. At any rate, I'm sure you've been told this before, you just need to take care not to overexert yourself. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I've heard this 1,000 times already. Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. Okay. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content. Good, that's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit indeed. I end up standing in front of the main building and the auxiliary building, although to my eyes they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seems to know where they're going, and I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? Or one of us? I should go somewhere to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The wariness in me only grows as I trudge towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There's a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms, shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh cut grass that fills the atmosphere. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel because I haven't been outside at all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick. Like the others, it feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward, going inside. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 19119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like in the main building, the halls and doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. The same goes for the elevators at the end of the hallways. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. It seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I guess that's perfectly fine with me. I climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these mirror halls seems to have a toilet and a shower, as well as 4 rooms. About halfway down the hall, I spy room 119. The nameplates on the rooms adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the dorm of room 117, so I knock lightly. Hello, is anyone home? From inside, I hear a few movements, then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaks open. It's Harry Potter. A bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He's looking at me very intently through his extremely thick eyeglasses. Who is it? Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. He's Sao Nakai. I'm moving into the next room. I thought I should introduce my... His face suddenly brightens in realization as he stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting, almost straight to my diaphragm. Oh, sup, dude. The name's Kenji. Hi. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome. There's some suspicious-looking people going in and out of your room earlier. Probably my parents. Your parents? You sure? Because they could have been some other people too. You can't judge a book by its cover. His out-of-place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. You're a brave man, he saw. Me, I don't think I could trust the chances. The only one I trust is myself. What are you saying? What? Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while. A wise decision. Damn, you are smarter than you look. It's giving Nikolai, it's giving Jeffrey. It's not Jeffrey yet, but it might be. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart. He squints his eye and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it. Never mind, doesn't matter. With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Bleak beige walls, white linen, a desk made of some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room, impersonal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting at the foot of my bed, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi, Hee-chan. We've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mom and Dad. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. Kind of hoped I would have, then there would be something to do. It's still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed, feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. Wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before coming in for the entire day today too. I still am, I think. Damn, I have to distract myself somehow, so I won't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow, I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. For now, pill time, is it? Bottles of medication neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick up one, shake it just to hear the contents rattle inside, then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Saonakai, 2 tablets daily to stay alive. Doesn't really say that, but it could just as well. It's kind of twisted having your life depend on chemicals like that. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosages. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain, and after that I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. It doesn't start looking any more familiar, not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm and nest-like against the chill that passes for. Soon the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night, and it becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. And after seeing Katawa Shoujo I'm have anime characters and real BGs, the real world backgrounds is still very weird to me. It's same, but also no, actually no, not same. I don't feel like it's weird anymore. I think I once did, but once Katawa Shoujo shook me to my core, I've gotten used to anime characters with IRL backgrounds. Are you half reading or is the audio fucked? I am reading all of it, I think. That's concerning. Soon the lighter okay, yeah, I read this. The night beckons me to sleep. I'm reading all of this. My mouth is moving. I'm reading all of this. Is my mouth moving? My mouth is moving, right? My mouth is moving. I'm reading all of this. I have not skipped anything yet. Oh god. I hope that's fine. Is the audio okay? Everyone let me know if the audio is not okay or something. Anyways. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear creeping up on my spine once again. I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. That's the logo. That's Katawa Shoujo. I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against the light gray ceiling. I'd forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. Oh shit, am I talking too softly? I will turn up the gain a little bit, maybe that'll help. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the third room this year I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around here remind me that indeed it's me who's supposed to be the one living here. My bag's on the floor, my new school books on the desk, my numerous medications on the night table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop out a tablet from a foil sheet. I downed them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. Has he gotten a heart attack yet? He did, like, at the prologue of the story. That's how we're introduced to the heart condition, but no, so far. He hasn't. Or if you're talking to me, you're talking about me, no, I haven't gotten a heart attack yet. But I'm very close. I have to take meds now every day or else or like every few hours or else I will. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing on someone else's clothes. The artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh cloth against my back is a good one, a natural one. It feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things, too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school, except for the people. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter and Chizune's sweeping sign language gestures. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after classes yesterday, so maybe there are clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. All through class, the question remains on my mind, so I decided to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her. She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so that the top is perfect and evenly flat. Ahaha, so sorry, Shi-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, I see. That's a good question, Hee-chan. My first thought is that it means she doesn't know, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right. Oh, that's right. Everyone is everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there isn't really anything else to do. There are also school events, like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So, you've actually transferred in at a busy time. Maybe you can help out too. Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes. Wah! Wait, how's the fucking... Yeah, there you go. I don't know, Hee-chan. The truth is it's a local event and I'm not from this area, so... She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts signing hard and heavy. Huh? Oh. Who cares? Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud. I can see heads turning to look in our direction. Not so loud. Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Okay, so what is it about? Now it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. Ha 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 ha! This school festival soon. Don't join the literature club. I mean, like, I've already joined the literature club. I've already met Sayori. Forgot who the other characters are. I've been made aware. Literature club. So we're probably not joining that again. Honestly, in these like anime when they have clubs, but then you only are allowed to like join one club. I feel like I'd be hard pressed to choose because it's like I would want to join multiple things. I don't know. The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all though, brushing it off without a care. We are in the middle of class and should start working. That's right, Shi-chan. What? That's right. Hee-chan, are you asking because you're interested in joining a club? It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance of exchange between them. Misha's tone has also changed, although it does that every other word anyway. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with long dark hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. It doesn't seem like she was working in any group, but no one seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark-haired girl go. Why doesn't he say anything? Hee-chan, is something wrong? Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or was Misha just looking at me looking after the girl who left? No, nothing. Okay, well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you? I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really. You want to have lunch together then? Sure. Yay! There we go. That's good. Yeah, that one. That was it. Okay, Chan, perfect. The rest of the class passes uneventfully. The girl with the long hair never came back. Before I have the time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all our work in time. I'm just glad we finished it at all. It's not a contest or anything. Yes, it is, Hichan. Impossible. Really? Really. I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but what anyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hand and mine, and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune. I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really, Shizune can't hear me, but it would be disrespectful to talk to her only through Misha. Then again, isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. It's not a contest because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. I never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze. Are you sure, Hichan? Very sure. You're wrong, Hichan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in the class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Shizune pushes her glasses up to the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings and she quickly gets up and picks up her bag, looking at me expectantly. I'd almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria? That's so plain. Okay, let's go. Plain? Well, I guess. In my old school, I liked to eat outside near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. Wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. You're really good at laughing? Thank you. I've worked really hard on my laughing. Shizune and Misha pulled me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in classroom or outdoors. I saw some of my classmates had boxed lunches. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier. So, Hichan, you wanted to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right? Right. Shichan. Okay, I guess it makes sense to ask first. Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture as if she's about to deliver a speech. Hichan, do you have anything you're really interested in? I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot. There is a book club, right, Hichan? Right, but it seems like they have all the members they could possibly have right now. Sorry, Hichan, it's a really popular club. Damn it. Okay, well now what? Okay, but more to the point, Hichan, does it mean that you don't have anything already in mind? Not really. Good, great, that's great, Hichan, really great. Why is it so great? No reason. Well, Hichan, other than clubs and the upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Student council. I see, I don't know this school has a student council. That was a very melodramatic setup, though, just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure the two of them know this because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it and Misha's laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion, in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says. Fuck, I skipped it. She said something after that, but I skipped it. Sorry. Sorry, why? Well, for one, we could hang out every day, Hichan. Shichan and I are both in the student council. Actually, Shichan is the president. I'm starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk about this with. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha. Ha ha ha. Hold on, no, sorry, I did it myself. I mean... Of course, we're not trying to get you to join just because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council and therefore have an incentive to try and get you to... So you're admitting that... No, we are admit nothing. I mean, Hichan, of course it would be nice if you joined and we'd appreciate it. But even without all of that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the working of one school. What the hell was that? That was all One Piece laughs. That's the title of the video. It's got 600k views. It's by Crunchyroll. Yep, it's true, Hichan. Besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school, Hichan? I can't tell if she's being genuine or if this is just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying really hard to look their cutest, although they are already pretty cute to begin with. Well, so it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Hichan. What? No, no. Aw, see, Hichan, of course it wouldn't go so easily. Yep, that's right. Though it would be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, Hichan owes me candy now. You were betting on it? Hey, my life is not a game here. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eyes. That's interesting, Hichan. Let's play a game. That's not what I said. How about rich man, poor man, Hichan? If you lose, you have to join the student council. No, absolutely not. Oh, why not? Well, because you two both have the same incentive and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right? Yep. Yeah, that isn't my goal, but what this means is that both of you can team up and I'll be at a clear disadvantage, so I'll have to decline. Well, it can be a 1v1. Whatever. Hichan, I'm very offended. Are you saying that you don't trust us? That we will pull something so... disingenuous? That makes me sad. Sorry? It's hard to tell where Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin. In order to atone for hurting a young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council. No! How about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man? Paper football? Yeah, it's a game they play in America. They do? Wow, that's crazy. You make a paper triangle and then you try to shoot it past goalposts that the other player makes with their fingers. Isn't it cool? It's the ultimate form of competition between two people, Hichan. And it's also played by elementary and middle school children, Hichan. That means it's a game that really separates the boys from the man. More like the boys from the slightly older boys. Anyways, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact that you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it. School uniforms remind me of UMB. Well, yeah. It is what it is. Man, it is what it is. At least we don't have a 10-year age gap with these girls here. I think we're like the same age. I think we're the same age. Yeah, that's true. How did you know, Hichan? Shizune frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me into the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before, or even known anybody who was a member, so it interests me. I also kind of like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Okay, Hichan, how about Risk, the game of world domination? I don't know what that is. It's really fun, Hichan. You fight for control of the world with armies and everything. Sounds like Shizune would be good at it. If you want to play, we can after school. Oh, really, Shichan? We can just play for fun. Hichan. Shichan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there are no strings attached. Well, okay. Okay, perfect. We'll see you after school in the student council room then, Hichan. Wait, why there? Because that's where we keep the game. I grimace to tell them how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. So in the end I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete by just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down in her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I've been considering it. Nevertheless, I've been a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to a cell. What's wrong, Hee-chan? That's right, we're just gonna go play a game of Risk, remember? I don't know, Misha, this all seems a little sinister to me. I start thinking that when we sit down and play the game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council. Well, that's highly unlikely, but still. For some reason, it just seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What? That's it? This makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly. That's not true, Hee-chan. Shi-chan says that when their life is threatened, people have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed. Life is threatened? Her expression unchanging, Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hand behind her back, looking pleased with herself. Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that, I know you heard me. You have no excuse, unlike Shizune. Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's a very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it is quite large, maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs, and a smaller desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked onto one side as well. Extras, perhaps. Aside from the tables and chairs, this room doesn't have much else to offer. Just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old student records, school records, and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. They could have at least put a potted plant in here or something, but the most noticeable thing that this room doesn't have is other people. Are we early? No. What do you mean no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today? Yeah, that's right. Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically. Hee-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Wait, fuck. I clicked on the wrong thing. No, I wanted to... Never mind, I skipped that line. While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, it looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking running through the basics with somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game has started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm through the air. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when I agreed to this. Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from 2 fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention. Hee-chan, Shi-chan wants you to know that you are taking too long to make a move. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! If you scroll up, you can check the backlog. Oh, you can! I didn't know that. Holy shit, I didn't know you could scroll. I've been clicking this whole time. Okay, thank you. I can do that line now. Okay. Do you want to know the rules? We can explain it to you while we set everything up. And they set it up, okay. Okay, so returning to this. It takes me too long to make a move. That's my problem with a lot of board games, in particular chess, is like when I try to play at least a little bit, which is why I'm fucking awful at it and I stopped playing very early on, is like I take way too much time to make moves because I'm thinking way too much in advance. that it doesn't even, and that I end up missing what's in front of me very easily. So, despite what you may think, I am terrible at board games. It doesn't help that, at least, and I don't think, like, I think once or twice is coincidence, but if it's been happening, you know, your whole 60 years of life, then it probably says something, right? But I am extremely unlucky. I don't think anything has ever gone my way. In a game of chance, I lose. That is the expected outcome. In the event of a 50-50, for example, if it was a coin flip, I would probably guess a coin flip correctly like 30% of the time. Why? I don't know. I'm just saying this is across the 60 years of my life. This has been the case, okay? So that combined with the other factor, you know, me taking too long to make moves, means I'm fucking terrible at board games. And if anyone invites me to play, I don't really play the board game itself. Or rather, I'm not too focused on winning the board game itself. I personally don't, because I like, part of it is because I don't, like, I'm not gonna win because I'm fucking horrible at it probably. But also the other part of it is because I see it as a meta game. I think board games are a metagame in the sense that when you play a board game, there's a magic circle, right? You agree to kind of be within this space and play competitively, you know, and do your best. And of course I do my best. I don't throw games, but what I do focus, what I end up doing more of is, rather than making game winning moves, I like to make funny moves in the game. Like, instead of making good moves, I'll make moves that are interesting to watch. Because although it might not be the most rational way forward to win the game, it helps me play the meta game. And the meta game beyond the board game, right, is you're hanging out with people and you're having fun. You're hanging out with people and you're playing like a board game, right? And this is a hangout. This is at the end of the day, this is a social event. This is a social thing. Say what it seems, right? So if you can make a move that wins the meta game, that's a better game to win than the game itself. That's what I think. So if I make a move and it's like, it's not like an intentionally throwing move, but I'll take risks. I'll take huge risks in board games when I play. Like, for example, if I'm playing, I don't know, Risk. I've never played Risk, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. When I'm playing a board game, I'll make huge plays, and I like to be very, like, bombastic about it. Like, I'm putting all on the line here. It's gambling time. And this works because combined with the fact that I naturally just, across the 60 years of my life, have terrible luck, means most of the time my play falls flat on its face and I like lose, and it's a spectacular defeat. But that makes for a fun moment in the meta game. That makes for a fun moment when you're hanging out and you're playing, rather than everyone playing super competitively and, you know, figuring out all the moves and calculations. Like, the big plays are what makes it fun, right? And if I win, that's fucking great. Like, that's great if I can make a big play and win. But most likely I'm gonna lose, which is also fine because I'm winning the metagame. So that's my board game playstyle, if anyone was wondering. I don't think anyone was wondering this, frankly speaking, but I wanted to say it anyways. So yeah. Shishan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council. I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. And anyway, no. Chi-chan admires your fighting spirit and will be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council. You're so competitive, Shizune. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little more magnanimous. Magnanimous? She doesn't seem to know what the word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index fingers against her temples, as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly, Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing. Oh wait, please slow down, Shi-chan. Hee-chan, Shi-chan says you're going to lose. Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion. Ah, okay. Those eyes of hers shine with childlike mischief. She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. She has a point attack aggressively. It's a trap. It's smarter to play defensive. It's definitely a trap. She's like lulling me into a play style. That means that this benefits her more than anything else, which means I'm not going to do it. Well, to accurately assess the situation, I have to see how it benefits me, but I'm not seeing the state of this board, so. It's likely that she's just trying to psych me out. Looking at the board again, I have a pretty good defense setup, and I'm not going to wreck it doing something reckless. A few turns later, I lose the game anyway. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously, and allows herself to tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration. Okay, well, damn. Shi-chan, you lost when you allowed me to take North America. I mean, Shi-chan, not me. Getting control of North America is ambitious because it provides a 5 army bonus, but you can attack it from 3 fronts, so you must defend them all. Thought you'd have more guts. How disappointing. Ambition, Hichan. Your play needs to be more daring. Ambition, ambition. I was really excited when you took South America, but then you switched to playing defensively just because you gained a small advantage. That's no good, Hichan. You didn't take enough risks. When you did, you didn't follow through. That's terrible, Hichan. Damn, what's it to her if I played too carefully? There's no need to rub it in my face. Is she closer to me? Or did she, like, grow bigger? Wonder if you'd even be any good for the student council. What's this reverse psychology? I guess I don't have to worry about joining or not in that case. Giving up just like that, I expected more of you. Seriously, is Shizune trying to taunt me into joining the council? Besides, I don't even want to join. It's only my second day. I can't make that kind of commitment. I haven't even taken a look at the other clubs yet. And these two, they're a little weird. Fine, I'll consider joining the council, but I want to take a look at the other clubs before I decide. Really, Hichan? You're not just saying that to make us feel better? Yeah, I'm just not sure that I want to. Oh. Okay, Hichan, we're not going to give up so easily. You said maybe there's still a chance you'll come around. Come on, we could really have fun. We could play more Risk and maybe one day you could beat me unless we graduate before that. That doesn't make me feel any less reluctant about joining, you know. Surely you are not that horrible at board games. Maybe we can play a game, you know, then, to give you a handicap. Might have said that just to make you feel better, after all. Oh, that's cold, Hichan. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall. It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, Chichan. We think the library is open. It's on the 2nd floor. Can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No thanks, it's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. One flight of stairs up and I run into problems. The 2nd floor hallway is a carbon copy of the 3rd floor. Wide, of course, and plain like only hallways can be. The problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. The classrooms are marked with signs stating which class they belong to, but then there is a plethora of other unmarked rooms. Is the library one of them, or is it just somewhere down the hallway? I bet on the ladder and choose my direction at random. After I turn around the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. It's not open either, though, just barely ajar so that I can see it's open and nothing else. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that, it's good enough. At the very least, it means that someone is inside and I can ask for directions no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push in the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to the school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep, though it's much easier to open than I had anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head even further inside to gain sight of the room as fast as possible, the meek hello on my lips is quickly snatched away. This is not as I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently, having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes but doesn't look at me. Hello there, may I help you? Stared directly in front of herself, The movements of her lips seem to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's the soft, measured voice that reminds me she's a being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid eyes on, but even among the foreigners I've met, she's strikingly distinct. Hi, sorry for intruding, I was just kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand. Care to take a seat? Unexpected considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite her, the girl resting the teacup and saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling. That and the slight cloudiness to her eyes means she must be at least partially blind like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese. I'm trying to think of like... So no, this game is set in Japan and they're technically speaking Japanese even though it was written originally in English. Okay. Sure. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely uncomfortable. The calming atmosphere is so very different from the student council office. I take it you're a new student to Yamaku. Ah yeah, I just transferred in yesterday. I get the distinct feeling my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers, accentuated by her restrained bow of greeting. One which I hasten to match before realizing the futility of the action. I'm Lily Sato. Pleased to meet you. Hisao Nakai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup. Would you care for a drink? Sure. Much as it pains me, I can't keep step with her formality in the proceedings. She gives a kind nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies she laid out along a shelf. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often lightly touching the side of whichever container she's pouring into. It seems to be a process she's followed a dozen times before. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty fingers to measure the right amount of water in the cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have. It's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate with me, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I've never thought of. While I feel slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offerer preparing the drink. So, her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance. Which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school. The school library. Some classmates told me that it was on this floor. She finishes pouring water into the teacup as she nods, a small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicating it being stirred. I'm aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no? That's right, I'm in the science room with Muto. She gives a small giggle before settling down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand. He's quite a character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do. As she sets down the tea, I gently take it and have a sip. I'm really more of a coffee person, but it seems like a rather bad moment. Nonetheless, this smells quite nice. I hardly think it'd be hard to choke down. Thanks, Sato. It tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face. Lily, please, there's no need to be too formal. She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. I guess I should try and ask her about herself, as it really does seem as if she's catering to me. So which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes. Correct, I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi, and is specifically for both blind and partially blind students. I see. Sorry. I feel like clapping myself for the faux pas. Looking at her face, though, she doesn't seem in the least bit put off by it. My, there's no need to change your speech on my account. Sure, sorry, I guess I'm really showing my newness here. An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. While the same can't be said for everyone, many have come to terms with their conditions. A category which would include her, it seems. All too ready to jump ship from this particular topic, I segue into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at. How I see. It does remind me of the Toph from Avatar: The Last Airbender. There's that. I think there's just this meme where she just says I see, and that's it. That's the meme. It's just her saying I see. Good. I come here fairly often during lunch times. My duties as class representative don't leave enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having tea. Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her manner seems to be almost completely opposite. While Shizune is blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. I want everyone, if anyone here is still in chat and not like gone out of disinterest, I want to know if do I strike you as the type to be a class representative or like a student council member? You know, like one of those roles. Do I seem the type? I need to know. I need to know this. I haven't told you if I am or if I was. But I want to know if it comes off that way. It's similar to the sibling question I asked like many streams ago when I asked, do I give the impression that I have siblings? I'm not gonna fucking tell you, obviously, but like, I want to know what you think and how I'm presenting myself right now. Anyways, that's just a question for the side. Come to think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view of the school's clubs. What kinds of clubs are there to join? The more popular ones are the track and field club, which use the field near the school during lunchtimes, the baseball club, and the book club in a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, though, such as the art and music clubs. At a time when I'm just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly unappealing. I wonder if this school shares the same rule as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club? It isn't, though it is encouraged. Ah, good, that's a relief. I've really let down my guard around this girl to let such a thing slip out. The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. As I look over to the window over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room has a distinctly orange tint. That's quite nice. Even here, time doesn't stand still. Oh, the time's gone quickly. Sorry? Right, she's blind. Of course she can't see the sun setting. I have to tell her that. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to come as a surprise for her. I guess she must have lost track of the time. Sorry, Isao, I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long. I quickly moved to allay her concern. Oh no, it's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems likely to know in any case. True, it's open until 6:30 during weekdays. Okay. A quick glance at my watch confirms I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking to you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you to where the library is? I couldn't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it all right. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me, which they seem to have a habit of doing. It's all right. I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I could introduce you. Well, in that case, if you're insisting, yeah, absolutely. No. Chairman would be vice pres, not outspoken and loud enough to go for it first, but ridden with responsibility and forced to accept being the one who acts when pres skips class. Pres skips class. That is a very specific reading, and it terrifies me how specific that is, because there's a good amount of detail in that assessment that you just made, and I don't think I'm ready to confirm or deny that now. Am I? Hold on, let me think about it. Okay, I will. Okay, no, I guess I will say, because like, the topics come up. I was vice. Yes. At some point in my life, many years ago, because I'm 60 now, so it was many years ago. Lord, yeah, you're gonna get a lore drop here because not many people are gonna watch this Katawa Shoujo stream anyways. The lore drop is, yes, I was vice, but no, that's not how it went for me. Like, it was less that I wasn't outspoken and loud enough and written responsibility. It's more like I was vice because I worked really well with the president. I guess the equivalent is the president. And I was his like right hand man basically. But it wasn't like he wasn't goofing off and doing nothing. Like he wasn't just skipping class and like leaving me to all the work. He was doing most of the work actually. but I was helping with it as well, like just as much. I think I also handled a lot of the communication, like, because there's like I was like this, because he had so much to do, and he was also in the position that he's like, you know, the head guy. A lot of like the younger students were kind of intimidated to talk to him because they're not like, they don't know him, right? They're just like, oh, this is like the official guy. So me being the vice person, people were more like inclined to come over and talk to me, and I'd be like, yeah, sure, no problem, I can help you deal with that if you have anything, and I can pass it on. I can pass on the message. And then, you know, like I would hang out. I was close friends with like the president equivalent, I guess. We would hang out just a lot, and so like in between like hanging out and stuff, we could also just get work done out of the way. And also we love coming up with ideas for stuff. Like we just love talking and thinking about things. And so when it came time to do, you know, like festivals or whatever, like things where you need to plan ahead and think about stuff, I we bounced ideas around. I came up with most of the ideas. I think I came up with most of the ideas we ended up running with, but like it was always like I would throw 10,000 things to the wall and he would approve the ones that worked, and the ones he approves like ends up like kind of being, you know, executed on, and it's usually great. Damn, you strike me more of a he'll do it when no one else can. I'll do it. Oh, I'll do it when no one else can. That is me. That is, yes, that's true. But also I would not work with someone who wouldn't do their work. Like, yes, I'll fucking do it. If no one else is doing it, I'll fucking do it. That's true. But in order to not overexhaust myself, I've developed a keen eye to see if, you know, people are willing to actually also do their best, or if they're gonna slack off and do nothing. And I just don't, and I'm not usually around people who slack off and do nothing. Because it's just, you're just inviting more work for yourself. I'm willing to go above and beyond for people who are willing to put in the same amount of effort, is what I'm trying to say. But if you're not willing to put any effort, I'm not going in there. Because it's, you know, it's for my sake. I need to think about I need to think about myself, right? Wait 1 second. I need to go check on something really quick. How do I go away? Let me, hold on. No, I didn't leave the oven on. No, that's not what I went to. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. It wasn't anything serious. It was just on my mind for a while. I was like, did I? Never mind. Carbon monoxide? No, it's not carbon. It's not my carbon monoxide alarm. No. You'd be great in class projects. Yes, I would be in good groups, and I would be able to contribute to the good groups. So my style is like, if there's a class project, I I have the capacity to carry the group if it is like, you know, randomly assigned and unfortunate and it is what it is, then I have the capacity to carry and I will. I'm not gonna fault the other people for not doing shit because it's a waste of my effort and time to spend any more effort in trying to like course correct other people and their bad choices. Okay, I'll ask them to help, and if they won't, they won't. You know, fuck off. They'll fuck off, and then it is what it is. I'll do everything myself. I'm more than capable. But I would prefer not to. So if it's not like randomly assigned, I tend to gravitate, or rather, I am naturally, I think, because of my competence and how easy I am to work with, I usually am with people who are also like me, like who are also competent and easy to work with, and that as a result makes it a lot easier. You would snitch? I would never snitch. I would not snitch. Okay, that's a lie. I did snitch once. Never mind, that's a lie. I had there was like a project. There was a project I had to do. And like it was randomly assigned group. So, but it was like 3 people, right? It was me and 2 other people. One person was putting in just as much effort as I was. One person was slacking off and like, you know, not doing anything. So like I snitched, but only because I was standing up for the other guy. Like if it was just me, I'd be like, fuck it, I don't care. But it was also for the other person. It's unfair for him too. Because like we put as much effort in. I personally don't care, but like he cares a little bit about this third person who like didn't do shit. So I went to the teacher, or like the instructor, I forget, like whatever. I went to the instructor and was like, okay, listen, this piece of shit wasn't doing anything. Like I did this after we handed and submitted the project and everything. We did it all already. I went up to the instructor and I was like, this person didn't do shit. And it made it very difficult for both of us. But after having talked about it with my other classmate who was like working, who actually did work hard on this, we've decided that we don't care enough to have his like, you know, grade bumped down or something to compensate for the lack of work. We're like, whatever, but we just wanted to let you know that's going on. So in the future, when you plan your classes, instructor, you'll be able to figure out what the like that randomly assigning people is not a great idea. It's fucking terrible, in fact. Because this shit happens. But we're willing to, you know, swallow it and just take it. We're willing to just have it pass by. That was us. But we wanted to let you know. That's what I did. I did it, but I only snitched because I was standing up for the other person, okay? If it was just me, it was 2 other like jerk offs, then like I'm not like, then I don't care. I'll carry, I'll do the thing, I'll complete it, I'll do it excellently, and then I'll like leave. And then I won't talk about it. But they're definitely, I'm not gonna be on good terms with them. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not gonna go like afterwards or outside of the academic setting, go like, hey, you want to grab lunch? No, fuck off. Like if they asked me, I would say no, fuck off, probably. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to make their like life worse as retribution. I don't believe in that. Anyways, that's a little far off topic, I think. Let me resume the game. She was gonna introduce me. Lily, she was gonna introduce me to the librarian. This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that'd be great, thanks. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight, retractable cane that had been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looked much thinner and longer. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers. We slowly walk through the hallway. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an appreciative smile at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. Is she blind? Yes, she is fully blind, I think. That's her character. She's fully blind. Her name is Lily something. I forgot what her last name was, but I remember her name is Lily. To the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with the distinct smell of old books giving the place an almost old world air. There doesn't seem to be a lot of students here. Considering the time, it isn't a big surprise. Everyone's probably either in the school grounds or the dorms. Yuko, are you here? She says it to thin air since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. Aww. The origin, apparently the librarian, quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi Lily, how can I help you? Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual, and she's rubbing the back of her head. Good afternoon, what happened just now? I heard a strange sound. It's nothing, I just hit my head. See, I dropped an eraser under my desk, and while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came and surprised me. Are you alright? I'm sorry I couldn't... No. It's okay. Sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me. She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could be in any way inconvenienced by her bashing her head on the counter. Yes, worse things have happened. Hehe. The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression, and then she shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, freckles, and a very troubled look, she seems to fit a library perfectly. Ah, Lily, did you get my message? Message, Held the two imported books that arrived. Right, they finally came. I can't believe it took so long, but amidst her celebrations, partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she notices me from the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does. Oh no, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. Do you need to check out a book or return one? I'm sorry. The way she can so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling. He's with me. Yuko, this is Hisao, a new student. Hisao, this is Yuko, the school librarian. Pleased to meet you. Hisao, right, Hisao. Pleased to meet you too, Hisao. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget. Yuko often arranges to import foreign books here in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hisao a little something about the library? Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of abject terror. Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility. How it's any responsibility at all, I don't get it. But her objection is so sincere, I don't doubt for a second that she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are. Ah, yes, I'm a light novel reader, of course. But, so there are a lot of books in Braille here. Where's being in time? That's what I'm looking for. Where's either or? Where's either or? I want to know. Where's sickness unto death? Where's a literary, 2 ages a literary critique? Where's that? I want to read that. I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. It seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense. Well, I think about a third or fourth of Yamaku's library is either in Braille or audio. Makes sense, given all the blind students that be here. If it's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place? Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. Probably why. I spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelve all of them. It's so troublesome, and they waste so much. I wish I could quit my job. Fuck, man. Oh, I feel it. Alright. Anyways. A very awkward silence follows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisles then, if you don't mind. It's probably best for all of us she doesn't keep talking to me. Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko and I would have those books if it's alright with you. My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. Ambling down the narrow aisles, I study the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for choice in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large print and Braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily and snuck with us in here, unless it was here to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks, set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk, either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting in one of several beanbags. It's the dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. From the way she was acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Intrigue floats slowly but surely towards the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate after all. Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my books beside it. The girl starts, looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. This is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I can see that part of her face, at least a third if not a half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second, I'm shocked and divert my eyes to the book in her hands, before I realize that looking away probably only makes it worse. It takes too many seconds to collect myself and remember what I walked up to her for. Do I say, hi, I'm new here, we're in the same class, or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you? I just say both. I would say both of these things. I would say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. By the way, I'm Hisao Nakai, we're in the same class. Nice to meet you. You know, I would just say both. I don't know why it's a choice, but I guess it's like, which one do you want to open with? I guess it's this one then. I would open with the apology. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's okay. The girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? She seems to be very uncertain whether it's okay or not for me to sit, but finally she nods, just a little. Okay. I take the seat next to her and she hides herself behind her book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry again for startling you, I'm Hisao. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying. I know. We are in the same class. Her speech is stilted and so quiet that it's barely audible even in the still library. Somehow I think that my delinquent impression of her was wrong. Hanako. I'm Hanako. Would say both too. Exactly, that's the polite thing to do, of course. I resist the urge to say, that's a nice name, just to have something to say, but really it's the only thing that I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other, and here I am being all bothered and fussed about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check these books if you don't mind. She nods a little and sighs a little sigh of relief. So I try to read the covers and the introductions of the books I picked up, and she buries her face in her book. Uncomfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander to her direction, and I sneak peeks at her flowing hair and the scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize that she's doing the same and only pretending to be immersed in Life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When her gazes finally meet, the chain reaction is unstoppable. She stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath. I've got to go do something. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair like takeoff catches me off guard, so I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she's nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Hey, did you notice a girl run past here? Maybe. What did she look like? Long dark hair, kind of shy. She had, well, some scars on her face. You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you? Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something. Oh dear, Yuko, would you excuse me? I had better try and find her. Sure, I'll just hold on to these until you come back. What's going on? I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time. Right, I'll see you later then. Basic, I like Hanako. I don't think there's such a thing as basic, right? All the girls are kind of like... None of them strike me as like a normie answer, you know what I mean? So far. I know there's like 3 more girls you have to meet, I think. Or 2? 3, I think. She is super awkward though. Okay, not accurate though. This encounter is not accurate because I don't startle the awkward people. In fact, the awkward people tend to gravitate towards me because I look very approachable and like not awkward. Like I look very tolerant of awkward people, if that makes any sense. Like I am very okay. More lore drops, I guess, because I guess now we're in the mood for lore, because now I'm in the mood to talk about this stuff because we're in like a school environment. I can talk about it, I guess. I was not very popular, but well, I was like known, but I wasn't like popular. Like I did not hang out with like the cool kids per se, but I was on good terms with the cool kids. I, however, was popular. I was very popular among the unpopular people. The people who are like lame and are like loser nerds, you know, like VTuber viewers or VTubers, gravitated towards me during my time, because I think I just gave off the vibe that I was not, like, I wasn't very judgmental, and I was willing to like, yeah, you know, you're a loser. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but so am I, and that's fine. That's okay. We can be losers. It's not a problem. There are bigger concerns in the world than that. And so that made it so that I was quite approachable to people who would normally not like approach other people. So what I'm saying is Hanako would not have gotten up and ran away from me if it was me. Okay, that's all I'm saying. If it was me, she would have probably been like somewhat comfortable to be around me. All these girls deserve all the love in the world too. Too bad it's a dating sim though, and you would have to break the hearts of everyone but one. Maybe not though, right? Maybe you choose the girl and you go with her route and you know, you get her ending, but all the other girls also get like a happy ending. I don't know, maybe they date each other, who knows? But like, you know, maybe they also get the love and appreciation that they deserve. Just not from me, right? That's okay. That's fine if that's the case. Do we make a fan canon that he had a fan club? No, I didn't. That's very far from the truth. I said I was very approachable. That's what I said. I am the no, I would not be. Actually, yeah, I'm not, because here's the thing with like fan clubs or whatever, or like, you know, people who have fan clubs. It's like oftentimes when you have a fan club, it's because you're very like, there's a certain, when someone is like the object of a fan club, right? It's because that person has been in some ways elevated to like this status that is like deserving of like, you know, being a fan of, you know, like this elevated status from this human being, this individual. And I did not have an elevated status. I had like the opposite. I had like a very grounded, like I'm kind of weird, but I am just a guy. Like I'm not unapproachable. I'm not like, so that's not, so what I'm trying to say that is not true, and that would not happen, and that is not real. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to the library. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Did I do something wrong? What did you do? Nothing. I was just looking for some books, and then she got this fit and ran off. The most offending thing I can think of was that I might have looked at her general direction a few times. Well, she is a very timid girl. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy, I think, and she's not accustomed to talking with other people. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. It's just how he is. She is, I guess, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing, but then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casually only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. I think it's an elephant only if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. It makes me smile and she blushes heavily. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really reasonable. Yes. Yeah, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. That's true. Like, I'm making a big deal out of what's going on right now. Everyone else is just kind of like, yeah, this is, it may seem shocking to you, but this is every day for me. And I need to ground myself in that. Neither of us had anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. People who have papers on their desks really do like doing that. Did you find any books? They should be closing soon. I mean, this library should be closing, but I have to do it. I hope that's not too inconvenient for you. Oh, yeah, I want some books, but I left them over there because I'll just go get them. I fetched our stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter. Oh, you read a lot, don't you? I surprised myself with that too, honestly, at least when I really think about it. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill that time. I couldn't do much else. I see. But she doesn't say anything else and just checks out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. I suppose it is. Holding the library books with one arm, I trawl in my pocket for the key to the door. A sudden sound from behind startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying or the keys that I almost managed to get into the lock. Sounds a bit ableist. Like, so like you're exactly like I'm not sure which line you were referring to exactly, but the protagonist is is kind of ableist. Yeah, I think part of the what makes this probably I'm willing to bet that the like as the story goes he becomes like more understanding, of course, but he does definitely start off as like ableist. Like he's definitely like he spends his inner monologue going like, no, I don't want to go to I don't want to go to a special school. That's for people who are different, and like disabilities are bad. Like disabilities are literally make you a worse human being or something, right? That's like his internal monologue as we begin. That's why he has such like a like he's very standoffish with a lot of the people he meets initially, which I think is supposed to be overcome by the point of the story, right? Where he slowly learns to like humanize the people around him. In which case, great fucking story already. Like great story premise. I wonder how the execution will be. Who is it? I turn around to see who's talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously. Who is me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again? His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, but we've met before, yesterday. I don't think so. I'd remember someone who I met only yesterday. When was that? What day is it today? I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what? Prove that we've met before. You live across the hall, you're Kenji. Masaka! That's what he does, right? He jumps back and he does like, so in my head canon is like, they're not actually Japanese, they're all American, but he likes to pretend he's Japanese. That's my headcanon. Kenji, even though it's like that's completely untrue. Even though that is completely untrue, by the way, but it's just funny to me if I think of it that way. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with an uncomprehending fear. How do you know my name? Damn, this can only mean one of two things. Either we have met and you are telling the truth and I just can't remember it, or you are a spy. He pauses. A psychic spy. His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic. How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader. Kenji points a finger in my face damningly. Unlike you. Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room. Lies. If you think you can pass Asisa just because I'm legally blind, you are sorely mistaken. You don't even look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim. Maybe at a distance, but who do you think you're kidding? I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Exasperated, I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Stay there. Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still, lest he assault me physically, although I doubt he could do much damage even if he did. Oh wait, I see it now. Damn, it really is you. Sighing again, and then once again for good measure, I step backwards just in case. What's up, man? We don't look too good. I think something's wrong. I don't know. I just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually. Even if you discount this one. I can't get a proper touch on other people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either. That's rough, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in. I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us. You see, this is how it is, this world. There's no justice. You see, even when I lose, I win because I don't lose the lesson. What does that even mean? It doesn't matter. He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand. So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face? Okay, actually, I'm changing that real quick. He is a Westaboo. Kenji is probably a Westaboo. He dresses up. His favorite thing is Harry Potter. And he says like English phrases from time to time that he doesn't understand the meaning of. He's the opposite of like weeaboos in the West. Kenji says like, oh my god, in like the Joseph Joestar way. In the same way like a lot of English speaking people say Japanese phrases and fuck it up like I just did. But like I did it intentionally because it was part of the joke, right? Anyways. It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally too, she actually ran away from me. It's my fault really, I think. I'm not really used to all this yet. A girl, a cute one? Cute? That's a hard question. She had a nice body and really beautiful hair, but the face, I guess it could go either way. She wasn't cute, she was cute. She was cute, yeah. Yeah, cute, I guess. I knew it. There are a lot of cute girls here. A strangely disproportionate amount. I believe this is one of the dark secrets of this school. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen? I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets? Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Have you noticed that the number of girls in the school is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60-40. He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing. I was gonna say that's my viewership, but actually it's totally different. I think my stats right now are like 80% male viewership, which is crazy. It's never been this high ever since the 100% it used to be at. Okay, now it's 70%. Now it's 70%. I played, after having played Love and Deep Space for 2 streams, it balanced out a bit more to like 30% female, 70% male. 0 NBs though. It is what it is. There was a lot of NB slander going around, going around as the past few streams I was doing when I was talking about like gender dynamics. So I guess that makes sense. I had that coming. Why is it like this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that is a full 20%. Oh man, don't quote statistics at me, man. One would think that a school with such a huge pool of women would be a man's dream, but no. What I'm about to tell you could blow your mind. Are you ready? I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I'm not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not. I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a Oh man, that's crazy. The site of a feminist infiltration. Brilliant. This disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. They really were fighting the gender wars, huh? Just another skirmish in the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not a 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man. Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. In the past, the buildup of a military has always been the clearest sign of imminent war. So I see where like the 4chan inspiration is now. Japan is just the first step. Our economy is badass and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of political value. The perfect target. They are so cunning, as expected of women. Soon the day will come when Kenji's voice trails off ominously. That's why you can't trust them. They will string you along and then kill you, just as they killed me. You will end up just like me. They killed you, man? My condolences. I didn't know you were dead. It wasn't an obvious physical condition that was shown to me, I guess. Is this true? Can any women can any women in the comments confirm that, like, that you're, like, what is it? Yeah, this is your, like, whole political plan? You're gonna string me along and then kill me, specifically. And then also Kenji, I guess. Big if true. Yes? Oh, fuck. He's onto something then. Damn. Maybe Kenji is cooking. I really hope I don't end up just like you. Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out. Bro sleeps with one eye open. And his glasses on. He strikes me as someone who sleeps with his glasses on. From like paranoia. Hey, what the hell does that mean? You said it, not me. Best I can think of. So you're not supposed to say something like that. Damn, so rude. Where was I? Oh yeah, vast feminist conspiracy. Stop it, stop. I lost you way back there somewhere around feminist infiltration. Too hard to follow? It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets? You like puppets? No puppets. You don't like puppets? Okay, graphs are still cool though, right? He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in an animated way as he continues to rant on. This is too strange. I had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear that I was wrong. Something on your mind, dude? Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset. You mean that's you? That can't be, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That is my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. What the hell? There can't be two last sane men. It would invalidate the whole last part, and that part is kind of important. Me when I'm the first and last philosopher VTuber and another philosopher VTuber debuts because it's a gimmick that's going to be exploited in the future, I think, probably. Actually, no, there was already one that debuted. Someone debuted after me and she had like more clout than me. She had like a ton more subscribers because her channel was for like art and other things. But there was a new like philosopher VTuber that debuted, so I'm no longer the last philosopher VTuber. It does invalidate the whole last part, and that part is kind of important. It's true, I stand with Kenji. What can I say? Like Kenji is comedy relief. I think I like him as well as a character. Because I anticipate that like we're gonna confront this eventually, and it's not just gonna be the same tired gag. Like it's gonna evolve, but we'll see. So far, I like him. Women are lizard people? Well, and some men too. I can tell you that. I can tell you from our side of the war. I can tell you that some of us are also lizard people, but I'm not gonna tell you who. I won't. Most of them are in positions of power, and they are like CEOs of mega corporations, so it's not too difficult to pick them out. There can only be one. There can only be one, like in that foreign movie where there could only be one, and in the end there is only one dude left because that was the point. I have never seen anyone talk so heatedly and so defensively about absolutely nothing before. Anyway, if you wait here, I can get my graphs. I also have a list of the other dark and complex conspiracies that this school holds as tangled as... Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal. I'm going to go to bed now. It's extremely late. That doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever. I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them. Denial is a terrible thing. Later. He claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly, it's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and just go to my room, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. It takes me some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed. The school is like some kind of bizarre, and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony, one would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anywhere else would be easy. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and the words are left echoing off my empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. This place really is more of a school and less a hospital, pretending it's a school, than I thought it would be. Would anyone actually want to be the last sane person on Earth? That would drive anyone crazy. Anyone who's insane will make that claim. If anyone makes the claim that they want to or are the last sane person on Earth, then they are insane, and they just don't realize it yet. Because if you wanted to be the last sane person on Earth, it would be insane. It would be insane to want to be the last sane person. I'd rather not. I open one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desktop. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. Katawa Shoujo. Is that what they do? That's like the Full Metal Alchemist. I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So this situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head and see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now, there is no escape." Hichan, it looks like we're together again. Yay, yay! Too close, too close. Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. What's wrong, Hichan? Oh, Hichan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, Hichan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right.
Hammer, 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 hammer.
I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my... Oh, shit, what? Oh, there's like a... Can I just... Oh, I just by the right click, okay. I'm so happy that you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only two problems. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back to how shy she was, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Who? Hichan. Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, Hichan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? Yeah, a little bit, right? I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hichan. Why not? What? Hichan wouldn't get along with her. Why? Mishu shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that little lilting up and down quality present in everything she says. Just because, Hichan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time. What, Hichan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds so harsh. I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, Hichan. It's fine if you overhear. I appreciate her honesty. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time? So there's never a conversation Shizune will be left out of? It's good. Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hichan. We finished with time to spare, and I decided to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly the food so far has been subpar. In a sense, Shizune and Misha arguing among themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have the time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe. They seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks. The ones with actual boxed lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. But when I watch Hanako, it feels like I'm the only one who can see her, almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I've started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. You know what? That's a good question. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself on her own accord? You know who would know the answer to this? Like, you know who I would ask right now? I would go and ask Lily. That's what I would do. What to do? Go talk with Hanako, read my book. I'll go talk to her. I still feel bad for making her run away yesterday, so I'd better say something. Hey there, Hanako. He's out. Well, at least she remembers my name. Hey, just wanted to apologize again for yesterday. I didn't mean to startle you or something. I guess I'm startling you now as well, right? I don't know. I'm just new here and I thought I should get to know my classmates. Hanako looks up to me. I notice her scarring once more. It's a little bewildering that you can barely notice it from across the room, but it's so noticeable from up close. That's okay. It was my fault. No, that wasn't anyone's fault. It kind of just happened. Exactly. He's getting it. Hisao's getting it. It's crazy that the dating sim protagonist has some level of emotional maturity. That's kind of crazy. And this is just the beginning of his arc. Like, he's still kind of an ableist. So, are you waiting for someone? I saw you looking at the door before. Yes, Lily. Oh, you mean Lily the blind girl? Hanako only nods in response, and I can't help but wonder if defining people through their disabilities is a faux pas. The worst kind or just normal here. I think it's not the way to go. That's what I think. I don't think you shy away from the fact that she's blind, but I wouldn't like go around talking to people like, oh yeah, the blind girl, because there's like her whole class is like full of people who are blind, right? Isn't that like her whole class is like specifically designed and maintained to accommodate for that? This is fucking stupid. Even if not insensitive, it's fucking stupid. Just as I was congratulating the MC on some sort of emotional maturity. All right, it's okay. We'll learn in time. I guess that explains why Lily took off after her yesterday. She seems like a nice girl. Are you two friends? Yes. As if hoping for Lily to appear, she checks over her shoulder again. I think I'm making her nervous again. I hope I'm not disturbing you right now. No, that's not it. It's just easier if Lily doesn't come here. Oh, because it's hard to get around the classroom? Not really. Hanako's gaze drifts past my shoulder and towards Shizune. Shizune? Hanako nods again. What about her? Don't they get along? Hanako shakes her head. Clearly this is something she doesn't want to talk about. They don't get along? I mean, they are like rival class representatives, I guess, but like, I don't know. I can't imagine Shizune not getting along with her. Why? It does make a strange sort of sense. Shizune and Lily not getting along. So does it? Communication between the two would be all but impossible. It's hard enough talking to Shizune through Misha, even when you can see whose hands are talking. Hanako is so focused on Shizune that I'm the first to notice Lily at the door. Oh, she's here now. Hanako spins around to confirm this. Upon seeing Lily, she quickly moves to the door. Yo, Lily. Hanako, good morning. Is the president here? Yes. Hanako glances over her shoulder at Shizune again, as if to confirm she can't hear them, even though that's impossible. I suppose we'd best be off then. Lily's sigh and tone of what seems like frustration makes me raise an eyebrow. I guess there's some kind of enmity between the two. It's intriguing, but that's not really something I'd ask about. I'm sure if they wanted me to know, they would tell me. It's only my third day here. I should be trying to make friends, not finding out why people are enemies. But isn't that kind of the part of the... You gotta understand the whole thing, right? It's not just all the good bits. You gotta see where the allegiances are, why people are mad at each other. So you don't, make anyone uncomfortable, right? I don't know. Still, it's a little funny to find out that this school has little feuds, just like my old high school. Even if people are more tolerant of others, they're still going to get on each other's nerves. Hey Lily, how are things? I'm sorry I made you run off yesterday. Oh my, is that Hisao? I didn't realize you were here. It seems that Lily is a bit embarrassed about being so frank in front of me. Sorry, Lily, I thought you realized. No, it's alright, Hanako. Hisao, please don't worry about yesterday. It was just a misunderstanding. If you say so, I'm still working this place out. Well then, I think you'll find most people here a lot more forgiving than elsewhere. If you are feeling a little confused, please don't be afraid to ask questions. Sure, I'll remember that. Lily gives a small nod of acknowledgement. I'm sorry, Hisao, but we must be off. Where are you going? Can I hang out? No? Is it just like a girls thing? If so, then that's fine. I'll stay behind. Just wanted to hang out. Hanako really doesn't look all that comfortable here right now. Lily still seems a little bit embarrassed. I wonder if my apologies really made any impact. Mind if I accompany you two? I know I'm kind of pushing it, but Lily hums quietly, still smiling. I'm sure that we could accommodate you, can't we, Hanako? She looks at Lily, then at me, and then she freezes wide-eyed. Sure. Well then, shall we go? I'm sure Lily wouldn't do this so easily if she saw how scared Hanako looks, but it can't be helped now. Declining after the deal is sealed would only cause confusion and problems. So we leave, all three together. Lily walks beside the wall, letting her cane gently tap against it every now and then. Hanako comes along right beside her, so close that she's practically half hugging her as they go. Although it must make her walking that much harder, Lily takes it in stride. As we turn around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a steam train. Hanako shrieks a little and my vision briefly goes black. Ouch. Oh shit, I hit someone. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. Watch where you're going! I yell. No, I don't do that. Sorry. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have any legs. Or she does, but they are not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thigh ends on shins and feet made of some black metallic or plastic-like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. Oh man, hey, are you alright? I'm sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. Well, she's apologizing. She's looking really apologetic in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about her being angry or anything since hurt puppies are my weak spot. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. I say that, but there's a stinging pain going in my chest and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself. Don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. Ah, fuck. I try to rub my solar plexus to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. It seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds dumbfounded until I realized I probably looked worse off than I really was, doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need, I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time and take a deep breath. She just knocks the wind out of me, big time, but it's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. It's okay, I said it was fine and nothing's broken, no harm done. That's good, You saw what happened. She's not quite up to speed for obvious reasons, but she sounds very worried, more than what the situation deserves, really. Someone just bumped into me, nothing serious, I'm just a bit winded. Sorry, it's my fault. I was just going to go get some stuff and I was kind of in a hurry. That someone here is Emmy, isn't it? The little girl coughs quietly and shovels her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying anything. Hi, Lily, Hanako. I guess the girls know each other. Do please try to be more careful. You might be sturdy enough to endure these sorts of accidents, but there are people who aren't. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously, like a little child caught misbehaving. It's so cute, I find myself smiling. I know that I gotta go. Teacher, I'll have my head, but I promise to help with pronouncement. But I went running instead. Sorry, but I gotta change it and everything. Before any of us can say a thing, Emmy has already bolted away, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Does that kind of thing happen often around here? There are more rules in Yamaku than usual for running in corridors. But that rarely stops Emmy, it seems. She shakes her head weakly and offers a slight composed smile. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop her, I'm afraid. Shall we be off then? Lily heads off along the hallway, and Hanako hurries after her. The route to the room the two use for tea is fairly simple to retrace, but being still fresh in my mind from yesterday. Lily and Hanako quickly go about the business of making lunch. Before I can even open my small bag of food, Lily's busying herself with her thermos and tea bags as Hanako is setting out both their lunchboxes. So is this what you meant by coming here almost every day? Yes, Hanako and I usually have lunch here. It suits both of us, so we end up using this room regularly. I can relate to that. That's crazy. I can relate to that. I can relate to the sneaking off into a quiet room and having lunch with a few friends instead of like being in the cafeteria that's loud or like doing other things. Like just finding a quiet room to chill in is so great. It's so nice. It's such a reprieve. After seeing Hanako's reactions to me over the past couple of days, I can understand why that is a boon. That and Lily being able to get some quiet away from her class as well. I take my seat last after Lily's poured the tea for us and sits down. And there's tea as well? This is fucking great. Holy shit. I love this. The more time I spend with these two girls, the more I think they're a perfect foil to Misha and Shizune. Even without a voice, Shizune is direct and brash, and Misha seems to get along with everyone. On the other hand, Lily is soft-spoken and relaxed, while Hanako seems to be the shyest girl I've ever met. So how are you faring in Yamaku, Hisao? You seemed a bit flustered before. I'm better now, right? Apart from getting lost every now and again and being crash tackled outside my classroom, fine, I guess. You looked pretty hurt before. Are you really okay? For a brief moment, I considered telling Hanako and Lily about my condition, but then I held it back. I can't tell why, but for some reason I feel uncomfortable talking about it to these relative strangers, even if they have been pretty friendly. Really? No, I think it's important. I have to, like, let them know. So, like, if I collapse over and my hand, like, reaches on my heart for some reason, they'll know, oh, fuck, this guy's getting a heart attack. Everyone around me should know. Everyone around me should know I have a heart problem. This is priority number one. If I ever get a heart problem, I know I'm 60 years old, so if I must have one, I would have already had one by now, so not too worried. But like if I get a heart, if I ever get a heart problem, everyone around me should know. Everyone should know this. I will not shut up about. Okay, well, I will like not. I'll not like constantly bring it up, but like it needs to be known to anyone I'm conversing with, not because so they can like, you know, pity me or worry about me. No. But because like this shit is like, you know, if I keel over, you should be a little worried. You should. But in the same way also, if I have a friend who has a heart problem, I need to know. I need to fucking know they have a heart problem for sure. I'd be quite frustrated if they tried to hide it from me, actually, because like, what if they keel over? I need to be like, oh fuck, I gotta call the hospital now. This person is dying, or like, you know, where's the EpiPen or something? I don't know. Like, I gotta like stab it in. I don't know if that's the treatment for heart. I don't know if that's proper heart medication. I'm sorry. I'm revealing that I have very little experience with this. I apologize. But yeah. Point still stands. You need to tell me if you have like a mortal condition that will give you a heart attack. And the fact that we as the MC right now, there's not a choice. It's just like a part of the story where we hide it from them frustrates me a little bit and takes me out of it. But in a way that's like not bad. Like and it's in a way that it's done in a way that's like, I get it. This is not my story. This is like the MC's story, which is good. I like that. Is an EpiPen for allergies? I'm sorry, I messed it up. I didn't mean EpiPen. I meant something else. I don't know what the hell it is because I don't have a heart condition and I don't really know anyone who has a heart condition, thankfully. Yeah, it's nothing. I was just a little startled. Judging from the two girls' expressions, I don't think they're buying it. But in what I assume is their way of respecting my privacy, they don't press the matter. I guess that is one of the unwritten rules around here. Don't ask, even if people's conditions are obvious like Hanako's, and there's still bound to be a story involved. Everyone has things that they don't... Excuse me. Everyone has things that they don't feel comfortable speaking about, and I think that everyone here recognizes it. So, how long have you been in this school? You both seem to know your way around here pretty well. Well, I've been here since the start of high school, but only moved into the dormitories a year ago. Hanako joined at the start of high school as well, and moved to the dormitories when she did, if memory serves me right. That's right, since high school. So you've known each other since then? Since I moved, yes. Hanako lives next door to me, so that's only natural, right? Right. Yeah, of course. Living next to someone is probably reason enough to befriend them, though I'm guessing that Lily's blindness played a part in it as well. I can't imagine Hanako easily making friends with someone who has to deliberately avoid looking at her scars. With the immediate conversation dried up, we start to eat our lunch. It isn't long before the bells are signaling the end of the break. Like me, the girls pack up their lunches as efficiently as they set them out. I guess I'd better be off. Are you going to go with Hisao, Hanako? Hanako looks up at me, and for a second I can see that she's considering skipping class, maybe just to avoid walking to the classroom with me. Yes. I don't know what to think of it. Hanako really is delicate to the point of breaking if looked at in the wrong way. It makes me a bit nervous too, but I push the feeling aside, trying to be as natural as I can. We should hurry then, class has already started by the sound of it. Let's go. Lily gives a nod of farewell. She bends down to take her cane, Hanako and I filing out before her. We walk quickly down the empty halls to our respective classes. As we reach the door to Lily's 3-2 classroom, she turns towards me. Hisao, thank you for sharing lunch with us today. My pleasure, Lily. And with that, we part ways, Lily entering her classroom and leaving Hanako and me to make off to our own. She's still looking like she wants to run away. So do you really want to go back to class now? Yes. Okay then. I feel like I should say something more to her, but it's hard to come up with anything that would be appropriate and safe enough. And Lily was right. The more time we spend out here, the more explaining we have to do. I open the rear door to the class and walk in. The teacher looks up at me and opens his mouth to say something. However, as Hanako follows me and closes the door, he simply nods to us and continues his lecture. This is the third time that Hanako has had her truancy practically ignored. There's definitely something going on here. We make our way to our seats, and I notice that Misha and Shizune are both missing as well. I wonder if this is some form of informal agreement with the staff, or if it's a perk afforded to the unique students of the school. Trying to make as little disturbance as I can, I extract the irrelevant textbooks from my bag and start catching up. The class goes on quietly. The teacher seems like an okay person despite the weird first impression I got, and the material is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. When the final bell sounds, I realize that there is still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd, at the hospital I had 24 hours a day of free time, but here finally the considerably shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves and I'm left alone with the teacher. Muto is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he notices at me and furrows his brow. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him, addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there's nobody else around. Nothing. Thinking about what I do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he is holding, arranges his papers into a stack, clacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment I'm reminded of Shizune. But the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed, much more routine. You have no plans? No, I consider joining a club, but I don't know which club would interest me. Go observe a meeting of someone else's club might pique your interest. I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Muto looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation, but I can't, so I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people. I mean, the other students. I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about the disabilities. It's like, it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird to ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The teacher scratches his cheek absent-mindedly, looking very unresponsive. These things are only an issue if you make them one. You can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance. He says the same thing as Yuko did. I know they're right, but it's hard. How can you not consider, for example, Shizune's deafness when the only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha? Or Hanako, it's not like you can ignore her face. But I'm interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Teacher! Misha crashes in, hands straight in an enthusiastic greeting, her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. She starts towards the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Muto visibly dismayed at the interruption, and Misha in general slumps in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her tracks and looks around cluelessly, as if she's sensing from his tone that something's wrong, but has no idea what. Yes? We have talked about volume control before. True, we have. We have talked. You know what? We have talked about volume control. Yes! She doesn't lower her voice at all, and the teacher just rubs his eyes. So, what is it? We need help. We're running out of supplies for the festival stands. This is a distress. She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So go get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that? Plywood! Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, there was only a little, but that time we just took it all and went with that. Now there's like none left, so we need to get more. Do you know where there is some? I don't understand. How would I know? Shi-chan, I mean, the president thought that a teacher would know if there's plywood. Was she wrong? Muto looks like he's in great pain, frowning with his entire essence, and Misha doesn't get it at all. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible, like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. I'm afraid I have no idea if there's any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any. Oh, what should I do? Perhaps trying to find Mr. Normiya. I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. You'd have to pry them from his cold dead hands, but that's a different matter. I don't have time, we are so busy! She holds her head with both of her hands, looking as despairing as possible for a person like her. Without even noticing, she crumples the note she's holding against her hair. I shouldn't even be fetching these things, there's so much to do and we're falling behind the schedule. Muto looks at her gravely and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he didn't. I wonder if you could get some temporary help. He switches to staring at me focusedly, with a hard expression as if trying to say, go make some friends. I guess I can give you a hand. You can? Thanks, Hee-chan. You really are nice. She pauses, does the double take, and then points at me with her finger and yelping, ah! And looking very puzzled. Come to think of it, what's Hee-chan doing here? Class is over, you should be having fun. We just had a little chat. Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, Hee-chan? No, I'm not. Is Hee-chan in trouble, teacher? No, he's not. Muto sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha to get her off the teacher's back. So what do you need? Here's a list. I can try to find the plywood from somewhere if there's none in the art room. She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. I said I'd help you, but this has no implication on whether I'm joining the council or not. Aww. Still, thanks, Hee-chan. Try to be quick. We are in a stall building streak now. We must hurry, hurry, hurry. She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you have it, Nakai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Looking at the list with a number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small, neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shizune's, I heave a sigh. I'll be going then. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit to the hallway. The classrooms closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side, and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I don't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corners, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Anybody home? Somebody catches my eye and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl. Oh my god. I freaked out, but not because like her. Okay, I was a little shocked because I thought she was eating paint. That's what I thought. I wasn't. Like I know who this is because or rather I recognize her from like the splash art of the game. So it's not like I'm shocked at this character. It's just like I thought she was eating paint. Because we were in an art room and we were talking about easels, and I was like, and I saw like the thing on her fork and I thought that was a paintbrush, and I was like, oh, what the hell? No, she's not eating paint. She's eating food. She's doing just fine. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me aback even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I still somehow took her as a part of the furnishing or a statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Hello. The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here, from some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there would be someone here. There isn't, that's why I came here too. Relatable. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as if she's suspecting my observation was false. You're pretty observant, I guess it does. But who are you? This girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai, Hisao Nakai, just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin, Tezuka Rin, Rin Tezuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. It's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. That's clearly a joke, and it's fucking hilarious. It kind of bothers me joking about these matters. Doesn't feel appropriate at all. Why not? I mean, if I were to make that joke without knowing her at all and we didn't have that established rapport, then maybe. But she's making the joke. It's fucking funny. She's funny. I like her. I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is. She seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There's no word for a meal you eat after lunch but before dinner, right? Dinner? Afternoon tea? Snack? Midday meal? I don't know, like there's a few words you could use. It bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. Karasu laughs at the disabled. Time to cancel him. Well, damn. My undoing. I didn't know that my undoing would be Katawa Shoujo, but it is what it is. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now. My delicious boxed lunch would go to waste otherwise. So she didn't have lunch? I have curry. It's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? There goes your fan club. There's no fan club. It's not real. Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From outside, you look fine. Is your problem inside? Wait, what? Hold on. Let me backtrack. What brings you here? Oh, like the school. Oh. Well, she's getting straight to the point, right? Is your problem inside? Yeah, I've got like a heart attack. Or I had a heart attack and now I have a heart condition. I come to a full stop, opening my mouth but not getting a word out. I can guess. I'm good at guessing, better than most people. Okay, give it a shot. Give it a shot, Rin. Rin cuts me off before I can answer a question or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. Yeah, I guess it hasn't come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is a part of the social code here, as the teacher said. No, but like... It's not right. That's not, like, I don't agree with that take. People should know I have a heart condition, okay? Likewise, if someone has a disability that is not immediately obvious, like, and maybe it's not because I'm bad at paying attention, or rather, I sometimes struggle to pay attention to. But if in the case that I miss it, you should tell me what the fuck's going on so I can accommodate for it. God damn. Wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. Problem must be in your pants. Oh fuck, you're heading straight for the punches, huh? You are not holding back. Okay. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widen in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing I could think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem, arrhythmia. She's funny, but that's also clever. Cause nothing if you wanted to know like what's going on with someone, you just accuse them of something that is embarrassing. That is probably not true, but it's embarrassing anyway, so they have to deny it, and in denying it, they're more likely to tell you, okay, what the actual thing is. That's a strat. That is a strat, and she knows the strat. She's clever. She's clever. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous. I know, but it's not. I'm not a scandalous. I'm a boring person. You have to live with the fact that I am a boring person and there's no juicy drama going on. It is what it is. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you. I collect people and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great. No! She's fucking funny. I like her. Yeah, I like her as well. She's hilarious. Collect people with different problems. So you just like go around asking people what's wrong with them? Like you're just Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet? The stones? What am I? Am I the Mind Stone? I hope I'm the Mind Stone. Pretty much. I see. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away, but I keep thinking about what was said. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hisao. I have a very serious heart condition. No, I don't think that's like, you don't, it's not, okay, you tell it, but it's not sentence 2. In fact, it is not conversation 1, but it's probably conversation 2. Okay, that's when you talk about it. And if we're talking about like social etiquette, right? You don't go out and like frame 1, sentence 1, you go like, hi, I have a heart problem, but you do like under specific contexts, or if you're kind of getting to know each other on a slightly deeper level, that's when you should bust out. It should be the second conversation you have with someone. Okay. Or if asked specifically, you know, you can be upfront about it. Or if it is relevant to what's going on right now. So say, for example, you're in PE class and you like, it's like a new class and, you know, you don't know anyone, but you have a heart problem. That makes sense to immediately tell people, by the way, sorry, I have a heart problem, so just take it easy on me. Okay, thank you. You know, you do that. That's the proper social etiquette. I know he sounds confused right now, and I'm talking to a screen, and he's like, I'm not real to him, he's not real to me. But that's what I would be saying to him. Is that I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl is just not a natural interest in. No, nothing defines you. It's a part of you. It's a part of you you shouldn't reject your disability if you have one. It's a part of you you should not reject. You should embrace it to some extent. But it's also not all of who you are because people are nuanced and complex creatures. No one is just one thing. No one is just one thing. Everyone is many things. And that is hard to parse because people are lazy and, you know, like, we want to take shortcuts and pretend like people are not complex so we can make grand statements about like, you know, big groups of people. But that's not true, and that cannot be true. Anyways. You need to ease into it. That's what I'm saying. So second conversation. And obviously you don't like, there's a tactful way to say it, right? You don't go like, hi, I have a heart problem. And then that's it. You go like, hey, by the way, if we're doing anything energetic, you know, if we're gonna play ball or whatever later, I just want everyone to know like to take like I just like maybe just take it easy because I've got a thing with my heart. It's not too serious right now, but sometimes it acts up. But yeah, like just wanted everyone to know just in case. Just do that. That's so easy. It's so easy. Okay, whatever. My mouse died. Fuck. Sorry. Second. Okay. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is burnt to auburn, almost orange and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty except for her murky green eyes, which flicker restlessly from below her short bangs even when she eats. The distance and the shadows it make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabinets and shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of the strange girl. So, do you always eat alone and this late, or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors? Maybe you are my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh, and that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Rin forks the last bits of her meal to her mouth. I look down at my haul and double check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now. It's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was just about to take a nap anyways. You need to do whatever you are going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you'd like to watch girls sleeping. I'm not sure what to make of this, but it looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me in. Okay, I feel that our relationship is at this point good enough to warrant this much. Sure, I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine, then I'm Hisao. And you are. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hisao. There's something like a tiny smile there in her face, maybe. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that. Fuck. What did she hear? Oh god. I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. I was monologuing in my head. Stop interrupting my thoughts. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a global feminist theory conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. God. Kenji, man. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait, more importantly, who's in there? There's no club meetings today. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come check what's wrong. There's no good. That's no good, Hichan. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. Oh, sorry, I got the things here. I was just going to bring them. I think you were up to some mischief, Hichan. Who was in there with you, I wonder? Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she's experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at it, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I didn't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello. Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face. Hello. Miss Tezuka, what do you think you were doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such a disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know it was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune and Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, pointing at it and making some quick signs. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about that myself too. And we'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Rin nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. Oh, so she's leaving a mess while she's eating? Okay, well that's a little difficult to deal with then. Because on the one hand, like, try not to, leave a mess where you are. On the other hand, it's probably a little difficult for her not to, so I don't know. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha and Tao. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true though, I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I am about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? Yes. This This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure, what do you need to take it? Away. Okay, but like where? And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now with Shizune and Misha gone, so we two leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to another because the thin handles cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Oh, I feel that, yeah. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I'm walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us constantly walking too slow or too fast, but I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who he had some business with. There is something I forget to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. Just put it on the ground. Whatever. It's about your medication. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what I'd want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Yeah, sure. Nausea, headache, anything, and come see me if anything happens. Alright. So how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too, teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. Oh shit, did I scroll? Oh, I didn't. Okay, never mind. That was it, yeah. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you've taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such, I just happen to know a few people, but that's not the issue here. So don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. Well, it's always painful. That's what a workout is. That's good that it's painful. Anyways, the stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Tezuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which she didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you're still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of it. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it will be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. You promised me to be more serious about this from now. Yeah, okay, thanks. I get it. I promise, definitely. Kenji's right, they're watching you. They are. So I was gonna say he's a traitor. He's a gender traitor. He's actually on the side of the feminists. No. That's why he's so foxy all the time. I see. That's what they're setting up. The betrayal. The heartbreak. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation too if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I didn't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know of her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. Sigh. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there's some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all of this. At the hospital, it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building and Rin leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at a small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground, with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of a painting. Most of it's still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the grey plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seems to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was Sunday morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whatever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there's a lot of people with hands. I can imagine, yeah. The reach is better and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent of tangent, waving a little with her arm or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student bases. Special properties has in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there's something I need to figure out and then figure that out before it's too late and then all hope is lost. True and real, I feel you. Oh, that's not it. Why would hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted and then it has to dry and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of a statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So this is your project. You did this. Yes, all of it. Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. This was like 2012? That's crazy. I didn't know the PC police were already a thing in 2012. Terrifying. Maybe they're watching me. It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm way more sensitive than Lin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us had anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think that's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. You think it's flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. That's an answer I would give, yeah. Not like that flat, you know, flat. Like some people are no substance, no meat where there should be some. I know a few girls who, okay, I get it, but I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name any artists or artistic terms, so I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying suit yourself without saying it. Sorry, I misclick as well. And looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little bit before it's dark. Sorry. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I could be of any help, though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. You have motor control problems, like, you know, those people who have some? No, I don't think so. Cerebral palsy, maybe? No, that's not. No. Not that I know of. I get it. Hard thingy has nothing to do with that. Yeah. It gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work every now and then, asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down to pick up the can of bright green. The other green, this green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint onto the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash more white. Is green a good color to add? No idea, you're the artist here. A hint of smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? Oh fuck, she's killing me. She's killing me. I'm dying. No, it's just I have no idea. It's okay because I just got an idea. Add more white. With this exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream, but you can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. I spent the moments I have between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of the other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the walls to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues, as if there was some need to conserve words in breath and sound. It's dark now. I stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. Katawa Shoujo. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up while making excuses as for why I haven't already. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here for all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock still has not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easier, I don't think they are going to let me get away that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. Eventually, I do rise up, swallow the morning medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempted from taking part in gym classes at Yamakube, so I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd order some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way, a bit like me. After all, if I'm going to start taking care of myself, I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape along with what little I can do to strengthen my heart. Maybe then I can go back to something approaching a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic-legged girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithidly, like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy loop, her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog just like he is oppressing me. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health, and is prompting me to do so. And even with things being like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. Good morning, your name is Tisal, right? She grins, seemingly pleased that she remembered my name. You may not remember me. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names. I don't know what your name is. Emmy? I knocked you over in the hall yesterday. Ah, Emmy, yep. How could I forget? It's such a blunt introduction. Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Yeah, sorry about that again. Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose I'll be fine. Great. I'm not sure she realized I was joking. So the spy consultant the nurse was talking about, is that actually you? That's right. Oh, I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest. What are you saying? I don't look like I could be a spy? No, it's more like a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you're here to do exactly that. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks like he's kind of lost around the track. So why are you down here? Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. Training. For what? Track. Ah, I see. You're on the track team, then. Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yep, I'm one of the better runners, too. And modest about it, too. Hey, you should join up. It's good exercise, you know? I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure that I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm just not into organized sports, you know? It's true, I never even really got that much into soccer. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all, but that was really the only reason I ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see, I see. Not that into the whole organization thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're gonna run together, huh? What? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you gonna warm up? Real men don't warm up. That's not true. That is how you tear an ankle. That's a surefire way to do so. Oh no, you always should warm up. Bad Hisao. Exactly. Get him, Emmy, get him. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, and I don't even have to stretch my legs. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Let's go. Oh shit, we're running now. Okay. They do extensive stretching and warming up. Oh, definitely they do. You can't be part of a team and not, like a track team, and not do proper warm-ups. That is actually a death sentence. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with a sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. Hand spread, right? And something about hitting on the balls of your feet rather than the heels. I try to match my stride to Emmy's, but it's pretty difficult. Apparently I'm not very good at it. Maybe Emmy could help me with that sometime. I'm really not feeling up to more than a couple of laps today and slowed to a walk pretty quickly. Emmy keeps running in time and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanor. Finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah. It's definitely a thing in swim and volleyball team. It should be a thing in like any sport. You should be warming up, right? If I talked about sports I do, if not, I'm not going to talk about it today. But if I have, then when I used to play, I definitely warmed up beforehand. And at first, I also kind of felt like, I think really when I was much younger and more spry, I definitely felt like, yeah, who needs warm up anyways? I can just go right in. I can just do it. No, warming up is good. The moment it was instilled into me as a habit was thankfully before I was reckless enough to just, do something really intensive and not do it. All it takes really is actually, now that I think about it, all it takes is for you to like go swimming or something without warming up, and then like tearing something. Like it takes one like tear, not even like an injury for sure, but it just takes a little bit of pain like while you're doing the sport, and in a way that was unexpected, but for the lesson of always do warm-ups to imprint in your mind forever. All it takes is one. I'm glad to say that even though I had that, it wasn't a very serious like issue. Otherwise, like, it could have been bad, but no. Not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Next time you just have to try to hold out longer and then longer and longer, and eventually you'll be great. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now I'm going to get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly. Nah, I've got plenty of time. I noticed that she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I've got to finish my routine. See you later, Sal. Yeah, see ya. Not sure whether this morning's experiment was a success or failure, but I'll admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Emmy said, I just need to keep at it in order to get better, right? Practice makes perfect or something like that. It's nice at least to feel like I've taken some semblance of control over my own health. I'll have to try to keep this up. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears within the mist, looming and radiating malicious intent. It bursts through the fog. Sup? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean all over the place? I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but holding my tongue back. I finally realize I'm still naked too and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice the thing. Right. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? Is his vision so bad it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog? You know, your room, man. Yeah, that's it. Hey, I mean, I still have to get up though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money? No, I don't have any money to lend. I must apologize. He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying very hard to look very casual. It doesn't work. He's as transparent as his window pane-sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked. To say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome. Wait, why do you need it? Can't you just give it to me because I had the goodwill not to run through your pockets while you were in the shower? I could have, but I exercised restraint. And in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. This makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I should withhold payment since his thoughts were so clearly impure and his intentions are probably even more sinister. Since he can't tell me what they are, I say as much to him. I'm offended, man, but if that's your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza, and I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help with the rest. I get some of that pizza too, right? No. Are you serious? Yeah, we'll give you some, but you have class. You don't have time to eat a pizza. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy, and then eat it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza, and then they will ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It's happened before, that's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance. Oh, sorry. Every day I plan my vengeance so that when the people who wronged me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen, please. You're my only hope. I can't go outside buy my own pizza, it's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something? Standing? Maybe wondering how I got there. And then out of nowhere, it happened. Like a flash of lightning, splitting the sky like how you split a sandwich into 2 equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It was the second most shocking moment of my life. What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. It was like the openings of some kind of anime show. Ah, there it is. You know how there's always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival and they fly at each other and clash swords and there's like big dramatic colored auras and zoom? It was like that, but with poo. You sound like Trump. That was not my intent. I just wanted to nasal. I just wanted to do like a nasally voice because that's like kind of annoying. But maybe that does hit for certain politicians in the world. We'll see. Anyways, I want you to know it was not my intention. Okay. So yeah, I need some money, please. Don't leave me hanging, man. I only need like 1,000 yen. That's a different number from what you asked before. I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I'm not lending him anything, by the way. That's not what I would do. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Ah! Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow. A particularly disturbing fact given that his baton is conducting freely. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about money between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Did you know that male porn stars only make about half of what female porn stars make? Oh man, he's... Oh no. It's the guy that was in my chat last month. Fuck. That's who we're talking to. Oh well. That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda. And you can't even spot me, your crumbs, you bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody. Wouldn't feminists... Oh wait, no, sorry, that's me. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? I feel as though the feminist stance on pornography is interesting because it's not clear cut. I want to say that the stance... What I'm feeling the pulse... When I'm feeling the pulse of reality and the way people feel about this generally is not that pornography in itself is bad necessarily, but it's more so the behavior of the industry and the exploitative and abusive practices that come with it tend to be really bad for women and for men. And because the industry for women is larger, you know, it affects more women. That's, I think, the stance on it. If Hisao was asking me, that's what I would say. This feminist agenda stuff again? This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit. I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy, make no mistake. You take them lightly and you'll wake up in the morning with a knife in your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. Can anyone confirm that I'll wake up with a knife in my back? How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. Feminists aren't anti-sex. In fact, there's a from the feminist work I've read, there is a lot of it that's an embrace of sexuality as a sort of reclamation. But I'm not an expert on the topic. I thought you just said don't take them lightly. Which one is it? Well, I don't mean take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat. But if there was some kind of war, like a big war with men on one side and the feminist forces on the other side, it would be pretty ugly. And that day will come when the... Excuse me. And that day will come when the feminists come out of their central top secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarters building. Where would they even hide that? No, there is. Isao, there actually is. That's also where the PC police are. They hang out there. They're stationed there. Anyways. I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in a mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown will best express my emotions. He can't see me from this distance anyways. Which unfortunately means that he just keeps on ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. Yeah, there's a war going on, a war not many know about, but it's a great one that one day will boil over and encompass all of the known world. Then we will have to pick sides, we will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. It's Wine Book Club is the building with only women? That's not true, I'm in them. Okay, now that I'm like thinking about it, like that does explain why I'm... Never mind. Never mind. Imagine it, the bloody battlefield, a vicious conflict without end. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly, when I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight, when I mistook the time the power went out for a feminist raid and thought the end was near. A feminist raid? Interesting. But then I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over, and I was like, whoa. And I knew I had to get serious, because I am the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty. Must be a pretty crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. Yeah, man, invading women's safe spaces. Oh. You're in a club with middle-aged women? No. I'm 60 years old. It'd be a little weird if I was in a club with people who were like 30-something. Age gap would be pretty far. Okay, wait, sorry, I didn't even read that. So can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agreed to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There are almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. Is that true? I actually don't know. Because I'm trying to think of like the bowlers I know in my life. I don't know that many bowlers. I actually think like, not like, you know, like casually as a hobby, but I mean like someone who bowls for like, and who competes in it. I only know one person, I think, in my life who bowls. And he's a guy, so I mean, maybe Kenji's onto something. Maybe he is. Naked guy, you strip completely when you're in the restroom? No, it's because they came out of the shower. Because like this is like a changing room, I think. It's not. It's like a restroom changing room, and I just came out of my run, and I came out and changed and showered and changed, and I'm about to change, but this guy's been holding me hostage in this conversation, I think. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with matching shoes or the pastel green with flower accents? There are bowling clothes? Maybe. Anyway, you better pay me back. I can pay you back his stuff, right? I don't have the time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know, I have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Oh, sorry, yeah, I didn't want to hold you up, and I have some stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? I just like saying that. Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom, get out of it. I was just going to. What does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? I'll think of something. I give him my practice frown and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see anyway, so I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I've woken up. There are bowling clothes and shoes. Oh. Yeah, there. I know shoes. I didn't know clothes. I knew there were bowling shoes though. That makes sense to me. The clothes, I'm kind of like, you know, don't you just wear a t-shirt? I guess not, right? Bowled like twice in your life? I've bowled like multiple times, but like as like for fun, not like competitively, I guess. But I only knew one person in my life who bowled competitively. That is time I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. Yeah, I lost time and money through this interaction. But right now I have to get to class. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little early. Then again, sitting alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer that time with Kenji. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts making me feel very tired. I black out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. Rubbing my forehead, I realize this is as good a reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class so early. Eventually, I hear a tapping noise outside in the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class, so she must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako. Lily stops at this door, looking hesitant as if she was a vampire who couldn't come in unless invited. I consider doing so because she looks rather lonesome standing there. She steps in on her own accord, though, after straightening her skirt and shirt collar as if it was of importance to look prim when entering a classroom. Excuse me. She calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silence might unnerve her because of her blindness, so I break it. Morning, Lily. Sal, good morning. I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I don't say anything to her before. It's likely. If I were to tell too big a lie now, it would sink me. Well, I was already here, just asleep until now. Oh, have you seen Hanako today by any chance? No, she seems to come in only just before the bell rings, or after that. Do you want me to tell her something for you? No, it's fine, it's strange, but I think we're the only two people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality is a good thing. I think so anyway. I think so as well. I endeavored towards punctuality. And as you all may know, I'm not very good at it. But I try. I wasn't late today. I don't think I was late today. It's a very busy morning today. The festival's coming up soon, and today's the deadline for event registration, budget reports, and any other official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that is why it's so quiet today. Hi! Misha pops into the room with Shizune as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi-chan! Hi. Look, it's the class representative. Hello! Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha's or Shizune's use of the word look. Good morning. You were 1 minute late, I think. You were... I've nothing to say. I've nothing to say to that other than you're probably right. If you can say that, you're probably correct. Of course, you're not the representative of this class, right? I'm not. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Then I realized that Lily might actually not know Shizune is present, and she's trying to detect whether or not she is to know who she's talking to. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one that actually talks. Damn, how complicated. I decided to help Lily out for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You're here early, Shizune. You're here even earlier than us. Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? It's not that weird though, that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true, I was here earlier than them. So me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. Before I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizune has already moved on. Class rep, it's a good thing you're here. We have to talk. The festival's coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has handed in their projected budget reports for their events, even the first years, except you. There's still some time to hand it in, isn't there? Today, the deadline is today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have had all of the necessary paperwork days ago, but someone had to say the deadline, please extend it. Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale is not a small task, and a week is too small a time frame to expect the whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. It's true. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one's class event? Handling the same matter for every class in the school and then some. The one who does that is me. Okay, Shizune, I think it's fair that you're stressing out about this, and a lot of it lies on you, like when someone else is being late, and you have to kind of like work when you can only start working when everyone else has handed their thing in. I sympathize with that and I get it. However, I think instead of chastising Lily, what would be helpful is if we extended our help to her and said, hey, you're the only one who hasn't handed in the form yet. Is everything going all right? Do you need any help? Because if so, we can help you, handle it and sort it. Because it is of paramount importance that we get this in early in order for us to be able to further move through this whole process. That's what you should do. There you go. I've diffused the whole situation. Misha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she really is getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused though. Hey Shizune, aren't you being a little too hard on her? There's a whole day left. Please, Hisao, it's alright. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think I've forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Then, can I have it, please? Well, Shizune, she might not have it on her at this exact second. It's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me, students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence much to my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's efforts to rope me into the student council. I guess word must have gotten around, so now she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This just gets better and better. It was your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should just be delegating. away as the class rep. It's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible. They completed it being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to school and give it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for getting sick. Okay. Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge. Lily, don't they live here at the school? There's a 5-minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives? To drop off something that will affect the enjoyment of their entire class? Well, I don't know. COVID? I know that was... we're like 10 years late to that, but still. Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. And what's with that attitude? I said that it's not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class representative or aren't you? Tell me the names of those 2 students. They should have your job if you can't even handle something this simple yourself. One form isn't the full extent of what I'm supposed to take care of. Lily's tone is growing slightly impatient, but she is doing a good job of not letting Shizune see how unsettled she is becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizune, on the other hand, wraps her fingers cheerfully along the edge of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is. Of course you do so much, class rep. It must be so difficult being you. Lily tightens her lips at Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without a hint of the sarcasm which they were meant to have. Shizune and Lily don't like each other. That much is clear, but this seems a little much. It seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. Uh-oh. I was actually just discussing the budget report before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished all your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down to make sure I don't forget my own. Lily, no! Don't fight! Don't fight with her! Don't engage! Disengage now! Disengage immediately! Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself. I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you. You're right, the difference between us is like heaven and hell. And it's not hard to guess which one you might represent. Air between them ripples with the heat of their enmity. Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore. So, even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation. Hichan, don't you slack off either. What are you talking about? Aren't you taking part in the festival, Hichan? You are, aren't you? Then I hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person. I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Don't drag me into this. I've done my part. Hey, come on. Cut me and Lily some slack. I would say the first one, like, in jest, but I don't think that's the tone that they're conveying it. Like, I would say, hey, I'd like, don't drag me into this. I did everything I wanted. Like, I would do it in like a way that's like diffusing the situation instead of like, you know, this is your shitstorm. I'm not dealing with it. It's more like, hey, leave me out of it. But then I'm obviously not being left out of it because I involved myself with it afterwards. I would say, yeah, cut Lily some slack. Or at least like, I would say, hey, like as a student council representative, it's not very proper to just yell at the other class representatives instead of helping them with what they need. I don't think it pertains a lot to your long-term goals of leadership. Maybe that's what I would say. Enemies to lovers between these two? That'd be great, but I don't think it would happen. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? It's not like I could have done much even if I wanted. That's right, you shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into it on his first week. Lily taking my side feels oddly comforting, so I decide to back her up too. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with us both. Shizune will remember that. Big fan of this hatred. I do think this like dynamic is interesting. Like it's an interesting and fun dynamic, and it doesn't feel bullshit. Like this is a believable argument between people. Sorry, let me just fix my mouse. Got my mouse back. Excuses, excuses. Miss Class Rep has had plenty of time to deal with the report. And we repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work. You refused to commit yourself to making the festival a success. We'll offer you a position. That's not like, you're just salty that she didn't join the student council. That's not right. That ain't how it should be. That ain't right, man. Yeah, but as I said back then, oh no, she's talking to me. Sorry, fuck, she's talking to me. We offer you a position to help with this, but you refuse to commit yourself to making the festival. Yeah, I refuse to commit myself because I don't think I'd be able to contribute much to it, if at all. And also, I don't have that obligation. It's not true. It's a step. Being a student council is not like, you know, you're obliged to do it to make it better. It's more like, it's a volunteer thing. That's what makes it leadership. That's what makes... Leaders don't lead because they want to lead. Leaders lead because they have to. Anyways. Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if... I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it will mean being drawn into a confrontation with Shizune, and that is what she wants. Whatever, forget it. I turn my back at them. Lily, class is going to be starting soon, so we can talk more later. I'll tell Hanako you were looking for her. I can feel Shizune is freezing. Maybe this is the first time she's ever been ignored in such a blunt manner. Thank you, Lisa. I'll leave now then. She gives me the sweetest smile I've seen all week and turns on her heels to make her exit. As soon as Lily walks out the door, I suddenly start feeling reluctant about turning to face Shizune. I can feel her eyes burning into my back and can't bring myself to look at her. She must be furious. I keep expecting Misha to say something to alleviate the tension, but it really is wanting too much. In the end, I go back to my seat and listen to the sound of Shizune's footsteps as she marches out the room. She doesn't return until a few minutes before class. Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the room. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her if I see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do, despite trying to keep up with my studies at the hospital, but I'm not feeling that enthusiastic about it. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead of opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. The rhythmic clashing of chalk on blackboard seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. I start to copy down the equations just to pass the time, even though they are right there in the textbook. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing to do, so I stay for a while reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with the crowding in the hallways. I noticed Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Shizune is signing so fast that her hands make noises like swords cutting through the air. Maybe there is pent-up anger in there. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Shizune signs to the point where her wrists crackle, and Misha struggles to spit it out in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters. And then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished and the girls sit down on their seats again. Wow, I'm so tired! She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. I'll use the opportunity to reconcile with Shizune a bit, without getting roped into the student council thing again. Though I suspect that door is now closed for me. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in the school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling around before and after classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune scoffs at me first, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me, but in the end she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slight, unfocused eyes. She signs with harsh, heavy dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced it vigorously. Well, of course, we're in the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy. It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all our strength. We should shame ourselves in front of the past student council generations if the festivals were to fail. That's why there must be no flaws, I think that was encumbrances. Nothing that might make the festival short of perfect. Shizune's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really oddly fitting of them. Oh, hello. I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door. Hey, playing delinquent again? Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen wrapped around nervously at the edge of the door. Maybe she is showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. What is it, Hanako? Has Lily been here? Sorry, haven't seen Sato. She came by in the morning though. Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizune isn't going to look away, and she's intimidating enough as is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It's a little uncomfortable watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes meet, it seems. Do you know where she is? If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom, working at their festival project. But who knows where that woman is loitering at? You need to find her? She was looking for you in the morning, but I guess I guess you missed each other. She waits a little without answering the simple question, looking awfully like she's not sure if it's proper to answer such a question. Yeah. And come with you, if it's okay. Hanako nods fractionally, still on guard, her shoulders stiff like wood. I get the feeling that she might be more comfortable by herself after all, but it's too late to back off now. She has this really troubled expression she seems to wear almost constantly, one that makes me constantly be on guard myself. I wonder why. I kind of understand why she seems to be so wary, or maybe more like why there could be a person like her. But I still have no idea how I should act around such a... It's dinner time soon. Were you planning to eat with Lily? She nods slightly. So she must have been trying to get in the cafeteria. Well, there's something of a dinner crowd, just like the cafeteria is crowded during lunch. It's not as bad because dinner time is longer than lunch hour, but I can understand why Hanako would be discouraged from going in. I pick up my bag and we take our leave. Hanako skips a little to meet my initial pace, so I slow down to match her speed. It doesn't take long for us to be walking at a comfortable pace down the hallway. It almost feels like we're going for a stroll together, something that I can't say I've really done before with a girl. Hanako doesn't seem to be thinking the same thing though. Even though we are walking at the same pace, she never comes within arm's reach of me. I guess she's still a little uncomfortable around me. Given how shy she is, there doesn't seem to be much helping it, at least for now. By the time we arrive at the cafeteria, there's not much of a crowd there, but Lily is nowhere to be seen. Hanako's head sinks even lower than usual. Have you looked somewhere else already? Just at the library. I was reading. So she does spend the classes she skips at the library. Ah, so not exactly a thorough search then. Well, if I had to guess, she'd be in her own class like Shizune said, right? Right. With the slightest of nods, Hanako agrees with my reasoning. God, she's being so awkward. It's like I need double-layered silk gloves with padding to even begin interacting with her. Some small talk might help her become a bit more used to me. It isn't hard to tell that the silence between us is hovering on the edge of both of our minds. So you and Lily usually hang out together after class, right? Yes. I'm not quite sure what I expected from her answer, nor why I even asked the question. That much was rather obvious after all. She doesn't seem like the type to cultivate a social circle either, so I suspect that Lily might be her only friend. Must be a pain being in different classes, I'm assuming. She gives a sharp, almost reflexive nod. Compared to Lily's careful thought about her actions and speech, Hanako hastens to make her answers as prompt and short as possible. Lily comes by the classroom though, even when she's busy. She gives a small smile as she says it, evidently appreciating the fact that Lily goes out of her way to help her. It's pretty cute, really. There isn't any need to say more, both of us content that the discussions reach an end. As we ascend the stairs back to the lobby, we're met by a group of students heading downstairs like a school of fish moving from one feeding area to another. They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves, but before I can notice her doing so, Hanako has moved around behind me. Hey, are you alright? Just keep going. The students pass us without as much as a second glance, and Hanako takes up position to my side again as we enter the building, her momentary reprieve from her anxiety all but snatched away. Even as we climb toward the third floor, she doesn't seem to relax. It isn't as if I've never known a shy person before, or even shy girls, but Hanako seems to be pretty far beyond what I'd call normal in her fear of other people. If it weren't for Lily acting as a mediator, I doubt Hanako would have even been able to walk beside me like this. She seems to completely shut down in the presence of others. The rest of the walk up to Lily's classroom continues in strained silence, while I rue her inability to socialize at all. After we make our way up the stairs, the noise coming from Lily's classroom is audible from halfway down the hallway. I wasn't expecting such a dim at all. Well, I guess we found her. This wasn't hard. Did Hanako come here first, then come to me for backup, I wonder? Well, if that's true, then at least she's starting to trust me a little. That can only be a good thing. Eventually, the two of us reached the door to Class 3-2. With Hanako less than subtly positioning herself behind me, I opened the door. Inside is a hive of activity, seemingly every student in the class talking at once as they work hurriedly on their separate tasks. Going by the paint cans, decorations, and banners being made, it must be for the upcoming school festival. I guess my first priority should be finding Lily. There. Finding her among the din is surprisingly easy, not the least because of her looks. With a couple of students gathered around her as she stands at the front of the class, she seems to be in charge of the preparations, or at least busy organizing them. Carefully negotiating a path through the various students hunched over the floor of or lack of desk space, I raise a hand entirely out of habit as we finally reach Lily. Hi Lily. She perks her head up as she breaks off talking to a noticeably smaller girl who must be her classmate, trying to listen as best she can. Sorry, who? Sorry, Hisao. I've Hanako too. Hi. She's pretty skittish, considering the number of people around. It isn't too hard to work out why. Lily takes a moment's pause to assess the situation before turning to the other students once again. For the moment, just ask Moria for his advice. Kenji's busy with painting one of the banners already. Kenji's painting? Oh god, what's he painting on it? A quick nod and she bounces off, fingers carefully sliding along the wall's face for orientation. Wait, Kenji? That Kenji? I quickly turn about, leaning to the side to see past Hanako. Sure enough, in a corner of the room, Kenji's hunched over a sheet of cloth as he paints it. His eyes remain only inches from the brush, reminding me of how close he had to be able to make out my face when I met him. Sorry about that. Our class doesn't have many students with even partial eyesight, so they're in high demand. That's right, Class 3-2 especially for students with poor vision. Preparing for the festival must be pretty arduous for them. Need a hand? I could give you help if you need some. Maybe Hanako could too. A chance to set her mind on something would do her good, but I doubt she has the courage to ask outright. She quickly nods in affirmation afterwards, so I'm confident I made the right move. Lily gives a notable sigh of relief. Now that's good. I might actually get finished before everyone else goes off to dinner though. Would you be able to help the person painting the main banner? It's a big task for him to do, but nobody else can help. Kenji, sure. Why not? I love Kenji. He's a great friend of mine. She seems surprised that I know him. I can't really blame her. I take it you've met? Our rooms in the dorm are right next to each other. Had to miss each other, really. Well, it's good to see you're getting friends so fast. Friend, I wonder if that's the right word to use for him. Hanako's silence during the proceedings reminds you of the reason I put her up to helping in the first place. We'll go help him then. He knows what he needs doing, right? That's right, just ask if you have any problems. Crossing an ascent, Hanako and I begin another trek across the classroom. Kenji sits crouched on the floor, his gaze fixed on the white calico in front of him. Hey Kenji. No answer. He continues dragging his paint-soaked brush along the large half-painted kanji that's sketched on the sheet in pencil. Kenji? Huh? What? Who is it? If this is the way he treats class members, it's no small wonder he's working on this alone. It's me, Xiao from... Right, I know that, man. What are you doing here, though? His dismissive attitude annoys me. He must be the type to really get focused on his work, hating to be disturbed by anyone until he's done, I suppose. While we talk, the sound of Hanako's footsteps as she walks out from behind me reminds me that she's here. I was just going to help with the banner. Hanako and I, that is. Hello. Oh, hey, I guess that's okay. As soon as Hanako enters the equation, his demeanor takes a complete about face. His sudden faux hospitality is slightly unsettling. Oh, right, women. On second thought, this may not have been a great idea after all. Oh, right, women indeed. Hanako and I grudgingly set ourselves down on the opposite side of the cloth banner to Kenji, noting that several small paint tins in the ground around it. Class 3-2, noodle stall. You guys selling noodles at the festival on Sunday? Yeah, some stalls outside or something. Or something. His non-committal nature speaks a fair amount of suspicion on my behalf. The task at hand comes first, though. So how do you want us to split this? We do borders while you do the text, or do you want to switch and do the borders? Text is mine, you do borders. He has surprisingly strong feelings on the topic. As I reach over to grab a brush, I notice Hanako's already debating between colors to use. By the time I've put brush to cloth, she's already started on a delicate pattern. Looks like my idea of taking her mind off everyone around her work. With a dark blue stroke, the three of us silently get to work. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako's working to lean towards me and whisper conspiratorially though. Okay man, why are you here? Hanako just wanted some help to find Lily, that's all. He apparently disapproves of my motivations. I get it, looks like I misjudged you. You're infiltrating them, aren't you? Going deep undercover? I hate that he's wearing a Gryffindor scarf. I mean... I don't feel too strongly about it, because... I think I'd be a lot more... like... not frustrated. I think I'd be a little more annoyed if he was like... wearing a Camp Half-Blood t-shirt or something, but the Gryffindor scarf doesn't really bother me. I should have guessed. Letting the truth slip by him would probably be better than outright lying or annoying him in any case. Is that why you're here? Obviously, it sucks, but there's no better way to get intel than going in yourself. We gotta stick together, man. This is a harsh school, a harsh world. Yeah, it's very harsh. He misses my true meaning as he leans back, satisfied I'm sympathetic to his cause. I'd better get down to work. Finished. Looks like I am too. Good job. Two of us connect up the slips of our patterns, mine being as close as a copy as I could manage of hers. With a grunt, I lever myself up from the floor and look around. Aside from Hanako and myself, there's only Kenji left finishing off a sign, as well as Lily and a couple of students talking among themselves in the classroom. Looking at my watch, it's no surprise. It's getting pretty late. Need a hand? I offer a hand to Hanako, which she uses to get herself up. As she does, I can't help but glance at her wrist. If her scars extend even to there, just how much of her body was burned. Probably a good amount of it, right? I don't know. Judging from like the splash art, it looks like, yeah. I feel a pang of guilt about it, however, as she quickly covers her wrist with her other hand. Looks good, doesn't it? She looks surprised for a moment before noticing that I meant the banner. It does, I guess. Her smile shows that she feels a slight sense of pride in the result, just as I do. With the floor significantly neater for the decorations being placed on desks and shelves, it's much easier to get to Lily as we cross the room. We finished the banner, but I guess that's all that needs to be done. Lily gives an appreciative nod. Thank you, Hisao. Hanako, if there's any way I can thank you. It's fine, beat sitting in my room studying it at any rate. That's not what I would say. You know what I would say? I would say... actually no, that's what I would say. My first instinct response would be to say, yeah, it's fine, I wasn't gonna do anything. But then I would immediately quickly change my mind and go, actually, you know what? How you can repay us? We can have more tea, that'd be great. That's what I would say. Don't mind either. She nods before suddenly remembering one last person. Oh, is Kenji still here? Just as I open my mouth, Kenji gives the answer from the other side of the room. Yeah, I just finished. He carefully slides his sign onto an empty section of shelf to dry before quickly walking past us and out the door. Hope the scars were from an accident and not from abuse. I share your hope, but I'm not optimistic. Judging by the way, very briefly, our interactions. I'm not too optimistic, but we'll see. See you, man. Bye. The remaining two students say their goodbyes to Lily before taking their cue to leave as well, leaving only the three of us. Well, I guess it's everyone. I hope we don't have to do anything like that again. Working past school time? Indeed, the class's plans this year were ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. The stalls look nice though. Isn't that normal that you like work overtime, you know, you stay outside of school hours to work on something? I guess it's not normal, I don't know. I did that a lot. Anyways. She's right, it shows that a lot of work's gone into them. My, I'm sure a lot of us would be glad to hear that. At least now there's not much work to do until the festival itself. It's getting pretty late, should we go? That's probably a good idea. Are you gonna go back to the dorms as well, Hisao? Yeah, I guess I'll tag along. The nighttime lighting really makes the gardens look quite different. Compared to the usual look of lush greenery, things are much more calm. Being that it's so late, the lack of students around probably helps. The odd one or two can be seen scurrying to and from the dorms trying to eke the most out of their approaching curfews, but no more. All that can be heard is our footsteps, in addition to Lily's cane regularly gently tapping the ground in front of her. It's nice to finally be able to relax a bit after the mad rush during school. Without even noticing it, I let out a small yawn. Tired? Yeah, still getting used to the flow of things, I guess. The, thing with Shizune took me kind of off guard, though. I grit my teeth a little at the candid mention of their rather public spat. That said, I do want to sort out what in the world was behind that. About that. I'm sorry about it being so public. Shizuna and I go back some ways. Her voice seems slightly irritated as she remembers Shizune, obviously unwilling to discuss it any further. I glanced at Hanako for her views on this, but her expression is unsurprisingly evasive and difficult to read. Either way, I guess her apologizing for it is something, even if my curiosity goes unanswered. I'll be glad once the festival is over in any case. The change of topic's welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. I can imagine, my old school's festivals were a lot more low-key than this. Yamaku stresses the idea of a school community, so the staff likes to make our festivals on such special occasions, and yet the students are the ones who do them. What an unfair world. Hanako and Lily both chuckle in agreement, savoring the fact that none of the staff are around to hear our grumbling. I suppose coming from a strict all-girls school helped me a bit with Yamaku. Compared to there, Yamaku is much more relaxed. That go away towards explaining her well-bred speech and behavior in any case. As we come into the dormitories, it eventually comes time to leave for our respective rooms. See you, Lily, Hanako. The two both give polite nods before setting off to the women's dorms, just next to the guys. As is to be expected of such an arrangement, there's a staff member casually patrolling around outside to prevent any nighttime shenanigans. Walking past him, I quickly stretch my arms and rub my neck, both quite sore after having worked on the floor for so long before walking to my room. It feels good to actually have direction, though. After so long in the hospital, the everyday facts of studying, homework, and teachers seem almost a blessing. I guess if things continue like this, my time at Yamaku might turn out okay. Adhering to the nurse's nagging voice in the back of my head, I set my alarm clock to wake me up early enough to go jogging again. I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. Besides, Emmy is bound to rat on me if I don't show. But it's not all that bad. Katawa Shoujo. I have to every time. Katawa Shoujo. I've said it twice maybe. My morning alarm goes off and I flail about uselessly for a while until I remember that I decided to give morning runs another shot. I don't know if this was my greatest idea, but I'm determined to keep going. This is about my health after all. Sure, things haven't been great lately for me, but that hasn't made existence so intolerable that I'm not going to try everything I can to stay healthy. Besides, it's all about asserting some kind of control over this thing, right? If I can manage that, well, I can manage anything. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Once again, it would appear that I'm not alone in my run. Emmy has apparently been here for some time. It looks like she's already worked up a good sweat. Just when the hell does she come down here anyway? Oh, it's you. I'm surprised to see you. Why is that? Well, not many people actually manage to come back for a second try. She frowned, seemingly annoyed by a passing thought. Like the rest of the track team, for instance. Still, it was only supposed to be on a volunteer basis, so it's not that big of a shock. I guess it's pretty early in the morning. A shrug, and suddenly it appears that she's forgotten what she was talking about. The frown disappears entirely, and she seems to snap back to her previous train of thought. So, come on then. What? You're here to run again, right? Well, yes. Guess. So come on. Okay, I guess we're running. I find myself suddenly grabbed and yanked onto the track. Things seem to be set on mirroring yesterday's run. That is, I seem to be struggling while Emmy moves with an effortlessness that I find enviable. It's incredibly bothersome to be so easily worn out. I know I should be patient, work towards things gradually, but it's difficult to stay positive about this. We round the track and start on our second lap. Emmy seems to have grown impatient, keeping pace with me, and begins to pull away. This is where I gave out yesterday. Will I be able to do more? This is where I gave out yesterday. Will I be able to do more? Go for it, take it. I do have a heart condition. So I think what's right is just exercise the right amount. Like, okay. I would say don't, overexert myself, but make it a habit to go on the track every day. That's what I would do. I'll take it easy, but I'll do this like every day. I let Emmy go with her own pace, and she doesn't show mercy, pulling half a lap ahead of me in an instant. I don't blame her. I mean, it's not as if I'm really putting up any sort of real fight out here, is it? Instead, I'm just running at a steady pace, which is what I should be doing, right? There's no need to go pushing my limits at this stage of the game. God, is this even worth it? As we finish the second lap, I break off again. Emmy keeps going, and it almost seems to me that she's disappointed. Well, that's stupid. I don't have anything to prove to her. Come to think of it, I've got nothing to prove to myself either. Also, what is a metric of proof, why she shouldn't be disappointed is because I'm committing to show up every day, which is a lot harder than just showing up once and putting my full effort in once. I'm just fine the way I am. And what I'm not is a runner. This was probably a bad idea. Maybe there's something else I could do instead of this. That's not the choice I made. This is not what I was intending. Getting up this early sucks anyway. There's got to be some other way to keep healthy. That's not what I meant. Okay, whatever. Walking maybe. Nice afternoon walks. Yeah, that sounds good. Running isn't for me. I wasn't meant that. I didn't think that option would be like, okay, give up forever. That's not what I meant. All right. Wave to Emmy and head back to my room. I think of something else later. Back in my room, the first thing I see is the familiar row of medication bottles lined up on top of my dresser, and it makes me depressed as usual. It's annoying. I thought I was okay. I thought I had made my peace with this thing, gotten over it, but what I really did, I allowed myself to forget that I have a problem. Being here really reminds me of the reality, and trying to fight against it just hurts. Reflecting on it is only going to do so much. I've done this before, for months. It seems like it's time to get over it. If I allow myself to forget that my life is definitely not going to be as long as those of others, I won't get anywhere. My life may be different from others, but it is a life in progress. That is how I'll rationalize it. I downed the usual handful of pills, trying to push the sudden dreary feeling out of my head, and I'm prepared to head out to class early as usual. As I step into the hallway, I notice Kenji coming around the hallway corner, stealthily making his way over to his own room with a large bag. As he sneaks past me soundlessly like a ninja hiding in plain sight, I call out to him. Damn, you've been streaming for 5 hours, drink some water? I should. In fact, I should probably get some food as well. I haven't had food in like 9 hours. But like, I'm really close to, like, I'm not far from finishing it, right? How long is Katawa Shoujo again? I can't type. Why can't I type? I can't type anything. What the hell? My keyboard's not working. Shit. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta fix my keyboard. Okay, it works now. Main story 7.5 hours? Fuck. The average is 8 hours? Shit. Leisure is 14 hours? Okay. 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 Fuck. Okay, that's kind of long. Okay, here's the deal. I'll stream. I thought I would be able to get through the whole story today, actually. But I'm not. I do have my water with me. I am drinking water. I'm a little hungry. I've been drinking water. I have been. But I'm thinking about eating. But also, like, I thought I was really close to being done. Okay, here's the thing. There's like multiple acts in the story. I've been told. So I'm gonna get to the next act and then I'll stop. That's what I'll do. Yeah. Hey. He jumps to the sound of my voice. Part 2 tomorrow. Well, yeah. So we'll get to the next act and then I'll stop. But we should be getting to it very soon, I think. Oh, hey man, I didn't notice you there. I'm really tired. I think it's more like he didn't see me, but that's not the issue. Where have you been this early? Shopping? Well, maybe not tomorrow, but another day, because I have something else planned for tomorrow. Nah, I wasn't shopping. Sometimes I have to visit the math teacher. Yeah, I figured it would be a good idea to find out when the next exam is, since he tells you in advance if you want. So then what's in the bag? I thought I'd go shopping while I was outside. I need supplies to continue the fight against the vast feminist conspiracy. Okay. I thought you didn't go outside. I wear a hat now. I decide to not point out that he's not wearing a hat. An awkward silence settles between us, and then Kenji breaks it by pushing his doors open slowly, releasing a creaking sound into the air that only makes the moment seem more awkward. He sets the bag down inside his room and then closes the door. I'm surprised you went out of your way to find out a test date. Trying to take advantage of an opportunity to study is pretty diligent. I never study. Oh. I just wanted to know when the next test day was. I'm still going to take it, duh. I need to know so I know what day I can't afford to skip class. He usually sends out updates on the crap by phone, so I had to step out and check up on it. You've yapped for like an hour, so there are 4 more hours to go? No, I've been streaming for 5 hours. What do you mean? Or do you mean 4 more hours to go in the story? Oh, yeah. Got 4 more hours to go in the story, yeah. So I'm gonna do that another time. I thought I could do it all in once. I thought I could do a 7-hour stream, but I realized I also talked for a whole hour, so I'm not gonna risk making it an 8-hour stream, I think. And why do you have to go out when you can get it on your phone? I don't carry a phone. What do you mean you don't carry a phone? You mean you just leave it at home? Nah, I don't use phones. I don't have phones. I have no phone. Why don't you have a phone? How can you not have a phone? No phone at all? No phone? I just don't like phones. Actually, I'm kind of scared of them. I don't know why. I think it's some kind of repressed trauma. Oh. Oh. That it might be. But basically, when I hear a phone, I get nervous. It's my darkest secret. I have 2 theories on it. Either I have some fear of receiving some undefined, ominous, life-altering doom call, or I was beaten with a phone in the past. Beaten so badly I can't remember it. Beaten in the head. Well, where else could I get beaten with a phone that would make me unable to remember it? The ass? Unexpectedly logical. I feel very depressed now. Sensing this conversation is more or less over, Kenji opens his door again and prepares to head inside. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep, dude. Have a good one. Class is gonna start in like 20 minutes. I already did something today. Too tired to go to school. Hey, you need some lip balm? I accidentally bought 2 because I thought the store had started selling individual AA batteries. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm alright. Whatever, man. He swiftly enters his lair, finally letting me go to the class. Real mobile phones are scary blocks of text. They are, but also I'm more scared of the software than the hardware. For a change, I'm not among the first ones to come to morning class. Instead, almost everyone else seems to be here already. I recognize most of my class by their faces by now, though the names escape me still. The class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get into the rhythm of the school. I've even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overly attentive. The first few days, I was pretty high-strung in class. Muto finishes his lecture about electricity early, but continues without a pause about the festival. So as you know, the festival is on the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday. Please keep the meaning of this festival in your minds. Games and fried food! Everyone bursts out in laughter, and so do I. Yes, thank you, Mikado. But what I meant more was the remaining... What it meant was more the... Okay. The remainder of his sentence is buried beneath the ring of the lunch bells, and everyone starts packing their things. Muto deliberates for a moment, but since almost nobody seems to pay attention anymore, he gives up and sits down. It's crowded in the hallway, or as crowded as hallways in this school probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down for the cafeteria. Isao! I'm going to make you a one-time only super extra special lunch offer. What the fuck? Oh. Emmy's homemade lunchboxes and the privilege of enjoying them in private with 2 bombshell beauties. What the fuck? What? Her overly flirtatious sales pitch Echoes in the hallway are a remarkable feat since it's full of people. Emmy strikes a very confident looking pose as an attempt to one-up her own ridiculousness, puffing out her chest and making the V for victory sign with her hand. Sounds delicious. To what do I owe this honor of being invited? You stood there looking really lost and sad, so I thought you could use some company. That's probably the most depressing reasonable imaginable. I don't want anyone telling me this, that I stood there looking very lost and sad, so I thought I could use some company. I say that. That has happened, so never mind. I'm going to dismiss that now. Don't think about that. So how about it? You're probably really lonely. Would eat that awful cafeteria food all alone otherwise. I'm kidding. Sure, I'll have your lunch offer with pleasure. Let's go to the roof. A roof? Why the roof? Because that's where we eat lunch. Yeah, with Rin. Yes, Rin was talking about you probably. That's my guess. If I don't get up there, then she'll probably wander off, and then I just know she'll go hungry because she never packs lunch for herself. Who will? Come with me. Without answering my question or waiting for a response, she grabs me by the arm and drags me through the hallways. I attempt to make conversation on the way. Why do you have an extra lunch? Emmy smiles guiltily. Actually, it's yesterday's lunch. I slipped in a run at lunch and forgot to eat it. Huh. Well, I mean, it should still be good, right? The stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. At the top of the stairs is a door, complete with missing padlock. I wonder who the intrepid individual was that removed the lock. Emmy shoves the door open and steps beaming into the sunlight. Suddenly, a tall, dark stranger appears out of nowhere, standing imposingly in front of us. Emmy flinches back, almost falling back down the stairs. Eek, hello. Yipes, you scared me, Rin. I think Emmy's the closest to a classic romance VN girl. Is she? She feels... Isn't like... I don't know. Isn't Shizune also like a classic trope or something? Like the whole like girl who's super competitive. And then Lily as well seems to be a little like in a classic, like she's, you know, the classic like nice girl person, like the really, really nice one. I don't know. I don't play many of these. Anyways. Hello. Noticing that Rin is speaking to me, Emmy looks curiously at me. You two know each other? I look confusedly at Emmy. She's that friend of yours? Rin has turned her gaze towards the clouds drifting above the school. I didn't know you knew this person, Emmy. The awkward silence lasts only for a few seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging the coincidence off. I invited Hisao for lunch. If you know him, that's just better. Oh, does this mean I don't get food, or did you invite him for lunch without the lunch? Neither. I have food for 3. Nice thinking. We walk to the other end of the roof while I stay at the clock tower for a while, taking in the atmosphere. There's nobody else but us here. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is in other schools. A few rundown benches and tables are scattered around the edges, perhaps in an attempt to make the rooftop look less desolate. The small pebbles covering the roof rattle beneath our feet. I peek through the chain link fence to take a look at the school grounds and beyond. Students are strolling in pairs and groups around the quadrangle and at the cafeteria. A few delivery trucks are driving past the school towards the convenience store nearby. Somewhere a watchdog barks at a passerby. Somehow, when I look towards this town center, the small town feel strikes me very strongly, almost palpably. The hectic lifestyle of big metropolises seems so far away and foreign here. Nobody has to run to catch a bus like their life depended on it, or get their senses overloaded by the neon lights and traffic jams. I feel surprisingly optimistic about this new life of mine, looking at my new hometown, even if it's going to be mine for only one short year. Finding out about my illness and having to move away from home all came so suddenly I hadn't had time to think about how I feel about it. When I step out of the shadow of the clock tower to the open, I feel warmth touching my back. The sun shines from a perfectly clear cerulean sky. A cool breeze sweeping over the rooftop makes me shiver, but only briefly. The wind carries the scent of trees and flowers, not smog and car exhaust like it used to, just a few weeks ago. Emmy settles on a bench with Rin in tow and produces 1 big and 2 small lunchboxes from her bag. Come on, Hisao. What are you waiting for? She's beckoning me to join them, making room on the already small bench. I seat myself in the corner of the bench to take as little space as possible. It's pretty cramped, but somehow all 3 of us fit on it. Impressive view. Emmy suppresses a giggle and places a lunchbox in front of Rin and hands another lunchbox to me. Here you go, lunch is promised. Homemade, no less. I'm impressed. Wow, this looks really good. Thanks, I make it myself when I can. Conversation dies off as I said about the busyness of feeding myself. Taking a few bites, I glance up and notice Rin deftly opening the lunchbox and popping a fork full of food into her mouth using only her feet. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be impressed at her dexterity. It's also a reminder of the sort of place I am in right now. Will I ever get used to the sights such as this? I can't decide if getting used to such a thing would be a good thing or a bad thing either. Does getting used to this place mean that I'm giving up on being a normal person? Or does it just mean that I'm becoming more understanding about those around me? I'm distracted from my thoughts by the sight of Emmy tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors. You seem pretty hungry. Emmy looks up, mouth half full, and swallows before nodding. My morning run always works up an appetite. Which is great, because then I burn through lunch pretty quickly. Helps me keep my girlish figure. What would happen if you'd lose it? Would you become a man? I very nearly choke on my lunch trying not to laugh. It's a figure of speech. Does your figure have to run in the mornings too? Do you always talk like this? Talk like what? I think that answers my question. Never mind. So, I struggle to think of small talk and settle on the obvious question. How'd you two meet? Rin seems content to let Emmy answer this question. Someone in the housing department thought that we'd complement each other well, so we were assigned rooms next to one another. Complement each other? Like shoes in a suit. Ah. Emmy giggles at my confusion. Put us together, we've got all our limbs, get it? Ah. Guess. So I started helping Rin get ready in the mornings, and that was that. I mean, you can't help someone get dressed every morning and not get along. I see. Rin chooses this moment to interject. I have trouble with shirts. Right, that seems fairly obvious, yeah. Really? Kind of. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. This isn't helping, but at least Emmy seems to find the whole thing funny. That combined with the fact that Rin is Rin is genuinely curious makes me feel slightly better and yet confused. I mean, you've got no arms. So, putting on a shirt seems like one of those things that would be difficult. You know what? I'm just gonna stop talking now. It'll save me a lot of trouble in the long run. Rin nods in what I suspect is meant to be a sage manner. I see. The conversation dies as I turn my attention back to my lunch. It's really quite good. Emmy finishes her lunch first and makes a contented noise. Ah, that was good. Also, yeah, would I have said it like that? No. Like, is it obvious? Yes. Like, that makes sense that, like, Rin would probably struggle with putting a shirt on. Like, that is something, like, I'm not surprised by it. But would I be like, well, yeah, it makes sense. Like, and then, like, insist on it 20 times and then try to explain myself? No, I would not try to explain myself, I think. As she busies herself with cleaning up her lunch, Rin speaks up. I'm thirsty. Oh, I almost forgot about that, sorry. With a flourish, she reaches into her bag and removes a trio of juice boxes. She tosses me one that appears to be cranberry juice, one to Rin that appears to be some kind of strawberry milk, complete with pink color scheme, and keeps an equally pink box of some kind of fruit punch for herself. Rin dexterously stabs her straw through the top of her box and begins to drink. I'm once again impressed by how flexible she is, but this time I keep my comment to myself. Somehow I don't think either Emmy or Rin are the sort of people who think twice about the way they work around their particular disabilities. Rin especially so. Indeed, she gives off the impression of being entirely unaware that she's missing any limbs at all. Whether or not that's a conscious decision is another matter. I'm honestly not sure. So, Hisao, how do you like it up here? It's quite nice, actually. I like high places for the view. Thanks for inviting me up here. And for the lunch, too. Emmy grins a 1,000-watt grin. Pleased by my response, I suppose. No problem. Feel free to eat with us next time, too, okay? I won't make you a lunch, but you can bring your own up here. No lunch service? I don't know. Emmy looks mock offended. Trying to take advantage of my good nature? The nerve. He giggles. Well, if that's your answer, I guess Rin and I will just keep eating lunch all alone. I'm suddenly assaulted by the most heart-rending puppy dog eyes I've ever seen as Emmy pouts. Kidding, I was kidding. I'd love to eat lunch up here again. Good location and the company's okay too. Emmy frowns a bit at my declaration of okay, but seems happy enough that I've accepted her invitation. I guess this makes us friends now, or at least acquaintances. The lunch bell rings, signaling a return downstairs. Rin, you didn't finish your lunch again. I wasn't that hungry. Well, if you don't eat more, you're gonna fade away. Vin shrugs as if this is an acceptable risk. Come on, we better get going. The three of us head down the stairs together. The afternoon class passes. Once again, I find myself without a plan for something to do after school, so I head to the library to return a couple of the books I finished reading. Walking inside, I see that there are about as many students here as there were on Tuesday, all the more evident from the almost total silence enveloping the room. As I drop the books I'd borrowed into the return slot in the counter, Yuko suddenly pops up from behind it, quite startled from the banging they made as they hit the trolley next to her. Ah, sorry Yuko, didn't mean to startle you. No, that's fine, it happens a lot, I'm used to it by now. Can I help you? Excuse me. It's okay, I think I know where everything is, thanks anyways. I suppose I'll grab another book or two while I'm here. There's not much else to do, and after reading so much during my stay at the hospital, it's become a hard habit to break. I wander down to the fiction section towards the back of the library, scanning the bookshelves for anything that catches my eye. And then I see it in bold, Rent a Girlfriend. That's not what he sees, never mind. As I do, I look over to the corner where Hanako had been the last time I was here, not really expecting anything to come of it. Surprisingly though, she's there, absorbed completely in a fairly thick book. I decide against intruding on her like last time and get back to finding reading material. After an indiscernible amount of time spent pursuing the aisles, I finally decide on a couple of books to get and slide them off the shelf. With a minimum of fuss, I quickly walk over to the counter, check out my books, and pop them into my bag as I walk out. By the time I leave the main building, sunset isn't too far away. A small trickle of students remain, but the majority have left, presumably to their homes and dorms. I guess I need to buy some supplies. I can't live off cafeteria food and eating out for my entire stay here. As I leave for the gate, I make a few loud stretches to try and stave off the tiredness that's accumulated over the week. After passing through and rounding the corner, though, I see a solitary figure walking downhill towards the small town below. The color of her hair and tapping of her cane are unmistakable. I quickly walk up to her, which seems to catch her attention without a word needing to be said. Hi, Lily. She takes a moment to place the voice, slightly adjusting her head to face a bit more towards the source of my voice as she does. Isao? Yep, it's me. She seems to have a very good memory for voices. The fact that she actually remembered me is a pleasant surprise. Good evening, what brings you here? Once again, she gives a small, polite bow, and once again I reply in kind before realizing that I needn't do so. Just going to town, you? My, what a coincidence. Doing the same thing, eh? I usually go shopping on Fridays. She pauses for a moment, suddenly looking a little lost. That said, Hanako usually comes into town with me. Ah, not lost, but worried. The two do seem to keep pretty close tabs on one another. It's kind of surprising that Hanako would just forget Lily like that. Holy shit, are you still streaming? Yes, I am. I'm probably not for too long, but I'm still streaming. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna stream until the second act hits, which might be soon. I noticed her reading in the library. She probably just got caught up in a book. She let out a small sigh of relief. Thank you, she has a habit of doing that. Avid reader? Right, she doesn't like being around crowds of people, so reading away from everyone lets her relax a bit. Although she probably didn't intend it, I can't help but grimace as I recall my first meeting with her. Hardly wanting to bring it up, I remain silent as we quietly continue to walk down the quiet road. Tack, 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 tack. With the road bereft of cars and the students of Yamaku increasingly far behind us, the quiet rustling of the leaves and the measured tapping of Lily's cane against the sidewalk are all that can be heard. It's kind of nice, especially compared to the hustle and bustle of where I used to live. Before I know it, I've relaxed so much that a loud yawn escapes before I can control it. Tired? Yeah, I've been running ragged these past few days. That's an understatement to be sure. Transferring into a different school would be bad enough, but nothing like this. Well, hopefully everything should settle down for you. The festival's got everyone in a spin right now, and you've been plopped right into the middle of things. For a moment I hesitate, but given her apparent tolerance for frankness, I decide to give my full thoughts. I guess. Yamaku's kind of different though. I mean, the formality surrounding everything, the isolation around it, not to mention the most obvious difference. It's kind of a whole different mindset. I suppose I'll get used to it though, in time. She gives a matter-of-fact nod, apparently pleased with my answer. It feels almost as if she's included me in the flock of students she's separating, along with Class 3-2 and Hanako. Well, not that I mind. It's nice to get the thoughts off my chest in any case. Looking on the bright side, one could see it as a chance for a new beginning. You should cherish the ability to make new friends. Absolutely true. She's spitting facts. She is. That's optimistic. Nonetheless, it's good to have a positive attitude about such things, I suppose. I guess that's a good take on it. It is a good take. She's cooking. Walking down on the road, she seems to become somewhat unsettled. Before I can ask what's on her mind, she seems to collect herself and speaks up about something else. So where in town were you going? That's actually a pretty good question. I come in to buy food, but the layout of the place is still totally foreign to me. I'd intended to just wander around and see what I could find, but with sunset already approaching and nightfall not too far away, that doesn't seem very wise. I'm going to have to ask her for directions again. I was just going to get some food, but now that you mention it, I don't really know the way. Well, now this is quite lucky. I was just about to go to the convenience store myself. Looks like I'll be in your care again then, thanks. Together we walk to the store, my pace is carefully slowed to remain beside her. Compared to my usual walking pace, hers is quite a bit slower, not that it's without reason. After what couldn't be more than several minutes, I catch sight of our objective. This town really is pretty small. Without further ado, we make our way outside with a greeting from the counter. Mind if I tag along with you? Usually Hanako would help me, but seeing as she's not here. It takes a moment before I realize what she means. Considering she wouldn't be able to read any of the labels, shopping without any help would be a big pain for her. That makes sense. As said, I can't shake the feeling that she'd had this idea since I said I was coming here. Sure, it'd be my pleasure. I grab 2 well-used red baskets from the small stack beside the entrance, handing one to Lily. Here you go. She lays it on the ground, putting her school bag in, retracting her cane and sliding it through the basket's handles before picking it back up in her right hand. But if she doesn't use her cane... Before I can complete the thought, she comes beside me and pinches the cuff of my uniform in her slender finger. Is this alright? Yeah, sure. I have no reason not to accept. I can think of worse things than shopping with a pretty girl holding on to me, even if it is just out of necessity. We navigate our way through the store, with not one of the occasional passing customers seeming to bat an eyelid. Considering how close Yamaku is, I guess seeing students from there must be entirely normal for the local residents. As we reach each aisle, I quickly check with Lily and find out what she needs. I grab it along with what I'm looking for and put our items into their respective baskets. I guess this is the same routine she and Hanako follow every Friday. Right, all that's left is the bread and that should be my shopping done. Do you need anything else, Lily? No, this should be everything. Off we go then. With a quick side trip to the bakery section, we make our way to the registers. The line, thankfully, is almost non-existent. It's not long before we've both paid for our food and are out the door. Shopping for groceries in a convenience store? Oh wait, no, it's like a... There's like cafeterias, never mind, I forget. there's catered, like they're catered, never mind. As Lily retrieves her cane and extends it to full length, I waste a minute looking upwards at the night sky while holding both our bags. For a moment I try to make clouds with my breath, but the summer's heat doesn't seem to cooperate. Eventually she rights herself, taking a quick stretch before taking her bag and leaving me to my team. You tired as well? The festival preparations have been complete chaos. She's in there breathing down my neck doesn't exactly help things either. Hey, she's only trying to get everything organized. Better now than later, right? I suppose. I'm going to enjoy relaxing in town tomorrow, that's for certain. I guess the festival preparations must be taking their toll on both of them. We walk out into the quiet street, talking between ourselves as we carry our bags of food and supplies from the store. Wait, what's that? I notice a very distinctive figure making its way towards us, silhouetted by the street lamps. For a second, I think it's another male student from my class, but as he, or should I say she, gets closer, I recognize her quickly. Rin, what are you doing out here so late? Rin? Lily pricks her head, looking like she's trying to focus on listening more keenly. It suddenly comes to me that I should probably interpret the scene for her. It's Rin Tezuka, I think was her last name from our school. She stiffens at the name and gives a complicated looking expression, something like a forced fusion of a composed smile and a painful cringe. Ah, I understand. I guess Lily knows Rin too. Rin turns to look at us, looking terribly out of it. I'm not entirely sure if she recognizes either of us, or at least she doesn't acknowledge it if she does. She looks like a zombie or a statue of a zombie. But slowly some symptoms of understanding seem to lighten her dark eyes. This is something she must react to. Rin blinks once, very thoroughly. Hello. There's an awkward pause, everyone waiting for someone else to say something. What are you doing here this late? I was wondering about that myself too, just now. Some people asked that just before. I assumed they were wondering the same. I didn't know. They didn't know either. I asked, that's why I'm wondering. She looks like a fish, not gonna lie. I'm trying to squint my eyes to see it, but I don't really see it. Yeah, I don't really see it. She for sure eats the paint. I don't know that, okay? We don't know that. Guys, when they're open, she looks like a fish. I mean, eh. I survived the midterm. The midterm was easier, but than I thought it was, so might have failed or aced it. I don't know, for a few weeks though. Good. Well, I hope it was good, and congratulations on your survival. So that was pretty much it. It's a murder mystery without a murder. So she's wandering around town. They were going that way. She turns facing to her right in order to demonstrate the direction the other people went to, as if that was important, and rotates back like a mechanical puppet in one of those overly complicated clockworks. For a person who gives an impression of being the quiet type, Rin really does use a lot of words to say things that don't need a lot to be said. Unsure if she's finished, I say nothing. Neither does Lily, who seems equally robbed of words for the time being. I think that both of us are in fact just scared that any response might provoke her to continue. Our stupefied lack of reaction doesn't faze Rin at all. She keeps looking at us expectantly, a calm hint of expression on her blank face. She seems to be that kind of person, always so relaxed. As if bull elephant grade sedatives were flowing in her veins in the place of blood. Do you have amnesia? I don't recall you having anything of the sort though. No, I don't think it's that. The other passerbys were probably just worried though. You do look really lost the way you're standing in the middle of the street. Oh, I see. Maybe I should have taken some other kind of pose in that case. I pondered for a while whether I should chase this angle further or give up for the sake of my own sanity. I decided on the latter. It seems that most of the time it's better to not read too deeply into what Rin is babbling about. Talking with Rin is like playing chess with a supercomputer who does seemingly completely random moves, as if to mock everything you know about chess. It's like that, except with human interaction. And even if I win, it feels like losing. It feels like losing. Damn, it's just like Kenji said. Even when I win, I lose. Is this the power of the girls of Yamaku? I push the thought aside as too dangerous to consider further. It's probably just Kenji's anti-female propaganda getting to me during a moment of weakness. Yeah, maybe taking another pose might have worked. So anyway, you have no idea what you're doing here. She frowns, looking extremely displeased at either my question or its consequences or the answer she's about to give. I do have some idea. I can't really tell what kind of an idea. Yeah, maybe she does look a bit like a fish now that I'm looking at it. It sounds like progress, at least. Lily sounds as if she spotted an opening for some kind of discernibly normal conversation. I can't say I share her optimism. Yes, there is some, definitely. The rest will come later. I'm sure of it. I always have reasons. The ensuing silence kills Lily's hopes all too visibly. That didn't last too long. Rin's, as far as I can tell, unbased assurances aside, what should be done? We could just leave her to her own devices, whatever those are, but it's late and I don't think we'll be getting any thanks if Rin is found standing here in the middle of the night. Which she probably will, unless she manages to remember what she was doing here in the first place. As for me trying to guess what might have been going on in her mind while she decided to embark on this journey, the chances seem to be on par with winning the lottery. Several times in a row. Lily is oddly quiet too. I'd appreciate some support from the side lanes here, especially if she's more familiar with Rin than I am. But it can't be helped, it seems her familiarity with Rin is exactly why she's staying subdued. So I assume you were going somewhere, not coming back to the school. Any idea where? Her eyes widen in shock and she jolts back in a somewhat artificial way, making it seem like an act rehearsed for situations like, are you a mind reader? Is that your disability? How unique. No, what? Why would you think that? You knew what I was doing. It was just an educated guess. We walked the same street in the other direction just before, just to get to the store. If you were going to the school, we would have met you on the way. Oh, she looks a little disappointed. Like Kenji, Rin appears quick to jump to completely irrational conclusions. Maybe it's something in the water here. I make a mental note to stock up on soft drinks. Maybe it is something in the... You know, that is the second time this week that someone asked if I was a mind reader. Do I really give off that impression? Rin shrugs her shoulders, which is all the answer I get. You know, maybe you should come with us back to the school. Lily interjects just as I am about to further debunk my alleged mind-reading capabilities. She sounds rather concerned, the paper-thin smile on her face badly disguising that fact. Maybe she came to the same conclusion I did. For everyone's sake, I decided to let the mind-reading topic drop, as it's entirely inane anyways. Yeah, Lily's right. If you can't remember, there's no point staying here. Rin considers this rather simple deduction for a moment, then nods. Okay. Start towards the school again, having wasted way more time than necessary with this episode. Rin walks along the edge of the sidewalk in her arrhythmic way, looking like a mix of sleepwalker and rope dancer, while Lily keeps on one hand on my shoulder, tapping at the ground with her cane. Tap, step, step, tap, tap, step, step, step. Apart from that and a few fragmented beginnings of a conversation, it's quiet. A quiet quite apart from the relaxing one in town, at that. So how's the mural going? We're gonna get bad luck. Never talk about works in progress. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Bad luck. Tap, step, tap, step. She doesn't care to talk about it. Lily's politeness feels out of place for the first time. Step, step, step. The hill Yamaku rests on top of is surprisingly steep going uphill. We slow the pace, but I still feel my pulse rising and breathing getting heavier. Almost there, I can see the gates already. More than that though, I've noticed that Lily's hand slightly tightens on my shoulder. Interpreting it as a gesture that she wants to ask something, I speak up. Anything wrong, Lily? I resist the urge to say aside from our traveling companion, but only just. For a moment she seems to debate whether she should even bring it up, but goes for it anyway. Is everything alright? Alright? How do you mean? The fact that I can't interpret her incredibly vague question puts her off for a second. It's just, you seem unusually tired, I guess. Now that she brings it up, I notice that my breathing is strangely heavy. The uphill walk has really done a job on me. Lily noticed it all too quickly. Oh, yeah, I have a heart problem. I should have let you guys know I have a fucking heart problem. Sorry, I'm not in very good condition. I don't really want to talk. Yeah, I'm not in very good condition. It's all right. I just need to catch my breath. My condition isn't the best these days. Rin was talking about my disabilities earlier, right? I realized I haven't told you guys. So, I've got a heart problem. It's a condition. I have to take meds every day, and I have to exercise somewhat frequently. But other than that, I should be okay. OMG, the MC has the same heart condition going on. As in, like, same with you? Is it something that is related to you being transferred here, I mean? She cuts herself off rather abruptly, maybe realizing she was being a bit intrusive. Her instincts are sharp though, and while I don't like the subject... No, I mean, he also has a heart condition. Yeah, he does. That's like the premise, is like he has a... No, I don't have... Kara Sufano does not have a heart condition. Kara Sufano does not have a heart condition. I'm assuming the role of the protagonist Hisao, who does have a heart condition. That's what I was meant, if that wasn't clear, I guess. I was speaking as if I was him. Fuck. No, I don't have that. Thankfully, unfortunately. This is a mess? Okay, well, it's okay. Don't worry about it. She cuts herself off rather abruptly, maybe realizing she was a bit intrusive. Her instincts are sharp though, and while I don't like the subject, it's not like I should lie about it. I don't think we should dislike the subject. If it's Lily, I don't mind. I don't think I mind. I'm just a little weak for the time being. Hanako said you look fairly healthy, so I naturally thought. Lily doesn't finish her sentence again, letting it trail off with a measure of concern. I have a heart thing! I do! As she furrows her brow, Lily's uncomfortable expression spurs me to say at least something to ease her feelings. It's surprising she's this flustered, considering her straightforward attitude with her own blindness. She must know that not all share her own comfort about such things. Okay, true. I will say, I yell, I'm like, I have a heart problem. Like, I'm trying to have people know this. I do understand and sympathize with people who don't want it to be known. Like, so I'm not saying Hisao's character is completely unbelievable. What I'm saying is I wouldn't behave that way. But, like, I totally get if, like, Hisao's perspective of, like, you know, he feels uncomfortable talking about it. He doesn't really want to bring this up. This is a perspective I totally get. Which is also why I get Lily's perspective now. Which is because she is, like, she's very comfortable with talking about her blindness and everything. But she's not sure if other people are comfortable with talking about their, you know, whatever they have going on. And so she has to navigate that in a way that is, like, caring. And honestly, like, that's, like, literally me for real. I won't lie. No, it's okay. I have a pretty, I guess the best way to put it would be messed up heart. Arrhythmia. I had a bad heart attack a while ago because of it and spent most of the spring in a hospital. Ended in Yamaku on doctor's orders. She silently nods her head in acknowledgement. My answer though only seems to make Lily furrow her brow even further. She doesn't seem to quite know how to react, given we don't really know each other that well. I can't really fault her for it, given that I have the exact same reaction. To my surprise, in a moment's time her face shows that she comes to some sort of realization. Wait, so the time when Emmy and you collided in the hallway? I grimace slightly. Her ability to connect the dots quite so fast is unexpected. Yeah, I guess I'm a textbook example of why those rules about running in the whole corridors exist. You might give someone a heart attack, it's crazy. That was a lot more dry than I intended. Lily visibly shies away from continuing the topic. While I do want to assuage her concern, I really don't want to dwell on this either. Don't worry about it. I try to offer a reassuring smile, but then I realize the futility. Without knowing this, Lily smiles at me reassuringly, but doesn't say anything further. Arriving at the dorms, Rin stops in front of a mural as if lightning struck her. She had been so quiet for almost all of the walk back that I had all but forgotten she was here. It's Friday, isn't it? Yes, Friday, the 8th of June. This is bad. Bad why? Oh, 8th of June? That's my birthday! 8th of June is my is Karas Euphonor. Is Karas Euphonor Day. Did you know? That's today. Well, not today, but that's today in the game. Bad why? I think I'm going to stop. I'm going to go in a fetal position and throw up, possibly in reverse order. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. It's Friday and nothing is wrong yet. This mural, it's going to need to be finished by Sunday, so everything's all right. Do you have any drugs or time machine? We'll keep that in mind. It's my debut day, so like you won't have to keep it in mind. It's happy birthday. It's not the day. The fictional day is. Never mind. We'll get to it in like 3 months, and I'll start talking about streaming for a year. I guess that's what I'll do. So she's behind her schedule. Recalling Shizune's exasperation at Rin's carefree attitude several days ago, I don't know what to think. He didn't tell us. I did when I was asked. I don't know. It's like it's the birthday. It's the birthday I've chosen because it's like it's the debut date, and I thought it would just be easier to like have the two be like the same date. And so that's the because I know some VTubers like they put their birthday as like some of them put it as their actual birthday. Some of them put it as like their government like birth date, right? Some of them like put it as they make up a fictional birthday that they celebrate with, but like that's too much to handle. Like why just make it the same day? Just make it the same day as when you started VTubing. It's easy. That is technically the birth date, right? Actual birth date, that's just unsafe. People do that. You'd be surprised. People do that. It is unsafe. It's terrible. But anyways, regardless, 8th of June is when I debuted last year in 2024. Anyways, she has left herself open for a told you so, unless she can pull off whatever she needs to pull off by Sunday morning. Rin keeps staring at her mural, looking as mortified as she can. Believe me, I'm going to need to work for a while. I glance at Lily, expecting her to share an incredulous look with me as I roll my eyes, but then I realize she's not one to do that kind of thing. Believe me. We do, of course, not wanting to aggravate her any more than she already is. There is a churning bad feeling in my gut. Rin surely has a knack of making people feel worried about her. She seems like a person who should never be left alone. Maybe we should call someone. She sounded like she was going into shock or something. I'm sure she will be just fine. She's just, how to say... Lily cocks her head a little, trying to find a polite way of calling Rin crazy without calling her crazy. Unique? Yes, a very unique person. I guess you could say that. She giggles at the notion melodiously, nodding in agreement. Sorry about leaving you stranded as you talk to her. I don't really understand here, so I keep my distance. My guess was right. Lily offers a slight apologetic smile as if she was sorry that her own shortcomings had prevented her from becoming Rin. Sorry, I like my birthday date, though leap year birthday sounds funnier. Isn't Gavis Battle's birthday like the 29th of February? I forget. I don't remember. I'm not one to blame her at all. Blame her for what? Oh, sorry about leaving you stranded as you talked to her. I don't really understand her, so I keep my distance. Oh, fair enough, yeah. Lily let slip a long breath, probably a disguised yawn. I imagine she's exhausted by all this as I am. I better leave now and give these to Hanako. Thank you for the company, Izao. She smiles very sweetly at me. Feels different than normal, despite the fact that she seems to be smiling so often. I can't put my finger on what the difference is. It's just different. Relaxed, I'd say, but that's probably just relief over getting rid of Rin. Maybe. Yeah, good night. Say hi to Hanako for me. I will, good night. Okay. Katawa Shoujo. Katawa Shoujo. The students roll into class for the Saturday morning session, each and every one of them sporting the tired eyes of people who have worked through the night. With only a day left to prepare, I suppose it's not so surprising. Thankfully, we only have to suffer through classes until the lunch break, and then our time is on our own. Muto lurches onto class in a tired stagger. I suppose students aren't the only people here that enjoy their late Friday nights. Without saying a word, he scrawls some page and question numbers on the board and slumps down at his desk. It's completely atypical behavior for him, but it appears that no one in the class is going to call him out on it. Wordlessly, the students shuffle their textbooks into position and get to work. Not wanting to break the trend, I do the same. Fatigue has made the class antisocial. Not a peep is heard among the ruffling papers. That can partly be attributed to the 2 empty seats beside me. For some reason, Misha and Shizune aren't present, probably doing council work for the festival. It's very quiet without Misha present. I wonder if she was born as rowdy as she is, or if she's making up for Shizune's lack of voice. Nakai, can I speak to you for a moment? I'm so engrossed in thinking about Misha that I didn't even notice Muto approaching my desk. Sure, what's this about? It's probably better if we speak outside the classroom. Something about this doesn't sound too good, but I stand up and follow him out into the hallway. Jesus, been 6 hours, gotta go. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, FCF. Goodbye. Muto stands in the hallway, scratching his head as he works out what he's trying to say. Not knowing what is going on, I wait silently. So tell me, how are things? Sorry, hold on. So tell me, how are things? Things? I expected Muto to be a little vague, but this is pushing the limits. You know, things. You've had a week to settle in now, so how are things? Fine, I guess. I see, and how's your condition? The pause before condition seemed a little unnecessary. I haven't had any problems so far. A brief shimmer of relief passes across Muto's face. Good, that's good. The school nurse was a little concerned that you might have been pushing yourself a bit too hard. He asked me to keep an eye on you when he couldn't. That makes sense. I'd ask that you don't blow us off so freely. As much as we try to give you the level of education that you would get at a normal school, you have to realize that you have limits. Our goal is to make sure that you know where those limits are and how to maximize your potential within them. Do you follow me? Yes, I do, and thank you so much for being a responsible adult who's willing to carry out that task. I guess. I mean, I don't plan on doing anything stupid. Well, that's a start, I guess. So then, on to my next question. How are you finding your studies? I understand you were laid up for a while. We're not too far ahead, are we? I don't really think so. I tried to keep up when I was in the hospital, so it hasn't been too hard. Muto taps his chin and raises an eyebrow as he absorbs this information. Is that so? I suppose there are still students out there who realize the importance of learning. I wouldn't go that far. I was only trying to keep myself occupied in my little life support prison. Well, yeah, you've got to keep up with these things, right? That's exactly it. One wrong move in this world and you're left behind, right? Right. Wouldn't want that to happen. No, you wouldn't. Every week there's a new scientific discovery. Most of them mean nothing to the layperson, but any one of them could be the key to the next big thing. That's true. He's speaking. Facts. He is. I'll keep that in mind. It's obvious that Muto's serious talk is over, and he's gone back to his standard, slightly scatterbrained approach to life. I think in hindsight that I prefer him this way. He's slightly more predictable in his unpredictability. Well then, I think that's all I really had to say. Let's get back inside, shall we? My relief at that suggestion is insurmountable. Sure, you're the boss, right? Muto pauses for a moment. I don't think any of my students have ever said that to me before. Sure thing, boss. For an instant, I consider replying to this, but something deep within me tells me to shut my mouth and get back into the classroom. This was 2012 now. What was the price of Bitcoin then, I wonder? Bitcoin? I think. I don't think Bitcoin was a thing yet in 2012. Wasn't Bitcoin like a 2014 thing or something? All I remember is like an acquaintance came up to me, not really a friend, but it was like an acquaintance. We were like working on something together, and they acquainted like so he didn't come up to me, but an acquaintance that like right in the introduction of Bitcoin was like, dude, you should buy Bitcoin now. Like it's gonna go up in price and it's gonna be super expensive, but if you buy right now, it's gonna be cheap and you're gonna like be able to make that profit. And I looked at it and I was like, well, I mean, maybe that's true. I don't know anything about this newfangled technology, but you know, you could be right. All right, whatever. That was when Bitcoin was like $3 US, I think, or something. That was when Bitcoin was $3. Did this person tell me to buy Bitcoin? And I said, yeah, maybe you're right. Instead of taking out everything I owned to buy Bitcoin. Fuck. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I don't think I've had any other notable interactions with this person, but like whenever I think of Bitcoin, I think of this person. And when I think of this person, I think of Bitcoin. I think it was invented in 2008. Oh, okay, so it was a while ago. Fucked up, could have been trillionaire. I'm just saying, if I bought Bitcoin then, I wouldn't be streaming. Okay, well, I might be streaming. Yeah, I would probably be streaming. I wouldn't be streaming from the shitty Library of Alexandria computer I'm using right now. Like I would have much better tech. My transitions wouldn't look like ass. Like when there's like the blink transition, sometimes you see the other screen earlier and sometimes you don't. That is a fault entirely of the system. The system just cannot handle this. Okay, that's one thing. I would be able to stream the games I wanted to stream. I'd be able to fucking play Marvel Rivals actually for more than like 15 frames per second. Could have had a penthouse with a pool. Okay, I don't know if I could have had a penthouse with a pool because I didn't have that much money to begin with to invest in, but still invest with. But let's just say I definitely would have had a different computer right now, and I would be less stressed out about certain things. Oh well, it is what it is. A few of the students jump at the sound of the door, rapidly trying to pretend that they're working on the questions on the board. Some don't even bother, their heads slumped on the desk as they nap. Thankfully, it would appear that Muto does not even notice them. He returns to his desk and retrieves a scientific journal from one of the drawers. I guess I got to him there. The class returns to the near silence that Muto and I left it in before our chat. Mixed feelings of tiredness and anticipation buzz around the room. Everyone here is either waiting for a chance to rest or the chance to get their last-minute preparations underway. Streaming using public library Wi-Fi. Well, I'm using the Wi-Fi in the Library of Alexandria, which is pretty good, actually. It's pretty good. I got it installed. It's pretty decent. I was so worried. You know, okay, I was a little worried when I got my Wi-Fi installed that it wouldn't be good enough to stream. But it is, so thankfully there's that. Valo welcomes you. I'm not gonna play Valorant. I'm not gonna. The VTuber to Valorant player rabbit hole is a steep one, and I'm not gonna fall into it. The clock on the wall slowly ticks the remaining class time away until finally the bells cry out, ending the torment. Before you all leave, I expect the answers for those problems by Monday. The class size is 1, instantly regretting slacking off, but still acutely aware of the more pressing issues at hand. Thought it was 2011 because that's when Price did the first massive growth. Was it now? 2011 was the first spike. I wasn't paying attention to it, I guess, at the time, but yeah. You know what? I did buy in early though. That's, you know, that is an investment now, are my Counter-Strike skins. Like my Counter-Strike skins are worth, I think when I bought them, they were worth like $200 US, I think. How much are they now? How much is my knife worth now? There are no market listings? Oh my god, it was sold for $1,000 like a few weeks ago. $1,000 US. When I bought it, it was like 200. Holy shit. Yeah, that's my investment. That's my investment. I still haven't let go of that investment because, okay, yeah, I'm thinking about it now. Unironically, I could sell my Counter-Strike skins for like a PC, for like a really good PC. I could, but I'm not gonna. I have too much attachment to my skins, but I should have. Man, fuck. Oh well, it is what it is. But if I didn't have that sentimental attachment to my Counter-Strike skins, I would, like, I'd have money. I'd have some amount of money. Not enough for it to, like, you know, for it to be any serious kind of money, but just enough to, like, get something really nice for me right now. But it is what it is. I love how the modern start market is CSGO. I think what you're trying to say is CSGO is like the modern start market, which is like, yeah, I agree. I don't think it's the other way around. Sentimentality means something don't have to go. Yeah, I'm the last person I know that I'm the only person who hasn't sold their Counter-Strike skins. Like, I played Counter-Strike, you know, back then when I was, you know, well, obviously I had to be playing it if I bought the skins. But I was playing with, you know, different people. All of the people I used to play Counter-Strike with had sold their skins, and over the course of, like, you know, the years since, have sold their skins, maybe bought different skins, and then sold them again, and then bought more skins and then sold them again. Like just as like the cycle of life, right? I'm the only person who is stuck to all of like his skins throughout the entire journey. All of my skins from day one I have, or most of them at least. Okay, I don't have most of I have some day one skins, but I also have some, but most of the skins I have are like the skins I made the skins I got when I made the decision like many years ago to buy like a nice themed inventory that's like not too expensive, like it's somewhat budget, but is like, you know, nice skins because I liked looking at the skins when I played the game. Anyways, that was way back then when those skins were affordable, and now they're not so affordable, which is interesting. I could have sold my fucking account, man, or my inventory for stuff. Oh well. Classroom empties in a blink as everyone rushes. Excuse me. Had a bit of a hiccup there. Sorry. The classroom empties in a blink as everyone rushes to the last-minute festival preparations. I stay behind and try to quickly finish the questions so I don't have to bother with it over the rest of the weekend, with the festival and all tomorrow. Apart from me, Hanako's the only one left, obviously waiting for Lily. It's weird that Lily comes all the way to our classroom to pick her up. I expect that moving around is at least nominally harder for her than it is for Hanako. But it's none of my business, and I naturally don't ask about it from Hanako. Despite the relative proximity of our seats, neither tries to strike up a conversation about that or anything else either. So an oppressive silence falls upon the classroom. Time passes in silence. It's probably just 15 minutes or so, but it feels longer. I turn pages of my notebook. Hanako turns pages of the novel she's reading. My pencil lead splinters against the paper just when I was about to finish a paragraph. The sound of my irritated sigh and subsequent fumbling around for a sharpener feel like they're breaking the mood in the classroom. Hanako keeps her eyes firmly away from my direction. Before long, Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. Hanako. Her name is all it takes to make Hanako jump up from her desk and run to Lily. They talk quietly for a moment, but it isn't long before Lily leaves down the hall and Hanako idles back into the classroom, taking her seat once again. I watch Hanako out of the corner of my eye out of sheer curiosity at the idea that the two would be separated. For a couple of minutes, she does nothing but sit with her chin in her hand, staring at the desk dejectedly. The boredom evidently becomes too much for her though, her slender frame reaching into her bag and pulling out a small book. Come to think of it, that isn't the one I saw her reading at the library. She must be quite a fast reader to get through them at this rate. But why would Lily leave her to her own devices? It seems to be quite out of the ordinary, going by Hanako's reaction. Ah, that's right, I think Lily mentioned something about going to the town today before wind bumped into us. The thought of that walk makes me look outside. Bright sun and occasional people wandering around and enjoying the afternoon make me yearn to get out of school. Or at least do something other than sit here. Giving in to one of my worst vices, procrastination, I decide that history is a subject best studied on a Sunday, or a Monday, or on any other day than this one. I give a grunt as I lever myself out of my seat, briefly debating with myself whether or not to hang out with Kenji. He doesn't strike me as the enjoy the nice weather outside with others kind of person, really. I guess I'll catch up with him later. Changing tacks, I briefly entertained the idea of talking with Hanako, but by the time I look at her seat, it's vacant. She must have left for the library. There's got to be something to do that can kill the time. Library, go for a walk in the town. I already know the library and I've been, but I'm still not familiar with the town, so I want to familiarize myself with the town. Following Hanako to the library seems a bit intrusive. There was a reason she left the classroom after all. And that aside, I do want to catch up with Lilia. At the very least, I'd like to thank her for looking out for me despite her other obviously taxing duties. I guess I'll walk around town. With any luck, I should be able to find Lily. The exercise will do me some good as well. I like the writing. I think the writing in this is really good. It's actually incredible. I knew going into it that people like this game, but my expectations were exceeded, honestly, having played this for a few hours now. The writing is fantastic. It's really good. Walking through the school courtyard to the gate, I give a small nod to a couple of passing classmates, the gesture being returned in kind. Even from here, the shouts of the sports club members can be heard. From the sheer volume of the din, the track must be packed right now. I remember what Lily said yesterday about being dropped right into the middle of a busy time for the school. While I'm trying to get my bearings and catch up on study that I've missed, everyone else is doing normal school activities. The feeling of being a foreigner still hasn't dissipated, at least not yet. Well, I guess not everything's bad. This is a private school, and that much is easily noticed when walking around outside. Not only are the school grounds huge, but the buildings themselves are immaculate and quite divorced from the dime a dozen concrete blocks of public schools. Man, if you like the writing of this, you should read Uminako Higurashi. I've heard of them. You and I think several other people have recommended it as well. I have it in mind. I'm not in a rush to read it, but I have it in mind. There's also the fact that there's a much stronger feeling of community here, or at least a friendlier atmosphere. At my old school, it was generally accepted that people would keep to their little clique and be done with it. Eventually, I reach the gate and begin to walk down the road and into town. Well, that was fairly productive. Having seen a fair portion of town, even including the houses perched on the hills around the outskirts, I decided to take a walk around the park before heading back. Living in the city all my life, the total lack of smartly dressed businessmen and fashionably dressed girls strike me as incredibly unusual. All that's to be seen are the odd elderly person shuffling along the sidewalk and assorted, busily chatting pairs of middle-aged women outside of small storefronts. Walking along the road to the park quickly distracts me from them though, making me realize that I perhaps pushed myself further than I should have done to see as much as I could. As my breath begins to wheeze and my chest tightens more and more, I give up on the prospect of soldiering on. After a quick glance around the park as I enter, I take a seat on a wobbly old bench that I noticed near a couple of vending machines. For minutes on end, I sit with my head bent over, forcing myself to take deep breaths. I feel more like an old man than a teenager who should be in the prime of his life. I am an old man, I'm 60 years old. The stay in hospital, the surgery, and the medications must be taking their toll on me. Damn it. Eventually, my breathing returns to normal and the muscles in my chest loosen, not without a fair measure of relief. I guess this means the end of my little sojourn, though, in any case. There's a cafe in the far corner, so I'll stop by to quench my thirst before heading back. The writing's good, but so long and confusing. It's really long, but I don't think it's unnecessarily long. I also don't think it's confusing too. I've been following on pretty well. So far, at least. MC is real. I think MC is real as a character. Like, this is a real person, for sure. MC is not real in the sense that, like, I don't really relate to the MC that much in some of his decision making, but which, you know, makes it very obvious that, oh, I'm playing his story, I don't really mind, but yeah. A little bell above the door signals my arrival to an empty counter. For a few moments, I stand there waiting, my eyes every now and again drifting from one end of the counter to the other, searching for a service bell. Eventually, a door some ways behind the counter opens. The person emerges from it, taking me by complete surprise. Yuko? Like from the library? I had no idea you worked here. I really have no idea how to address her either, given that she's technically school staff as well as apparently a waitress. Ah, yes. She quickly paces up to the counter before flinging her upper half downwards in an overacted bow. Welcome to the Shanghai. May I take your order? Straight down to business, I see. I don't know. Well, some coffee, please. Yes, certainly. I'll make it right away and bring it to you when it's done. Thanks. Yuko's formality takes me aback. She seems to take her job very seriously. Obeying her instructions, I turn around and quickly glance around for a free table. Considering the cafe seems to be empty, this is a simple task to accomplish. As I walk towards a table adjacent to the window, I notice a flash of yellow around one of the table dividers. Sure enough, no more than a glance is needed to ascertain that it's a certain Sato at the table. That said, I don't recognize the suited figure across the table from her. Who is this? Who is this sharply dressed fellow? Who is this? Blonde, fair-skinned, and only a little shorter. He, she? I think she. Must be a relative. Since the two are finally we have an androgynous character. Let's go. Since the two are all but silent as the suited figure takes a swig from okay, I say that, but Rin is also relatively andro. It's interesting. Since the two are all but silent as the suited figure takes a swig from a cup of coffee, I decide to greet Lily. Some part of my coming here was in order to meet her, after all. Hi, Lily. Hisao? Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to see you again. The suited girl looks up, noting my uniform with a relaxed smile. Know each other? I guess. It's as good an approximation of our relationship as I can think of. Care to take a seat? She says this to the air beside me, but the message is clear enough and I take a seat beside her. I suppose some introductions might be in order. Hisao, this is Akira Sato, my dear older sister. Akira, this is Hisao Nakai, another Yamakusu. Looks like my guess was correct. The newly introduced Akira gives a nod, which I return. What I don't return, however, is the almost analytical gaze with which she looks at me over. As she does so, Yuko walks up to the table and carefully places the coffee on the table before bowing and taking it. Gently bringing my hand to the side of the cup, I realize that it's already at just the right temperature to drink. After taking a sip, the flavor turns out to be just as good as the temperature. Yuko seems a lot better at this than being a librarian. I take a good long drink before relaxing into the seat. It takes mere seconds for Akira's examination to come to an end. Apparently, becoming quickly bored with the activity, she turns to her sister. So how's school recently? It seems Akira is entirely unconcerned with someone she doesn't know at all, listening to everything they say. Not that I mind, leaving them to their chatting, I sit back and continue drinking the pleasantly aromatic coffee. Oh, you meant Umineko and Higurashi were long and confusing. I see. They're 4 hours long and they're still releasing chapters? Okay, yeah, so I will, keep it in mind, but I don't have any ideas for the near future. Or at least any, plans for it. Holy, that suit? Yeah. Okay, spoilers for a soon to happen stream next week is I'm probably gonna play Helltakers. Is it Helltakers is what it's called? Helltaker, not Helltakers. That's Helldivers. Yeah, that's the difference. No. I'm planning to play Helltaker. Helltaker is a game. I will read you the app description. Okay, I'll read you the game description. Wait, no, that's not the description. Never mind. Where did I read it? Where it's just the summary of the game is just women in suits. And that is the game. That's the game. That's the whole thing. It is demon women. It is sharply dressed demon women. And I saw that. Oh, no, yeah, no, I see it. It's the synopsis of the game. Or the brief description. There it is in the top. I see it now. Helltaker is a short game about sharply dressed demon girls. And I was like, all right, I'm sold. You don't have to tell me twice. I'm sold. I'll play it. You're playing the Gunner woman suit game? Yeah, this is the month for that. I'm playing it next week. I'm not sure when. If you finish it fast, you can do the newer game. They have a newer game. Oh. Anyways, that's my opinion on women in suits. I looked at Helltaker's, the brief description of Helltaker, and I said, yeah, okay. I'm sold. one more addendum I'll add to that is, I don't know if anyone's watched Hawkeye. It's not. It's like it's one of the Disney Plus shows from like a year ago or 2 years ago. It stars, you know, Hawkeye obviously, and Haley Steinfeld plays Hawkeye as well, like Kate Bishop Hawkeye. And there's a scene where she walks out and she's wearing like, she's dressed just like Akira here is, like she is in like a tux suit. And I think that has done that has made an irreversible impact to my brain chemistry. That's what I'll say about that. Yeah. Do tracksuits count? No. It's like, I'm thinking like this. Just looked it up and oh my god. Yeah, like Haley Steinfeld in a suit in Hawkeye. If you need a reason to watch the show, because the show itself is not bad. The show itself is actually pretty good too. It's quite heartwarming. It's a good like Christmas story. But if you needed like a reason to watch it, I'll tell you that there are scenes. I think it's multiple scenes. I don't think it's just one. There are multiple scenes where Kate Bishop, so Haley Steinfeld or Steinfeld? I think it's Steinfeld. Steinfeld. Anyways, where Haley's like, she's like in a suit. Are there lesbians in the show? No, because it's Marvel and Marvel is owned by Disney and Disney likes to skirt the rainbow line a little and like wants to make sure that, you know, nothing's too explicit because, you know, it is the way it is. I don't know what the vibe is. I don't really, because we've only had the show like in all those episodes. So I don't know what her deal, like Kate Bishop's deal is. I know that Haley Steinfeld has done has done several lesbian roles though. Like she just has that energy. She is unfortunately married now. Which Shamik Moore has kindly reminded me of, but you know. She's not a lesbian in the show, but she has been a lesbian in other shows. And you know, she's here in a suit, so that's all I'll say. That's all I need to say, I guess. Anyways, sounds like it's pretty busy for you then, says Akira. That's what Akira's saying. She's the girl in the suit. At least I'm not cooking your meals after school anymore. As they talk, I slowly realize that I'm entirely unable to gauge Lily's emotions through her eyes, as I would for any other person. It becomes slightly unsettling as I subconsciously focus on that fact. Whoa, so cold. Weren't you just cooking for yourself anyway? I only ever got leftovers. That's not the point. Are you managing to feed yourself at least? I can cook without blowing myself up, you know. Mostly. That's... it's fine, it's fine. I needed to learn sometime anyway. That's nice. Sibling bonding. Oh, Lily. Everyone present is momentarily distracted by Yuko, who places a cup of tea on the table for Lily. Taking the moment to glance at her watch, Akira levers herself off her seat and gives me a quick nod. Well, I'd better be off. It was nice talking to you, Lily. Akira, do you have to... Lily looks genuinely mournful at her sister suddenly leaving. It does seem like she might have the wrong idea. Sorry, I need to get back to work. They'll be on my neck again if I don't make it back quickly. So informal. Akira's trim and tidy appearance would give anyone the wrong impression of her. Bye, Akira. Come on, don't look so down. I'll be around again soon. See yas. With that, she waltzes out of the Shanghai with her hand held high. Lily still looks pretty depressed, so I try to make some small talk in an effort to take her mind off of it. She seems nice. We used to live together, but now I live at school and we hardly ever see each other. Despite Lily having been quite affable, I still don't really know much about her. In hindsight, it's surprising just how much she's extracted from me, really. You used to live together. Was it somewhere around here? It was pretty far south, so the trip into Yamaku was fairly long. With her working hours getting longer and Yamaku being so far away, there was little choice in the end but to move into the dormitories. Well, that explains the chatter about cooking. Evidently, regaining her composure, she livens back up. At least in part. I take it you're better rested now? Sorry? You sound less exhausted than you did when you first came in. To be able to pick out my breathing like that, she must have pretty good ears. Yeah, I ended up walking all over town, despite only planning on taking a short walk down here. Reminded me of my thirst from the walk, I leaned forward to take a sip. As do I. Without further ado, Lily starts on her cup of strong-smelling tea. I guess I'd better get going to Yamaku. Going back to Yamaku. There's only so long I can stall studying for. And I want to get a good night's sleep before the festival. Standing from my seat, I take the coffee-stained cup from the table. You're leaving? Yeah. You gonna head back as well? It's getting kinda late. For a moment she pauses before lifting her face over her teacup as if she was looking at me. Yuko, could we have one more coffee, please? Okay, I'll bring it right away. That's not subtle. She gives a short giggle at my frank assessment of her maneuver. It's surprisingly childish and carefree, given her otherwise collected appearance. In the end, though, I have little reason to refuse. To be honest, I can hardly say no, all things considered. Giving a manufactured sigh, I take a seat opposite her. Why the company, then? I'd say that it's more than I was wondering. I see she's in questioning mode again. She does seem to be unusually interested in me, or at least curious. Do you have any siblings? I'm legally not answering that in the near future because I don't think people need to know that. I will say that I have grandchildren because I'm 60 years old. That I'll tell you. Not exactly an unexpected tangent. No, only child. To be honest, the idea of having someone that close makes me a bit envious. Interesting. I raise an eyebrow, which of course goes unseen. The short silence communicates the question well enough. It's just that others have said the same thing before. It's a difficult subject to try and think about objectively, given that I've always had someone like that. Yeah, that's true. It's hard to think of the other perspective. Right? I can mostly understand what Lily means, given that it would be hard to place oneself outside of a situation they've been in all their life. She and her sister must have a pretty close relationship. Taking pains to interrupt us as little as possible, Yuko dutifully comes over and places a cup on the table. Lily thanks her as I sit back, taking in this vexing girl in front of me. Despite always seeming to be on her guard and in control of herself when talking to others, she has an almost childlike curiosity about other people. That said, those rare moments she seems to slightly lower her guard are the most insightful into how she thinks. Reaching forward for my drink, I realize something I probably should have noticed earlier. I think I'm starting to become kind of curious about her. Despite making a good pace, it's already nightfall by the time I reach the large iron gates in front of the school. While it's nice to have plenty of time to wander around by virtue of living right next to the school, I can't help but get the feeling that very few students actually take the opportunity. Compared to the number of students I see milling around on campus during free time, it's startlingly rare to see anyone around town. Given the large number of accommodations and facilities that the school offers, many of them might simply not see any point in venturing outside, let alone people such as Hanako and Kenji. It makes you wonder if students like Shizune, Misha, and Lily are the exception for this school, rather than the norm. As I wander back to my dorm room, I continue to compare my old school with Yamaku. As I do so, I begin to be surprised that I could manage to get even this used to everything that's happened to me. Katawa Shoujo. Katawa Shoujo. The next day, I wake up feeling a bit lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine since it's a Sunday and there are no classes. Not just the Sunday though, but the festival as well. From my window, I can already see some people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates for people with a craving for low quality food. I throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend the day. There will be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider those as ominous as others, so I'm not as worried about them as I probably should be. With no urgent obligations regarding education, I should be free to spend the day at the festival as I like. Finishing my morning routine, I exit into the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I decide to see what Kenji's up to, today out of impulse. I'm curious if he has any plans since everyone is doing something. Then again, I can picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Possibly something like a fort, complete with no girls allowed sign. And with the girls crossed out and body crudely scrawled underneath. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any sign. any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing. Was just gonna ask what you're doing today. Half the school is out there already. Out there? Why? What? What? Is today special? Why are they there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside and people selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. It's the festival. You know that, right? Oh shit, that's today? Ah, damn. Damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. This is gonna be a very bad day. Fuck, sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Pardon me. It's good you told me this, man. This is gonna be a bad day. Why? Oh man, they're gonna be everywhere. The people outside my window. Socializing. My god, he kind of looks like Harry Potter. He does. Voice perfect, thank you. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's going to be loud as hell. Damn, and I was gonna go out today, but now it's ruined. Everything's ruined. This is awful. This sucks. What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's majorly freaking out. I can't believe this. So that's what today was. Damn, and I couldn't even prepare for it. I couldn't even brace myself, and now this here and I can't do anything. You should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know, but I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today. The weather is even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not, though. So there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check the festival out. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands. No, I can't do it. They'll leave me alive out there. I know it. That has to be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face, relatively straight. What are you gonna do? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together. I don't know. I'm pretty hungry, so I thought I'd get some food first and then check out the attractions. Your class project seems pretty cool, and I gave a hand with it, so I want to see at least that one and chat with Lily, I guess. Speaking of that, do you have any obligation for the project? Are you out of your mind? That blind broad is up to no good. I can feel it in my spleen, man. Her presence is like a dark shadow that's in the way of my great vision. As expected of blind people. Fucking hell. God, what? Besides, I thought that you were also... He holds up his hand to interrupt me. Only legally. Metaphorically, I can see farther than any man before me has seen. Kenji looks stoically into the metaphorical distance to emphasize his statement, thrusting his chin forward to look manlier. Actually, it's just a corridor wall 2 meters away, but it's all the same. I can see the future of mankind, and it's a dark one unless the threat of women is stifled. They're everywhere. He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster like he's trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course. I'm gonna have to find some place to hide in, a safe haven, and then knock the lights out of myself so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival. Okay. Later, dude. The door slowly closes with a low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. God. Well, I mean, I am going to the festival. It sounds like a pleasant experience. Oh, Shells asks, Hi Karis, I saw you were streaming Katawa Shoujo and was intrigued. I've heard a lot of negative about the game. Do you have any feelings about the game as of now? Interesting that you bring that up, because going into it, I've heard a lot of positive about the game. I've heard a lot about how the game is really good and is one of like the heralded classics. visual novels. So I don't know, actually. I've gone in with the impression that people really like it, and I have to say, so far it's really good. So far it's really well done, I think. Maybe some of the negative you've heard like around the game might be that, for example, the game was made by a studio called like Four Leaf Studio, and it's called that because it was formed by a bunch of people who essentially, you know, they met on 4chan. So the game is made by a bunch of 4chaners. Might be like the negative that's going on about the game. In which case, I want to say that that's not really been an issue. In fact, knowing this and going into the game, I'm actually very pleasantly surprised by how good it is, because I didn't expect it to be this good. I expected it maybe to be pretty good, but only because people were saying it's good. And honestly, if it weren't for the fact that other people were saying it's good, I don't even think I'd give it a chance. Like, it seems to me like the type of game on first glance that's kind of like, oh, it's a game where they fetishize, you know, girls with disabilities. I don't really know if I care. But having played about 5 hours of it so far, going on 6, it's been a pleasantly surprising journey so far. You can watch the VOD and see my reaction to it. And that's what specifically has struck a chord for you. I think one of the big things is how, although it on the surface, and again, this is, you know, something I'll have thoughts on more deeply after I finish playing it, because, you know, I think I'm probably like midway through this game right now, is despite what it may seem, the game is actually really good at writing the disabilities. Because I thought it would be not written very well. I thought it would be like 5 girls and they happen to have a disability, and then that like a visible, like physical disability, I mean. Because that's the premise of the game, is there's 5 girls and they all have like a physical impairment, essentially. And like, this is a romance game, so you romance one of them. I thought it would just be like fetishized, and the disability would be like a prop, almost like you know, oh, this is the girl's thing and that's it. But no, not only are the characters, I think, written with a level of depth and nuance that I think is really good, is really like it humanizes them as characters. Not only that, but also the disabilities are mentioned and talked about openly. And not only that, the protagonist character we play as initially comes off as a bit ableist. He initially comes off as a bit like, you know, oh, I'm better than this. I can't believe I have to transfer to a school with, like, you know, other people that are disabled. I don't like that. But then he slowly learns as he starts interacting with these people that, hang on, this is like not, like, it's very unfair of me to say and think these things. And maybe I should start treating these people like humans instead of, you know, categorizing people with disabilities out differently from the way I categorize people. Like, this is a journey that is sort of walked by the main character as he interacts with these people more. If there's any worry that maybe like several incel type things come that, you know, tend to spring from a 4chan thing would occur, well, they just now, you kind of came in, I think, during a scene with that character, but they have a character who is explicitly made fun of periodically, who embodies a lot of the 4chan incel energy. That's the character just now with the Griffin, like the Harry Potter scarf and like the glasses. He embodies that incel like energy a lot, and your character is meant to look at that and like ridicule that. Like, you're supposed to look at that and think, like, man, it's not. This guy needs serious help, man. And like, it's so that, I think, is it is partially put in to assuage any of your concerns, I suppose. The game so far, and I've only played it halfway, is really good. Thank you, it really makes me interested. I'll check the VOD later. Definitely appreciate a bit of a feminist lens in your review if you care to spend some time doing that in later. Sure, I mean, I can, I want to say that, like, the only thing I can say that, like, in that aspect, right, so far about the game is, The game does do light jabs at patriarchy and at inceldom via the character of Kenji, partly, but also partly through like I suppose the girls in this game who are not all like traditionally like, or at least they aren't too stereotypically feminine, if that makes sense. The girls in this game. Actually, didn't expect that at all from a game made by 4 channels. Yeah, me too. Which is why I'm very pleasantly surprised so far with the way the game's going. And I've been told that like the whole game is just really good. Not just the beginning, but like the whole thing. And I don't know, I have yet to finish it, but so far I'm enjoying it. And if there is anything to point out that is a cause for concern, let me think. Great, looking forward to watching the whole playthrough. We'll go back to studying. No problem. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in and asking me the question. And I hope you enjoy the VOD. But, yeah, I don't know. Is there anything worth concerning about? Not really right now. I guess the only thing is, like, to be concerned about is the nature of this being a visual novel that has sexually explicit content written into the game. It's been taken out for the Steam release, and I'm playing the Steam release, so like nothing is, it's all safe work, I think, for like stream. But I think there's a portion of it that's like, you know, NSFW, and these are a bunch of high schoolers. I guess that's like the one thing you might think of, you know, that might be uncomfortable to like, you know, deal with, in which case I totally get that. But I'm personally reaching out of my comfort zone for this month to play dating sims and these types of games because, precisely because I would never engage with this normally. Like, it's just not my type of thing. And I want to be as open-minded to this stuff as possible, bearing in mind the culture that it comes from and, you know, what it means and all of that. So far, pretty good. I've yet to encounter anything problematic. Maybe we encounter something problematic later down the line. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, yeah, let's continue. After buying a plastic plate of takoyaki from a stall belonging to the class next to ours, I take a seat in the school gardens and watch people pass as I tentatively nibble away at the rather bland-tasting item. I guess I shouldn't complain. It's better than nothing and it didn't cost much. As I look out towards the school, watching the people coming and going proves a surprisingly entertaining way of passing the time as I eat. Little children accompanied by parents or grandparents scamper about in the din from event to event, one hand dragging their company and the other bearing an oversized, colorful snack. I can't help but notice the age range among the people here is skewed towards the elderly, something I'd also noticed when I was walking around town. This must be one of those towns where the only people left are those that lived here their whole lives and ardently refused to leave, and those wanting to live out the rest of their days in one of the increasingly feel tranquil places. I guess that also goes away to explaining how conservative Yamaku's school culture seems to be. Not that I mind one bit. I kind of like how calm Yamaku and its surroundings are. The heat, though, is another matter entirely. Sitting in one place for so long has focused my mind on how annoyingly humid it's getting, now that the hottest part of the day is here. I'd better get moving, but... Gah! The sound of the carolyn bells takes me completely by surprise as I stand up, a reaction shared by a few of the people strolling around as well. The PA system crackles to life after the tolling bells end. Its age shows as the principal makes a barely intelligible announcement over it, officially opening the festival that's very much in full swing. It's quite amusing to contrast the pleasant smiles of the older folk against the alternatively pained and bored grimaces of the younger charges. The students, on the other hand, seem to pay it little heed. Nevertheless, as the address finally ends, all are united in polite, if not overly enthusiastic, applause, and then get back to business. Slipping a hand in my pocket to look as relaxed as possible, I casually glance around for something to do. It's somewhat difficult to see very far away, to see very far with all the people around. I decide to fall back on a tried and trusted rule. Go where everyone else seems to be gathering. Right now, that's the school courtyard and surroundings. Throwing the used plate into a trash can, I make my way towards the school building. Seeing the number of stalls around the perimeter of the school building surprised me. Quite a few of the classes must have opted to have multiple stalls. In deciding which to visit first, I catch sight of a familiar banner with a blue patterned border and red text. Lily's stall is as good a place to start as any. I'm curious as to how it's going after all of the work she and her class have been doing for it. Stepping up to it, I begin to see why the class took so long to organize everything. Easily twice as wide as at many of the other stalls, and with the equipment for a cooking strewn everywhere, it's closer to an outdoor restaurant than a festival event. As a student in front of me takes a bowl of noodles and leaves, I walk up to the counter. The girl behind it seems quite exasperated and asks me to wait a moment before she disappears underneath the counter. Seizing the moment, I take a quick glance around. Steam seems to be rising from everywhere, as pots and pans simmer away. The most blind of the students are unpacking ingredients while being helped by someone who is probably the teacher of 3-2. It doesn't take long to notice Lily among them, talking with the teacher as she quickly counts out the boxes and packets with her fingers. From her expression and the fact that both she and the teacher seem to be in a state of mild confusion, it appears that there's been some problem in coordination. Before I can stare any longer, the girl behind the counter pops up again, only to look back and ask where the spare change box is. Lily pauses for a moment before she and the girl switch places at the counter, and the teacher quickly walks off somewhere. Sorry about that, we're having a few problems. What would you like? It takes me a second to remember what I'd come here for. My eyes quickly dart to the side to read the menu sitting on the counter. Oh, I guess some miso soup? Ah, is that Hisao? Yep, looks like you're pretty busy. Her face all but confirms it as she drops her waitress facade. Somewhere along the line, our order got mixed up. We're trying to fix it now, but it looks like we only have half of what we needed. Wouldn't serving smaller portions cover the problem? It seems like that's what we'll have to do, though I wish we didn't. The fact that a good half of our class is gone doesn't help either. I feel that, yeah, I get it. I glance behind her to see how many people are actually operating the stall. It couldn't be over about 8. I take it that's why your teacher left. That's right, she's going to try and round up a few more of our classmates to help. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind me, I stealthily glance backwards to see an elderly couple taking a place in the line. I guess I'd better stop loitering around and chatting. Here's the money for the soup. Soup? Oh right, coming up. Coming right up. Lily turns and calls for a bowl of miso soup as I hand over the money for it. Taking the coins in her palm, I can't help but notice how efficiently she counts them out with her long, pale fingers. Eventually satisfied that I've handed over correct change, she puts it into a small metal tray. It isn't long before the soup is made and carefully handed to her, after which she turns and subsequently passes it to me. Thanks, I'll come back to drop off the bowl. Thank you, Hisao. Oh, there's this one other thing. Have you seen Hanako? Hanako? No, not today. Why? She gives a small sigh of abject disappointment. It's okay, I was just wondering what she was doing for the festival. You'll come back when you're done then, right? Sure, I'll keep an eye out for Hanako too. Thank you, Hisao. I walk off from the stall and find a seat, carefully cradling the steaming wooden bowl in both hands. Compared to the dumplings from before, this is quite nice. A little cool compared to what it probably should be, perhaps, but the flavor is enough to cover for that reasonably well. As I drink, I can't help but feel somewhat guilty for not being as involved in the festival as the others. It can't really be helped considering I was dropped into the school only a week ago, but it still weighs heavily on my mind. That and the fact that a few students don't really seem to be enjoying the festival as much as the visitors. Eventually I finish my bowl and leave for the stall to drop it off. Considering that there seems to be no line at all, I take my time walking up. It seems the teacher's mission paid off. There are now over a dozen students helping, and much of the unpacking has been done. Despite most of them seeming quite relaxed as they work, Lily still appears to be somewhat stressed. Okay, I know we're like, talking to Lily and everything, but shouldn't we be worried about our own stall, like our own class? I don't know. Right, I know what I'll do. Even if it's just one person, I'll make the festival more enjoyable for her. As I place the bowl on the counter, I call out to Lily. Ah, hey Sal, you brought it back. Yeah, here. I slide it into her hands and she takes it over to someone who's apparently on cleaning duty. So considering that I didn't see them here before, it's probably a penalty for their tardiness. Hey, Lily. She perks up and returns to the counter as she hears my voice again, realizing that I'm still here. Want to go see some more of the festival? She pops her cheeks disapprovingly. It looks kind of cute, and in complete contradiction to her usually reserved nature. It takes a few seconds for me to get what she's taking issue with. Whoops. Oh, I didn't mean to... Lily giggles at me, exposing her teasing for what it is. You're still not used to the school, are you? She got me. Still, I kinda need to stay with our stall. It's taken until just now to even get everything unpacked. I guess her reluctance shouldn't overly surprise me considering how much work she's put into this. Everything seems to be running fine now though. Besides, you've got extra help on hand anyway. The boy in the middle of cooking some soba noodles turns toward us, grinning. Go on, Lils, you've earned yourself a break. We can hold down the fort for now. If you say it's okay, then I suppose. But if you need any help, then we'll call you. Go on, we'll be fine. Lily finally gives up her resistance as he waves a spatula at her. She feels her way around the back of the stall and picks up her cane on the way. I guess the first thing we should do is look for Hanako. Lily seems kind of worried about her, and I doubt she'd be the kind of person to enjoy milling about in crowds like this, all alone. So I guess we should search for Hanako. Where to first? Probably the library, right? The both of us go quiet for a moment to think. Maybe she's in her dorm room. I doubt it. She doesn't keep too many things in there, so she'd have nothing to do. Ah, the library. Yeah, exactly. As good a place as any to search for an avid reader, I suppose. The library it is. We'll check there first then. Aside from the muffled sounds of the crowd seeping in from outside, the inside of the school seems almost deserted. In order to make sure everyone had enough room, I guess all the events were organized to be held outside, on school grounds. They're definitely quite large by any other school's standards. It's nice and quiet in here, isn't it? Yeah, much nicer than the hustle and bustle outside. We take our time and slowly walk through the first floor of the school, eventually reaching the stairs to the second floor. I can't help but notice how Lily anticipates every door and obstacle, her cane remaining still and her hand skating along the hallway railings. You really know the school well, don't you? She smiles and nods straight ahead. I've been here for a few years now, so I know where everything is. The dorms still trip me up though, sometimes. I haven't been there as long, and they're not as well laid out as the main building. If I'm remembering right, they used to be unused buildings before being renovated and used as dormitories. That explains why the male and female dorms look different from the outside, and why their rooms seem kind of unusual for sleeping quarters. I'd assumed she'd been living in the dormitories since she began attending the school, but now I'm reminded of what she said yesterday. That's right, you mentioned that before. I'd assumed that most of the students here lived in the dormitories once they enrolled. A lot of them seemed to in any case. Lily's expression becomes somewhat harder to read, my questioning evidently touching on a delicate point. Well, how should I say? Everyone has their reasons. Something tells me that one of those with reasons is Hanako, hence her tiptoeing around the answer. My own predicament is yet another such case. I guess it's a choice everyone here would have to make for themselves, or in my instance, have made for them. It can't be helped, I suppose. At least Yamaku itself seems like a nice place. It's good to hear you say that. I thought you were coming to dislike it. What about you, though? My reversal of Lily's statement takes her by surprise. I've been here for a while, so... It's not that, you just seem pretty depressed about Akira. What's with that look? Akira's taken. Sorry, Hisao. No! No! Oh, the pain. Oh well. I guess that's the bad ending. I guess that's the bad ending we unlocked. Lily never sees how fast my palm meets my face at her sly accusation. Hey, I was worried about you. There's no way to respond to concern. While she gives an amused grin, we round the corner of the hallway and enter the library. As we do so, it isn't hard to spot Hanako, considering that the room is completely devoid of anyone else. Given that there are no staff around, I guess there's no need to heed the usual library rules. I call out to her. Hey, Hanako. Hanako's here. As she hears our voices, Hanako's head flicks up from behind a book, probably the same one she'd been reading on Friday. Hisao, Lily. Just thought we'd drop by. Lily just managed to escape from the noodle stall with a little help. That wasn't really an escape. Hanako gives a small giggle, briefly surprising both of us. I just thought that Lily might not be enjoying the festival. Well, now, we can enjoy it together, right? The two nod happily before we set out of the library and towards the festivities. I hand over some change to the girl behind the counter and take the 2 styrofoam cups of tea. I try to accentuate my bow a bit to cover for the fact that she's quite obviously deaf. Come to think of it, I probably should have asked for help instead of leaving those 2 in the gardens while I bought drinks. Trying to juggle the 2 cups of hot tea for them and a can of coffee for myself out of a vending machine isn't exactly easy. With some careful maneuvering though, I managed to keep everything stable and upright as I walk over to the bench where Lily and Hanako are sitting and chatting. It's actually quite a nice place, lit only by moonlight. It's tucked away some distance from the main fence. Compared to how hot it had been during the day, this spot is also pleasantly cool by now. Not that it matters all that much. Most of the visitors have moved to the areas that are either closer to the fireworks or higher on the hill in order to view the display apparently planned. Welcome back, Isao. Your ears are good. I'm not exactly close, and even Hanako hadn't noticed me. Here you go. Sorry it's instant, but that's all they had left by now. Hanako gingerly takes a cup from my right hand, and I gently place the other into Lily's outstretched hands. Did you enjoy the festival then, Isao? Yeah, it was pretty fun. An honest answer. Much of the food may have been somewhat subpar, but it was a lot of fun in the end, especially with Hanako and the... Hope this game is on Steam sale. I think I want to get it. Some good news for you. The game is free on Steam, I think. The game does not cost any money. The game is just free. I think. I'm fairly certain. They put it on Steam August 2024, so it was a few months ago. I think it's free. Yeah, check it out. I think it's just free. You can just play it. Because it was free. It was free when it came out, not on Steam at the time. It was like just a passion project that the devs made. So. Get Cave Story 2 while you're at it. Did I get it? I remember you mentioning this. Cave Story. No, it's like it costs money. It's like, or is that Cave Story Plus? Yeah, it costs money, so I'm not sure. 16-bit. Does Cave Story also have lesbians in it? I'm pretty sure. Never mind, I don't know. I don't know. In fact, I think those two may have enjoyed themselves even more than I did. With both Lily and me around, much of Hanako's withdrawn nature around others died down enough for her to enjoy herself. As we sit drinking, the whistle of the first firework rings out before it explodes into the vibrant shower of blue against the night sky, heralding the beginning of the end for the festival. Enthusiastic shouts can be heard from the crowd scattered around the school grounds celebrating. For minutes on end, Hanako and I watch the fireworks overhead as Lily blissfully listens to them with her eyes shut. Red, green, yellows, star-shaped, circular, and patterned, and all manner of shapes and colors fill the air, one after the other, and dance across the sky. No place near where I lived put on such lavish displays. Festivals like this were a thing of the past in such a metropolitan area. To be seeing such a sight with these two is probably the happiest I've been in a while. Are you planning to finish the game today? No, I was just planning to get to like the next act, which I think should be soon. It should be really soon. Like end of school festival feels like a good way to like segment a next act, so we'll see. So that's it. The festival's finally ending. Yeah. She gives a delicate, wistful sigh. As much as I might complain about all the stuff we have to do, it's still sad that we'll have graduated before the next Yamaka festival. I walk forwards and stand beside Lily, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, we still have Tanabata later in the year, right? You're right, it would be nice to go there when it comes. Minutes of silence pass, with only the blasts of the fireworks to be heard. Seeing these two reminds me of those words of advice Lily had given me as we walked together into town. Cherish the opportunity to make new friends, huh? Hey, Lily. She turns her head slightly to show that she's listening. Hanako's gaze still firmly fixed on the Technicolor fireworks bursting overhead. You mind if I join you two for tea every now and again? The smile on her face is more than enough to see her answer. It'll be a pleasure, Hisao. I'm making tea. This has to be it, right? Okay. Did we like win? Did we beat the game? Did we beat the game? Did we beat the game? Did we beat it? I was waiting for the next act. There we are, Act 2. Fuck. TS would be 10 out of 10 if there was impreg though. True. There we go. That's Act 1. Okay. Wait, if I start, where does that go? What? I didn't save! Okay, well, I know what I'm doing after stream. Oh man. Oh man. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah. Can you blame me? I'm 60 years old. Can you blame me? I'm a little forgetful. Fuck. Shit. I think I remember all my choices. I think I remember them. God damn it. I'm pretty sure I remember all my choices. I mean, I don't think I make wildly different choices under different times anyway, so. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, that's the stream, everyone. Maybe I won't do a part 2 because maybe there won't be a part 2. That was Act 1 of Katawa Shoujo. I hope everyone enjoyed that. I enjoyed it too. I think it was good. Search for a skip button, check if options or skip unseen text option or something. Right. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out after the. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. It's fine. It's okay. Sorry. Well, regardless, I played the game, so that's still there. It's not like my experience with it left and disappeared. I still remember playing it, and it was good. And I remember most of the choices, if not all the choices I made. Anyways, brief thoughts. My very brief thoughts right now. The game is good. The game is much better than I thought it would be, and I've yet to see Act 2, or I don't know how many acts there are going forward, but I've yet to see how many, or maybe it's just 2 acts, maybe part 2. I've yet to see how we'll go from here, but the way it is, the way it's going, I like it so far. They were trying to tell you, I know, I looked over at chat too late. I know. I looked over at chat too late. But so far, I'm really impressed with the game. It's really good. So excited to survive 7 hours just to get shot at the end. That sounds like that kind of sounds like a Karasu for our stream that I won't lie. Anyways, it is 6 hours though, because I spent an hour talking. I did spend an hour talking, an hour and 15 minutes talking. This stream's coming to 7 hours and almost 15 minutes, so it's about 6 hours that it took for me to get to Act 2. Well, it was good. I enjoyed the game. I think it's decent. I've yet to finish it. If there's demand for it to be finished, if there is one person, this is not engagement bait. It's not really engagement bait in that sense, I hope. But if one person tells me that they want in the comments that they want to see more, you in the live chat, people in the live chat don't count. But if one person in the comments says they want to see me play more Katawa Shoujo, then I will play I will continue playing and finish playing Katawa Shoujo at least. At least I'll finish one route of it. next week sometime. If not, I have a lot of other things planned for next week. So, you know, I'll have to juggle that around. So I don't need to at all. I'm not hurting for things to do in the next week. But if people want me to, I'll play it because it's really good. Or I'll play it on stream. Otherwise, I'll play it in my own time. I'll play it off stream. Because I'm probably going to finish it. Not in live chat, you'll be commenting then. It doesn't count if you're commenting. I'm speaking to all the VOD viewers who made it through 7 hours of VODs. Made it through this 7-hour VOD. I'm saying if anyone sat for 7 hours to watch me play, or like 6 hours, right? Like after the fact, and they're like, I want to see more of this, I'll be like, you know what? Okay, one person asked, I'll do it. You don't count because you're here like live, and it's a different experience live, okay? What? Why are you shocked? This is like a different thing. Alright, whatever. You will do all the routes if you comment? No, I'm not doing all the routes. I'm probably not, unless there's huge demand for it, which I doubt. I doubt there will be, but if there is, I will give the people what they want, except another Class of 09 stream, because I have some rules to abide by, and my rule is I will not milk Class of 09 any further, even though I know it would do wonders for my view count and my algorithm. I know it's the quickest way to success, but I'm not a Class of 09 VTuber, it's unfortunate. You will 100% give you comment. No, I will not. All right. Anyways, it's been like 7 hours of streaming. I need to get food. I haven't had food in like 11 hours or something. I'm really hungry. I need to like get everything and all of my serious work sorted as well, which is another thing. And I need to stream tomorrow. I need to stream. What the fuck am I streaming tomorrow? I'm streaming r/relationship advice. Okay, that's gonna be a fun stream tomorrow. Stay tuned for that. I'm gonna be streaming my reading and reaction to r/relationship advice. We're gonna talk spicy details according to Reddit. That's what we will do. That'll be tomorrow. It'll be the same time I started stream today, I think. Hopefully not 7 hours long of Reddit scrolling, but that's what we're doing tomorrow. So look forward to that. I will not screen any posts beforehand. My plan is I'm just gonna open up like the Reddit page and sort by top of all time and just start reading. And maybe like at the end I'll sort by top this week or something, and then read that as well, like to see what the recent stuff is. That's what I will do. Okay. So I will not pre-read anything. I want my reaction to be on the stream to whatever thing it is I'm reading, and so I can give genuine comments, I guess. Big fan of how this isn't even the longest stream. What? I'm going on for like 7 hours. No, this is the longest stream. This has to be the longest stream I've ever done. Never mind. Never mind. I have played Elden Ring for 8 hours before on this channel to 26 total views on the VOD. Fucking 26, Jesus. We started, okay, like, I really did start 8 months ago, or 9 months ago, to a very low viewership. And now it's a lot, now it's like, so like my first stream, that's not my debut stream, my Hades 2 stream, and the one that followed after where I just played Hades 2 because I just wanted to play Hades 2. That's like 30 views. I got like I'm on 700 for the Love and Deep Space stream. Granted, it's Love and Deep Space, so it's not the average. But I'm averaging 100 now, which is nice. Anyways. You were losing it at Elden Ring. Right, yeah, I remember now. Will you be commenting on the most popular posts on r/relationships? That is exactly what I'll be doing. Oh, yeah, relationship advice, yeah. That's exactly what I will be doing. Is I'll be commenting on the most popular posts. I'll sort by top of all time, and that's what I'll do. That's probably what I'll do. So, you know, if you want to, you can read that ahead of time, but you don't have to. You could just, like, I'll be reading it on stream as well. So, yeah. 24-hour stream when 500 subs? I'm not doing that for 500 subs. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. I could, but I'm not going to. Because it's like, after I do it, what the hell else? What do I do after that? I can't do anything after that. Or I can, but, like, you know, there's only so many things I can do after that. And also, like, it's not a milestone worth pushing my body for. Okay, anyways. I don't know when that will be, like 500 subs, I mean. But I'm sure it's happening at some point. 24-hour stream also, I don't know when will occur. But, maybe soon. No. Nah. Maybe? If we can get, okay, if we can get to 1,000 subs before, or, okay, if we get to 1,000 subs either before or during the month of, or maybe even a month later, I'll give it like that. My debut anniversary, so, like, you know, around June, July, maybe June, maybe that's the hard date, by my anniversary. If we can get 1,000, if I can get to 1,000 subscribers by my anniversary, then I will do a 24-hour stream. That's what I will do. It has to be 1,000, and it has to be, there's a deadline for it. Otherwise, you know, some other time. Not because I can't do a 24-hour stream, it's like taxing or whatever. Because it really probably isn't that taxing. When people do 24-hour streams, they also, like, eat, right? They also, like, do other things. Do they sleep on stream? I don't know. But, like, I could do that easily. I could easily do a 24-hour stream. Easily do that. But I don't see a reason to right now. Anyways, that's meta talk. It's not really about the game. Katawa Shoujo is good. It's free, so you can just download the game from Steam and play it yourself. The Steam patch is the SFW patch, from what I've been told. But there are mentions of explicit scenes, I think, somewhere later into the story. There's explicit content. But, yeah. 1,000 subs by June, huh? Time to clip and ship a stream. Dude, that's not gonna happen. That's why I said it. I'll do the ASMR thing for 1,000 subs by June as well. Like, I'll do that. Well, I already promised that I would do that, actually. I already said that I would do it for 1,000 subs. Like an ASMR thing. If it's just one 24-hour stream, most people don't sleep. But if it's like a subathon, they do. I see. Okay. Interesting. I can do both. I'm good at both. But it's not gonna happen. I don't think it's realistic to expect it to happen, at least, unless, you know what? You know what else? You know what the unless is? Unless Class of 09 releases a new game, Shadow drops a new game, and then I'm like the first few people to get on board to play it on like a stream, so I can catch the wave as it's going. That's how I'll get 1,000 subs. It's just by Class of 09, my savior, the only way to do it. That's the only way. That's the only way it will happen. But anyways, that's enough for me. Or like, I don't know, fucking Gavis Bettel mentions me on stream. He won't. He doesn't know who I am. Which is normal, but yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go now. Thank you everyone for joining me for this very long stream. This is definitely the second longest stream I've done. The longest since a long time ago. Since Elden Ring. And Elden Ring was a very fucking long time ago. So it's like the longest stream. And I hope you enjoyed Katawa Shoujo so far, as have I. If you have, let me know. I will, if demanded enough, I'll play the next act on stream as well. I'm not in a rush to play it though, because I have a ton of other things. Okay. Hilarious how he's forever tied to class of '09. I think it's funny, but also annoying because now I'm the class of '09 guy. Sort by controversial. Sort by controversial. If you want spicy content. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll sort by controversial, as well on r/relationship advice. I'll do that. Anyways, like that's for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. I don't want to be associated forever with class of '09, but I am. YouTube has associated me and branded me as a class of '09 channel because every time I do a class of '09 thing, it's really good, and every time I don't do a class of '09 thing, the YouTube is like, fuck you, we don't care. For my like engagement. It is what it is though. Whatever. I appreciate the people that hop in from time to time, like that are new people, and say like, this is a legendary algo pull. Like this is something that completely unexpected and out of the ordinary and like very different from what they're used to seeing on their feed. So that's good. YouTube cuts off at 24 hours anyways. Oh, okay. Streaming same time tomorrow? Yeah, same time tomorrow. I'm streaming I'll schedule the stream in like a few hours and you'll see when it is in your time zone, whatever. We're gonna stream r/relationship advice. I'm gonna talk about it. It's gonna be really funny, probably, because I like scrolling Reddit. In my free time, I don't comment. I'm not a Redditor because I don't comment. I don't make posts. I don't engage with anything. Okay? I don't. Unless like I have a very specific niche question I need to ask in a specific sub community, in which case maybe, but otherwise I don't usually. I just read the things, okay? That's all I do. I'm not a Redditor. It doesn't count. Extend February content? I can, but I don't want to. Because March 14th is such a good end date for what I'm doing. Anyways, I've said anyways enough times now to still not have closed the stream. I'm gonna go now. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining me. My OBS just died trying to transition there. It's been like 7 hours.